Giving a voice to the voiceless, we share the stories behind our freedoms and the ultimate sacrifice of those who protect us all. This is Patriots Inside the Wire.
Patriot is someone who was willing to give his life for his country and served honorably in Iraq.
Signed our names with no regrets, only wanted to be the best that we could be. And we wanted this and nothing more than to be true down to the core. We thought we'd live forever, but when the full moon is bright and the wind blows just right, I can hear your voice on the wind.
Here's one that I came back on the perfect day, really. But you know what? It's really more like
21 guns into the night till we meet again on the other side. 21 guns, this is goodbye till we meet again on the other side. Yeah, 21 guns.
Beautiful thing to see the family and friends come together and honor his life and his service to our country.
It's great to see you guys out here. This is awesome, really.
Welcome to the Patriots Inside the Wire broadcast, hosted by Gold Star mom, Tracy Two-Step.
It is Warrior Wednesday. It is Patriots Inside the Wire. You can see it's just me right now. We are in Texas and we are having a lot of different issues with power, but you know what we do? We keep on going. So we're going to keep on going. We've got our special guest tonight. And before we bring her on, we just want to say hello and, check on you for Warrior Wednesday. We sure did, David. I see your comment. Lost there. Thank you so much. Share it, everybody. Go grab your friends, your family, share this on your pages. Let's get some people in here tonight to hear what we've got coming up for you. Again, I am Tracy. I am Sergeant Two-Step's mother. He's active duty soldier that did not make it home. But tonight, because I was able to be at a special place, and it was at the White House area. Okay, so not that we were in the White House with anybody that's in that presidential area. So this is not about politics right now. It's about people. And this is about an organization of several that came together and did something just fantastic. And then when that happens, our guests will explain a little bit to you. But certain people just seem to find each other, right? You're in a crowd or wherever you're at, and it's like uniquely just like something brings you together because you know that there's like a missing link somewhere. And this guest that's coming on tonight, it was literally that. So we're going to let you know about that trip because honestly, I haven't even really talked about it. So, and tonight, look, no headphones, everybody. I'm not following rules. I have ringing in my ears too. I know a lot of you out there, if you're in a veteran or you've been in the military or you've just had issues, I have ringing really bad. And so wearing those tight headphones, I know it's great. Let me know if you cannot hear me well. Let me know if the audio, any of this is going because I got my own setup going, but I want you to hear me. So I'm trying this without headphones. Again, I am Tracy. You're with Patriots Inside the Wire, PatriotsInsideTheWire.com. We hope you're having a beautiful Wednesday. I am glad to see you all too. Let's get some people in here. We are about to bring her up. Again, I'm going to tell you, we'll talk about this event because really I haven't. I want you to know. Ooh, hear me loud and clear. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Stick with this show, please. All of you, share this. Let's get people in here. I do not care that the weather is pouring down out there. There are such things as either cell phones, generators. There's a lot of reasons that I will still be here, and we are going on with the show. And guess what? Yes, shout out to Heroes Media Group. That is who we're with. Thank you, David. Shout out to you, Berg. We've got a little inside thing going today, and he has made me laugh. So I just love that part. But let's get on with the show. PatriotsInsideTheWire.com, wherever you're listening to us at. I'm going to tell you right now, even if you're not Facebook and YouTube, you can send me comments of all sorts. I can get it on the show. Any other area you're watching us from, and X, I can't leave that out, on X, Patriot on Air, you can send us messages too. We do have multiple channels. We're on multiple podcasts, multiple radio, TV, you name it. So in 24 hours, you'll be able to hear all of that too, whether it's Apple, Spotify, or whatever that may be. And again, thank you to Heroes Media Group for reminding me of that, David. Can't wait to catch up with you tonight on Patriots Inside the Wire. When you're a person who's been through the world of what I call that military world, now I may not have served, but I've had many organizations, but my firstborn son, he served and he didn't come home. So I served in a different way, nonstop, while my son was there. And I'm going to tell you, I love every generation in my family has served. I am grateful and thankful those who serve and have served, but not just that. I don't stop there. I've got our first responders. I've got our firefighters. I have got so many of those that we need to remember. And remember, I stole this motto. It is called Do No Harm. And that is thanks to Amy. So thank you, Amy, for that. And then I've got him up above watching over me. Whatever yours may be, yeehaw. But mine is me, him, and my son. He watches over me. So as you know, I am not PC. I am not able to be trained. I just go with the flow. We are here as truth tellers. Let me say it again. Truth tellers on PatriotsInsideTheWire.com. I do notice that we have one of our new coordinators. I'm not going to mention much about that, but he has found the message and saw that we were over here. I am going to point this out. Boy, do I love you, Phil. But man, we had it going. What's PC? I hear you, David. We had it going. So it was like, all right, we're going to pull this off. But at this point, you know what? Everyone say hello to Phil for jumping in here and saying, how's it going, Phil? Phil is from the Tennessee area. He is a
good evening, everybody. Veteran here from Tennessee, checking in tonight.
Yep. Do you have your Facebook on by chance? There's some feedback going on. And usually if you have your phone on Facebook, or are you using your phone to be on with
I'm actually using my phone right now. I'm downstairs in the shop working on some Spartan metal racks right now.
Okay. I don't hear it right now, but y'all let me know out there if you hear it. Yeah, the PC LMAO, I hear you. Yes, PC means, it can mean anything for you. For me, it means I am not trained in a syndicate to where I'm not going to tell you anything except the truth. And sometimes, you know what? I might not even understand something. So I'm okay with people teaching me. You know, there's a lot for us to learn from each other. So that's what it's about. What I'm going to do now, thank you, Phil, for this. Phil just jumped in. We'll get into more about Phil. But Phil, welcome to the show, PatriotsInsideTheWire.com. Phil does a lot as far as reps, events, walks, our coins. I mean, we have a lot coming up. And we were going to do this later, but Phil decided he's going to jump in. Right now, I see our guest, and I really want to pull her up, okay? Because we started a little late with the weather. Hang with us as we bring up this special guest that had that magnet when I was in a room, and I was like, there was just something. I was like, let me see Twyla. Miss Twyla Rochelle. How are you? You do not have sound, honey.
I'm
Unmute your mic, sweetheart.
going fantastic. Is that better? You can hear?
There we go.
Okay. Because I had the mic muted. Me.
Oh, well, that'll do it. Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. And you are absolutely correct. It was like a magnet. It was just this immediate attraction of, oh, I got to speak to her. Oh, I got to talk to her. There's something about her vibe. It's just something. I got to get over there to her. You are absolutely right. And there are certain people in your life that you will run into that you don't even know why. You haven't said anything to them. You haven't heard them say anything, but you just know that you're supposed to be connected to them. And we have to.
It's all about the positive energy that one gives off.
That's right. That's right. Let me, I'm going to mute other mics besides Twyla real quick, Phil. The only reason I do this is because of reverb. So let's do this a second. I got you. All right. Sorry about that. And if you can bring up your volume any more, Twyla, it will help. Is your volume, are you able to adjust that higher?
How's that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Cool.
All right. You like that, David. Well, Twyla, you know, a lot of people, I haven't done this yet. Like I have not, there's a lot of reasons. I am now with Heroes Media Group. I have a past, which is with singing, songwriting, hosting different shows. I know you're laughing because I looked at yours and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Music. We have so much in common. Except, you know, your family. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful story. You know, a lot of people will know on here if you pay attention. I grew up pretty homeless. I grew up in a way that none of you would ever imagine. You would be going, there's no way. Like, did she go homeless? Like no shelter, no food, no nothing? Yes, I did. I know what that's like. Long term. We got you there, Phil. We're only muting so that when the guest talks, it doesn't like reverb. So we got you. Stand with us. I like the dog father shirt. But Twyla, you and just your magnetism. So I guess we should tell them how and why and where. Why was I in DC, Twyla? Now
there was an event called Rosie.
Caution. And I'm not caution. I am with a different channel, a different station, which is Heroes Media Group. So anything and anyone that I might have been with or representing, I am no longer representing or with anyone except me that is with Heroes Media Group with a bunch of wonderful individuals. So I needed to stop you a moment. I apologize to let you know that tonight, Tracy and Twyla, I know you know.
It was really surreal because finally, Rosie the Riveters, these women that worked in these factories and trained a lot of our servicemen during World War II, they were receiving their congressional medal. And there was a ceremony that the Speaker of the House had invited us to go to visit and watch this unfold. And then afterwards, there was a gala, which was just fantastic. You were able to see these vibrant women. From the youngest one was 93. The oldest one there was 107. And she still drives a car. She still has a driver's license and she lives alone.
Well, there's a 118.
I said, that's my heroine. I want to be like her when I grow up. And these women finally got their just due. And it's sad that we wait until everyone is passed on and then there are few left and then we finally recognize. I'm glad we're doing the recognition now, but it's just sad that it takes so long to recognize people who have made sacrifices so that we can have a better life. A lot of these women talked about how after the war was over, they went back to housekeeping. They couldn't even keep the jobs that they had, although they trained the men for the jobs. After the guys came back, then they lost the job. Go figure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Let's just do a little rollback real quick. I've got a couple questions here. Yeah. They're saying, who are you? Okay, so those that didn't get to hear that part, this is Twyla Rochelle. She is, now watch this, Gunny Sergeant, United States Marine Corps. She has a background within DC, you name it, she's done it. When it comes to our legions, when it comes to our needs, when it comes to not only the veterans, there were other areas and departments that she has worked with a lot more than probably a politician. And I'm going to say that because I believe it's true. When you're on the ground and you're working, you're trying to work within organizations, and you got people that are doing this, you start finding really quick, you know, what's needed, what's missing. This is Twyla. So Twyla just is a United States Marine Corps gunny sergeant. I'm going to ask her in a minute something. Threw herself into taking care of out of DC through the, whether it was the Legion. I mean, we got a lot. She's got a very extensive background. So I'm trying to leave it as the DC commander who took care of multiple things in multiple departments. But yes, she is our United States Marine Corps gunny sergeant. This is Twyla. So for those of y'all sending me messages, thank you. Welcome to the show, Twyla. You can finish now. And that Rosie the Riveter, that Rosie the Riveter was, you are correct. The 118 was the oldest. You know, there was the night before. So I didn't meet you the night before the Congressional Gold Medal. I was doing the pre-dinner, which was great. Everyone listening to me, if you ever go anywhere, go to the pre-reception. This is where you meet the people. After that, we had the Congressional Gold Medal. Tracy here is with, there's 24 different Rosie the Riveters. I was with some wonderful people. And Rosie the Riveter Trust is an amazing organization as well. Rosie the Riveter Trust, the Gary Sinise Foundation, shout out to you. Boeing and the many individuals that I met, shout out to you. The program that Boeing has for our veterans and those in need that may be Gold Star families. And I'm going to refer to Twyla in a minute because this happens to me all the time. And it's one of the reasons she came up to me. But these Rosie the Riveters that I have continued to work with and will are just inspiring. I mean, listen, but when I see something, I can't be quiet. That's my problem. So I don't call it a problem. Some of you might. But what it is, if I'm at this ceremony and we are trying to get people seated that need to be seated, and you get a whole front row on the right side, the left side's already full. Right side, reserved, Congress. Look, we won't get into politics. Just leave it at that, okay? Because I believe in good and bad in everything. I don't care if it's a corporation. I don't care if it's politics, whatever it is. So I don't want to go there. But I will say this. I believe in people. And I also believe in our elderly, our children. And I remember being that kid just hoping some adult. I see all these reserved seats we need to sit. Not only do we need to sit, there's some people that are, I cannot watch them standing like that. I was like, oh my goodness. By the third security guard, I went up to him and I said, listen, do not send me to another security person to tell me, sorry, ma'am, I am not going to take this. And he just kind of stared at me and said, hold on, and pointed at a person and said, I said, is that the guy in charge over here of all this? And he said, yes, ma'am. I said, okay. So I went over and I said, I'll never forget this. Listen, do you happen to know, not only am I tired, but these women and what they've done and the ages and the fact that the Congress is not even in here right now. Number one, they obviously aren't coming, right? The ones that are, thank you for being here. But you got a whole front row blocked off, CNN's there, you name it, all sorts of news. And here we are all trying to figure out where we're going to sit. Won't work for me. Sorry. You're going to go over there and figure out what to do. I pay my taxes. I vote. I got a son that served and died while he was serving, mister. So you know what? I want a seat right now, not because I deserve it, but because it's the right thing to do. You either get the Congress in them seats or you put these ladies in them right now, because I'm not going to stand here any longer and watch this. So now go get me some seats. And he just looked at me and he walked off and he turned around and came out and he said, go over there and take those signs off and sit down. And I said, thank you, sir. That's the right thing to do. You already brought up a name, Twyla. So after that day in DC, we had the reception. But as I'm waiting, because of the show, Patriots Inside the Wire, that's me, Tracy will speak up, okay? Just remember that part. That was a good thing to do. I'm not going to watch somebody stand. They're in a row, they're coming out, they're walking, and all of a sudden I see this dude jump on stage. Yeah, you already know, right? You already know what I did. You said his name. Do you think I was really thinking, like, who the heck is the Speaker of the House in DC? No disrespect, but sir, come on now. Yes, it was Mike Johnson, y'all. This woman right here walked up and told him how we vote and what we do and what he is going to do for these women, because I am not going to watch these elderly women stand here any longer. And I don't care where they're at, but obviously Congress doesn't care to be here. So I take that one. But I don't think he'll ever forget me. How about that?
No, they won't. And that was one of my, I guess I was sorrowful to not see as many congressional members that should have been there. And I say should have because they weren't in session. Yes. And even if you had meetings, you could have postponed a meeting just at least to make face to see these living legends. These are living legends. They're icons. They served in a different capacity. They were the workhorses behind our service members that were going abroad to fight a war that they didn't think that we would ever be engaged in. That's why he called the World War One. Let's see, what was it? The first World War. They didn't call World War One at the time. They just called the war. They said, the Great War. It wasn't until it wasn't until this second time around that we, it gave the term World War II. And I just really felt like you could take 30 minutes out of your day to honor living legends. I always wanted to meet, and I know he wasn't around for me to meet him, Chesty Puller. We heard about Chesty Puller in boot camp and the Marine Corps. I always wanted to meet Chesty Puller. I have so many questions I'll never be able to ask him, but I kept thinking if I ever had an opportunity to have been able to see him, my gosh, I would have ran just to meet this guy. And these women should have had that same respect, should have received that same respect. And I thought that was wrong. But who was supposed to be there was there. That's all I say.
That's right.
Sometimes
That's right.
people were supposed to be there, and the ones that were there, we were blessed to be able to talk to these women, to interface with these women. Some of their family members were there. Some of their caregivers were there. And just to be able to be enlightened with the stories that they shared and how hard they had to advocate for themselves for their medal.
Yes, they did for 60 years.
They advocate for themselves.
Yeah.
And that's to me, that's the frustration. Same way with the 6888, the advocacy for them. By the time that it was awarded, I think there were less than 10 that were alive to actually see the medal. And by the time the ceremony happened, there were less than 10. And we went to one of their funerals this past February. My National Association of Black Military Women chapter president, shout out Brooklyn, Deirdre Darden. We went out there to Las Vegas to a funeral of another living legend. We don't realize the history. Every time one of these people dies, a library returns to the soil.
Yes.
Every time a hero or a heroine dies,
yes,
the library returns to the soil.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
Yes, ma'am. And I was so fortunate. We got through there. I see you there, Phil. Give me a minute. I see you went outside. It's so beautiful out there in Tennessee. We'll bring you up. I just get reverb, so we gotta there. Phil is back. There's Phil. Beautiful, beautiful out there in Tennessee. So Twyla's finishing her story here. So Twyla, after that, we had gone back, and so again, shout out to Gary Sinise, their foundation. He was not able to be there due to a family emergency, but the people that were there. So, and then you had Boeing, and then what no one knew was that Adam, my son's battle brother, he goes by Pierce. He was technically dead the year before. He was in the hospital. They're like, he is not coming back. he did come back, and it was almost a year to the day, and he got to show up. So things are different, right? But a ticket was there that was not used. I have to mute when we're talking here, and when we talk, we'll unmute out of respect here. So where was I at, Twyla? I heard some dogs, and I had to hit a mic.
Adam, we were talking about Gary Sinise could not be there because of a family emergency.
Yeah, because see that was, look,
Adam.
everybody, don't be hard on me. When I have to go there about my own, it is hard. I can go there for every one of you all day long, but you got to give me grace when it's about my son. So,
Tracy, let me ask you a question, Tracy.
Uh-oh. You're the only one I let do this.
I appreciate it.
Except Phil.
I thank you. As a Gold Star mom, what actually happens to Gold Star moms? What do we, as a society, how do we care for our Gold Star moms? Maybe that's the question to ask. Do we care for our Gold Star in a real, tangible way?
Well, let's get into that in a second, because I'm going to remind you of something. So once we had Pierce there, so this will make you relate to this. I didn't see him before. So when I saw him, to me, he's doing great. If you understand what happened and where he came from. I was just so happy to see him and grateful, and I had bought that ticket and the person that didn't come. But the good news is he was able to use that. He got to meet Boeing and the officials that do veterans programs. And if you know me now, I literally said, oh, well, what are those programs? Because I haven't seen them, and I want to know. So you need to educate me on that too. So that'll be another show, everybody. We'll get into Boeing and what they're going to be doing. And Gary Sinise, because they have decided that they want to bring back the ladies that are still here, and they hated that they actually missed that dinner to meet those ladies that are still here and going. And I'm going to tell you, some of them would beat me out this door. I even asked, I was like, what do you think it is? Like, that made you like 118, and like you went through the ages. Like the oldest that I met was 118. The youngest was 98 out of 24. I'm like, what do you think it is? She looked right at me and she said, it's our food. We grew our food. We had our water. We took care of our food. And that's a good point. That she was right on point. So every one of them there was sharp too. So those ladies, man, are just something to look, when they say unite and empower each other as women and take care of each other, these women, I don't care if there were two, and yes, there's always two. I don't care if there's two that were just like, I didn't like you then, but hey, I'll say hello. Yes, one of the ladies, I was like, hey, I can respect that. They were nice. They got along, and it was like, yeah, you might have had a little attitude, but I like you and I love you for everything that we stand for and empowering women. And I was like, yes, I'm all about this. This is how it's supposed to be. So as Pierce is sitting there getting bombarded, listen, between like, we have an actual veteran who's really in need of some care. And then they would come to me and say, well, who are you? And I said, well, my name is Tracy. And I have a show, and I've done many things. But they said, but it says Gold. Now they had as in name tags. I took mine off just now because I noticed it was still on my son's. Everything for my son. I just got back from another event. And it said Gold Star Family Foundation. So I have Gold Star Family Foundation and Fallen Heroes National Foundation. Now, Phil that just went, there he is. So Phil takes care of our pages there and everything in the back. There he is again, right there. There's Phil. Phil takes care of, oh, you got your mic on there. Phil takes care of Fallen Heroes National Foundation, Gold Star Family Foundation. We are building up a lot of things. I have been with other organizations, but we have seen a need that in a way to merge. ironically, where Phil is at, and I won't say exactly, but my great grandparents are from there. And so, like, that soil that you're even standing on, Phil, is beautiful. I just happen to be born. There's always two people in a family that want to go do something that maybe they shouldn't do, and then they find each other, and that's what happened to me. That doesn't mean everyone in my family. That just means I got to be a whole lot of things around a lot in Nashville where I grew up. And so I was an adult before I was a kid. So I make jokes all the time. I quit adulting officially. I want a shirt and a hat, Phil. I quit adulting. So that's why I'm like, I am not PC. But you mentioned the advanced schooling. I was fortunate up there, you know, to be able to go to classes that were for college, for middle school. So thank God for that. Just a lot of things in my life. You know, music is a big part of my life. And music to me is medicinal. It got me through a lot of situations way before I became this military world, is what I call it. But, you know, take care of everyone there. And what happened, everybody listening out there in this room at the dinner, the reception, after our Rosies got the gold medal. And then, yes, I am the girl that walked up and saw that and just wanted to just touch barely. And I got my hands smacked. I'm not kidding. And I was like, oh, sorry. I literally was just going to not touch. Just wanted to like feel that piece of history. So, yes, I got my hand smacked. That's okay because I can still say I touched it. Hi, how are you doing, hon? Nice to see you. We see your messages here. We're glad that you are tuning in here. We've got Phil, our veteran. We've got Twyla, our Marine, Gunny Sergeant, who's been involved in so many things. And right now what we're talking about is, I'll never forget, Twyla came up to me and she said exactly what she said, almost word for word, on the screen tonight. She said, what did you say to me, Twyla? You had a reason too. And when you told me that reason, it's not the first time I'd heard it.
Yeah, I want to know, what do we do for Gold Star family, Gold Star parents? As a society, how do we care for them? I have children and I have grandchildren. And I've served with so many fantastic Marines and some in the Navy, and I think a few Army soldiers here and there.
Hey, I'm Army over here.
But
Army over here as well.
Okay, well, we got to see a Marine in the chat. But
you got Brian.
How I felt when we lost someone, and it just felt like, continue going on. Okay, so you finish the mission, but once the mission is finished, you come back to regular world, but you're not regular anymore.
No.
You're not regular anymore. And you're never going to be regular again. And that's just me being a comrade and a colleague to my friends. As a parent of a child, this country, what do we do for the parents? What do we do for the Gold Star parents? Do we give long-term care? What do we do? Do we say thank you for your child service? Do we honor you? We do ceremonies and then that's it? What do we as a nation really do? You know, what do we do?
Let me give some feedback on that, if you don't mind.
Well,
as a veteran myself, I served in the Army, numerous deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. From my aspect, firsthand, from what I have seen, the treatment that our Gold Star families are getting, all in a nutshell, they're not getting nearly what they deserve. In a nutshell, because most Gold Star families, the units are like, oh, sorry for your loss for the first year or so. After that, they fall off the map. They forget about them altogether. And that's downright despicable, in my opinion, as a veteran myself, because they are part of that soldier's family. Those soldiers are part of a unit. And it's their responsibility to make sure that those Gold Star families are checked on a regular basis and help them out as needed.
Yes, thank you for that, Phil. He's correct. Phil works with a lot of Gold Star families and is very, 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 very good to us. So I'll finish that up for you there, Phil. I have to mute each time only because we're getting reverb. So I would never mute Phil. Everybody needs to know that. You talk about somebody who helps Gold Star families. You got him right there. That's how I met Phil. But what happens is it's like the movies. You get the knock on the door. That's true. You crawl in a corner, you crawl in the couch, and you're like, it's not me. It can't be me. There's no way. You go through all of that, and really you're numb, and it's adrenaline, and it's a weird thing that you may understand from other ways of serving, maybe over if someone's been in combat. Adam was a combat veteran. He had been in Iraq and was headed to Afghanistan. There is a very unique situation that happened to my son, and we are even fighting with 2 laws right now with legislation. So that is why I say, if you see me working with politics and you think you can't be on my show, be careful, because all I'm doing is making legislation change so that the next person and the next person that I hope doesn't have to go through it has it better. So that is what I do. So that is why I will be involved. But no, they go away. So, the casserole stop, the phone calls, and it's like you don't get invited. It's like they're afraid, like, are we going to cry? Or like, how do we, like, people aren't sure how to even handle that. And in my case, my son's whole unit was deploying to Afghanistan within hours. And it messed with a lot of his unit, literally, losing him the way that they did. And I did. It was bad. I mean, thank goodness, I had a different experience. There's a lot of stories out there, but the military itself, I had already been running Military Moms of Texas. Y'all can look that up out there. Phil knows about this. So I already knew how this went down. I had just finished a ceremony for the very first time for Gold Star Mom. And I remember I turned and looked at people and I said, if that's ever me, I need you to know you better run and get me, because I will not be standing up and I will not be okay. You don't understand. I could not be standing there doing like that. You're stronger than you think you are sometimes, but I'll never forget that lady. And then boom, 3 weeks later, that's happening to me. And I'm just like all over the place. You don't know what to do. You have to rely on the military. The part that I can tell you that I would love to see a difference in is, look, our CAOs, if you've been anyone out there listening, you do not get training. It is almost like, and I'm going to tell you what one of them said to me. I thought I was getting a break from work. Like, I didn't have to go in. I didn't have to do my duties. I was going to get like a break. And he said, I'm going to apologize to you, number one, because I thought I didn't think this through. The previous one I had was a female. She had just had a baby, and she saw things that I could tell there had to be postpartum or something. Like, she could not function. So it left me trying to figure out, how am I going to function? Because I am used to, from running the organization, it's like, I got to try to wear different hats here. And it just wasn't working out for me. So I was like, you're fired, because this is not working for me. I really believe you need to be with your child at home. Like, this is too much for me as the mother, and I see what it's doing to you, because you got a lot of CAOs, The other thing I want to point out to everyone is, I know every one of you out there listening to me, most of you have been on an airplane, right? So every time I've been on a plane, I was fine. I never thought about this. When they brought me to the back of a cargo tarmac area with a very commercial airlines, which is very good to us Gold Star parents, American Airlines is actually. So I will give them a shout out. When they took us in this van, one of his friends, and a best friend of mine, and a friend who's no longer here, what I didn't know was that this commercial airliner was pulling up and opening up the cargo doors to for me to see this flag draped and this person sitting by it. And it did something to me, and it still does. Like, it's just not right. The whole experience of being on that tarmac, nobody's around. You're like in an area of just cargo. So you're not with people. You're only with CEOs who have no clue. They can't give you a hug. They can't do anything, right? It's the military. But so I had to say, look, is my CEO with you? I can't. This just isn't working, because I really needed her to go do certain things. I'd say, you need to do this, you need to do that. There was something wrong with the flag, just things that I knew from running an organization. And she kind of froze, and I'm froze. I'm like, I'm supposed to be the one here, like, frozen. I can't do this if I don't have help. So everybody listen to me. It is okay to say no. It is okay when it is your child to say, and I don't care who you're talking to, the president, the military, whoever it is, and do it nice. But what I mean is, God, and my rib is kicking right now. Now, listen, when I was pregnant with him, he used to kick in that same rib. So I don't know what you're doing to me right now, Tyler, but y'all, I'm grabbing that rib. The part that gets me is the airline pulling up and that door opening. I will never forget it. People had been sitting on that plane, that trip, that my son was under that plane. If I had known this, like how it all went down, like literally on the inside, or had someone say to me, I'd have jumped and quickly said, wait, stay there. I'm going to meet you at this base over there, and I'm going to go the whole way with my son. I don't care how many flights. I don't care what. But I had people telling me what I had to do, what you should do, what you need to do. And I wish I'd known then. And so that's why I always tell people, hey, you've got questions, you want to know what to do, just send me a message. And like, guess what? If I don't know it, somebody else is going to know it. We try to stay connected. And what we have found is through what we call the Gold Star Family Committee, which means there's a lot of people that have, it's just like military. We get together, take care of ourselves. It is, we bring people together. They've got their organizations. We've got ours. Where can we help? Let's join together as a team. Let's not drop anyone, because I went through that drop, literally. And I was looking and looking and looking. And there really is one out there. And I remember you coming up to me specifically because you said something, and you can say it, Twyla, but I can't.
I want you to say it.
I'm not allowed. Okay. Literally.
We're gonna keep
you can say it. You can say in a minute, whatever you want to say, you can say it and say it nice, but you can say it. But I literally, legally can't. Okay. That's why. So, I'm a fighter. So, I just want people to be treated properly. I want respect there. When you got a child and it's your firstborn son, I'm telling you, things you thought you wouldn't do or could do, you just aren't the same. Twyla, I don't know what else to say, but I looked and there just wasn't help. I was told what I should do and can't do, and what I need to wear, and where I need to go, and all these rules. And I'm like, you know what? No, didn't work for me in the first place. And that's why I started Military Moms of Texas, which is now still there, everybody. It's still there because I still are active duty. I want y'all to remember that. We still got people serving. We got to take care of all of those that are serving, and first responders, Border Patrol. I've got a cousin, shout out to Javier Vega, shot and killed twice. Border is horrible. I've had it you name it, it's happened. And that's why I fall into all these categories and have stories. But there isn't a place. There is not a area. There has been, if people go look, a certain president, and that doesn't mean I have a favorite, but what it means is there are people who have made it a priority. And you'd be surprised. Everyone would be surprised if I were to say that name right now. They would be like, you've got to be kidding me. And I'd say, no, go do your homework. Go do your homework. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you may not like things, but there is one area that I know about. And I know about it personally because there's some things that happened to me. shoot, you may have to do a show, Twyla, and then you'll just interview me to be able to get through this one.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Yeah.
But let's get to you. And, I'll never forget it. What you said to me is because do you know how many times that same thing has been said to me? And that same scenario has been said to me. And I've been like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is meant to be. I'm supposed to meet her. There is a way that I know that Twyla is going to understand and maybe, even maybe in the future for me, help to have answers while we're building, which feels a part of this. We're building Gold Star Family Foundation. We are building Fallen Heroes National Foundation. Now that includes us all. So that means you and your family, me and my family. That means our first responders. We don't stop at just military. When you've got your fallen in your family, I'm going to tell you real quick, losing a child, no matter if it's military or how, you change, you're different. It doesn't quit hurting, but it lets you have moments. There are moments in time when you can be the fighter. And sometimes there's moments when we need others to say, you know what? I got this one. I got you. And I'm going to figure this out. So Twyla, while I was up there, I was looking around the room too, probably kind of thinking the same thing you were. And, Gary Sneed's foundation is really good at this. I must have been asked, and I'm not kidding, more than 100 times up there, Gold Star Family, what's that? And Gold Star Family Foundation, like, what do they do? Like, I'm like, well, and then I must have been asked 200 times about another organization, and I'd have to say, well, if you do your homework, you'll certainly find that out, and then you find what fits for you, and whatever that might be, that's great. But if you have any specific questions, I can answer them. I just may not agree. I may not agree with everything, but I also don't agree with certain stipulations of rules that are set. And I don't agree with just moms. I agree with the whole family. I have siblings for my son. He went by two-step. So I'm like, where's the stuff for the siblings? Like where is the family part of this? Like, what are we doing? No, it's not there. And so if it's not that, then I didn't fit. So I did not fit anywhere. So I was like, okay, Trace, and it took me a while. I had to go through quite a lot of time. And when I say line of duty out there, anybody in the military knows LOD, line of duty. I don't care what happens to you. The military has to do this. This is not a bad thing. It means they have to determine line of duty and what has happened. And that took a significant amount of time. And then after that, I had the state of Georgia on my hands. So, it has to do with some things that you do in rental vehicles that you shouldn't. So if you just look me up at twostepback.com, you'll find it. You'll find out why. There are no valid driver's license. They do not check your driver's license. You could have a fake one. It doesn't matter because they don't run it. And so when people are moving things in a rental vehicle back and forth, whether it's the border, whether it's under a building, whether it's wherever it's going to and from with things that shouldn't be in it, with people who shouldn't be behind a wheel. Unfortunately, my life collided with that right outside of the base, literally. And so we won't get into too much of that because that will take us a long time. But Twyla, the point was, you asked me very specifically, and I'll never forget it because I've said it on the show before, because I remember the Marines. They had the motorcycles and they came and they stood there, 24 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. Yes,
and
ma'am.
you know better than me. So you could tell this story better than me. And this is where I look at you, because this is how this came about when you met me, because by the 100th person who's like, what is Gold Star? And I'm like, if I could change that name, I would. It means active duty. Just 2 words, everybody. Just active duty. I had a kid. Still do. He's over me. My active duty firstborn son, Sergeant Two-Step, was killed on active duty. He had been in war. He's on U.S. soil. He is killed in a lot of ways that you really don't want me to get into right here. But I got to give props to at least the military individuals I was dealing with, because I know that look, I'm not going to lie. There's always somebody. Yes, I had the one that just tried let me just stop. Yes, you always got to get one, right? So it's like, but you cannot stop a mom. I'm sorry. A mom that's turned into like a fighting machine bear. I mean, it did something to me. I was already that way growing up the way that I did. I didn't survive by laying down and crying. It was, you get your butt up and fight, and you better get up and hustle and figure out going to school and make a change in this generation. Like, I want things back to the way it was. And that was all I cared about. Like, my only title was mother. I don't care, like, jobs I've had with titles that I had quit. I found out the hard way, even before, thank God, with my son, and got to spend a lot of time with him. I happened to be sick. Phil probably knows about this part. I happened to be recovering. He got to come home twice. The first time was because they got a hold of him right before deploying and said, "You need to come home. Your mom has cancer." And so he was able to come home and be with me and spend some time with me. And then right before they were leaving, it was Christmas. And I said, "Adam, you need to come home." And he's like, "Mom, we can't afford it. I was just there." And I said, "No, something's not right. Like, I just got this feeling. I'm sorry." And y'all who are listening to me, I'm just telling you the truth. I knew. I got the feeling, and I knew that my child was not going to live, not because of deployment, but I could not figure it out. I was like, what the heck is happening right now? And that's what guided me through life as a child.
It's called mother instinct.
It's dad, and I'd say God. That's what it was. I followed my instinct of that. I heard you there, Phil. But my whole point is to lead it back to you, Twyla, to say that was beautiful that, you came up, you're talking about that, and you asked me a question that we all love it, if someone will say it, what had happened that day and that experience. And that is why I choose to get out there and start something. But you could probably tell me better as far as that day, like you were there. I don't know what was happening. I don't know what it was called. I don't know. I really don't. I just knew that it had happened because it wasn't the first time I was told. And so I wasn't surprised, but I was definitely motivated to say, you know what, when I get home, I am really going to kick it into high gear. So you made a situation become real, like where I was like, y'all, we're kicking this into high gear. We are going to do more. We are going to do better. We are going to be there. And to be honest, it's community, but I think that you could speak better. You've had a lot of experience in the military, and you were around something that when you spoke it to me, you spoke the truth. And to me, when I hear the truth in a situation, it helps explain why I'm not a part of anything backed by what might come out of the DOD or something like that. I mean, it's just, that's me. And I won't say why.
Sometimes I think, just like when you were sharing, and thank you for sharing, Tracy, because what I know, like this is National PTSD Month, and the 27th is National PTSD Day. But in my mind, PTSD is 365, and it manifests itself in so many different ways. It manifests itself in survivors. It manifests itself in that doctor that's trying to help you that just had a child. Maybe she was processing herself, projecting her child in your child's position, and she couldn't give you what she needed to give you because she couldn't feel it in that way, so because she was grieving in a way, pre-grieving and presupposing at the same time. Sometimes people think that you have to have that served in in a combat arena to have PTSD or suffer trauma. Now I know about that, and I don't, there's nothing for me to talk about except for the fact that it stays with you. You learn how to manage, but sometimes some of your comrades can't manage. Sometimes the trauma occurs on American soil. It's after the fact or just in everyday life. I taught school before. When I got out of the Marine Corps, I was a first responder. I worked undercover first. I worked in plain clothes. I went to a cruiser afterwards. The things I saw made me feel that I needed to try to help be a solution solver on opposite end by going into the classroom, because the majority of the people that I engaged with, and this was during the height of the crack epidemic in Ohio, the majority
Yes.
of people that I engaged in, they were marginal students or they had dropped out of school. They had problems that were identified long before their drug addiction or things that caused them to get into a criminal element, period. From that, I went into the classroom, but then I saw traumatized children in classrooms without having support to help them. They were marginal students, and many of them became criminals as adults, but you could see it long before. And it's just kind of like, what do you do? What can you do? It's just when we look at pieces of legislation, sometimes it takes so long for something to manifest. And sometimes it's like the people that we vote for, I mean, this is Twyla speaking now, the people that we vote for sometimes don't represent our interests once they get in those seats. And
Absolutely.
it makes it hard for us to continue to support that machine when we don't see the results of what you promised when you were on the campaign trail. Now, that's whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, I don't care what alphabet is in front of your party or if there's the alphabet period. It's just that we 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 have a hard time with that in this country. And then we see certain policies being established and we figure, well, how did that get by when we weren't consulted, but it's affecting us? We weren't told, but this is what's going down. I think that we are a nation of traumatized people. We're a nation of traumatized people. And the question is, how do we deal with that trauma in a safe, healthy way where we can try to help others and each other become whole? Now, we know that the way things were, are never going to be again. They never are. The way that we want it to be, we know it's going to take certain things to be in place. But then this space that we're in right now, so what do we do in the meantime, in between time, and hang time? This is why it's so important to let people know. Like I see someone says, I got your six. We got to let people know, hey, I'm here for you. Even if I can't do anything physically. There are people sometimes I tell people, because I'm a chaplain in several organizations, and I'll give all the organizations that I'm involved in on the back end because I see someone asking what, a little more about what I do. I tell people, just call me if you just need to breathe. We don't have to talk. Call the phone, pick up the phone. I'm not even going to look at the book or be distracted. I'm going to sit there for however many hours it takes just to listen to you breathe. And then finally, there's a breakthrough where that person might break down and cry and they might start sharing something. I'm waiting for that. And sometimes what I do is I pray for that person, I pray with that person, or I tell them, I'm crying here with you. I don't have the answer, but I'm here just to support you. I don't have all the answers. I lament at the fact that we don't have the answers we need sometimes, but sometimes that person calling me, sometimes it's for me. They don't even realize it.
That's true.
Sometimes I'm so busy doing so many things. Sometimes I really need that moment just to hear them breathe, to hear myself breathe too,
Yeah.
and just cogitate and marinate on all the things that I need to hold this space for right now. So sometimes it's when you think you're helping someone else in their trauma, it's you're helping yourself too. I'm going to answer that question. I saw that question. I'm going to answer it right
Which
now.
one? There's a few here. I'm looking.
I am the immediate past department commander for the American Legion Department of the District of Columbia. I am currently the first vice commander in George Washington Post 1. I am a member of the American Legion Auxiliary in DC. I'm the Girl State Director. I'm also the Charter Secretary for the USS Jacob Jones Unit 2. I am a member of the National American Legion College Alumni Association. I'm the board member there. I am the National Sky Pilot, which is a chaplain for the Women Honorary Society for the American Legion, the 20 and 4. I belong to Echelon 35, which is out of Arizona. I am a member of the National Association of Black Military Women. I'm the chaplain for the Brooklyn chapter. I'm a member of the Veterans United for DC Statehood. I'm on the executive board for that. I'm a lifetime member of DAB Chapter 1, Dory Miller in DC. I'm a lifetime member of AMVETS Chapter 3 in DC. I am a member of the National Mounted Point Marine Association in Philadelphia. I am a lifetime member of the VFW Post 3629 Golden Heart in Fairbanks, Alaska. I am the charter chaplain of the International Association of Military Women of Color. I am a life member of Women Veterans Alliance. I am a platoon member of the Mission Continues, a graduate of their Women Veteran Leadership Program, Cohort 4. I'm a lifetime member of NAVVETS. I'm a member of the Marine Corps East Coast Drill Instructors Association. I'm a member of the FOE, Fraternal Order of Eagles of Aries, here in Hanover, Pennsylvania. I deal with Military Veterans Resource Organization and Infinity Speaks. I am an associate member of Buffalo Soldiers. I'm a member of the National Non-Commissioned Officers Association. I'm a life member of the Fleet Reserve Association. I am a charter member of the Women's Military Service Memorial in DC, a charter member of Military Veterans Community Toastmasters, a member of MAC Toastmasters out of Atlanta, a member of Delta Beta Psi Sorority, a life member of Pi Sigma Epsilon Marketing Fraternity. I am associate of the Sugar Foundation, which deals with diabetes. I am an advisor in Help with Horizon Youth. I work with Life Giving Word Ministries. Shout out to Glen Burnie, Maryland. I deal with Francis Adams Productions out of Accra, Ghana. I deal with Imagination Press Publishers in Glen Burnie. Firstly Rooted Salon in Norman, Oklahoma. I am a member of the Armed Services Arts Performance Program, which we sing at ASAP. I am a tribe member of Soldiers to Sidelines. We are coaches. We are veterans who coach sports in the community.
Nice.
And we think, and Veterans and Athletes United. I think that's everything that I'm actively involved in. And if there's anything
Now.
else, so that's
And
who
now,
I am. I'm a Marine Corps drill instructor, former police officer, used to belong to FOP number 7. I am a retired educator from Ohio. I taught anything from second grade, the first grade through 12th grade, specializing more 9 through 12. I did special ed, general education, and alternative education, and we mostly did behavioral related to handicapped. That's who I am. I hope that answers the question.
It does. There's a reverb, so I'm turning on the mute thing real quick, Phil. Now, okay, so see, this is why I did not do it. So when someone's asking me, I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna refer to Twyla and let her tell you, like, extensively. Is she involved? Oh yes, she is. We have several things in common. I mean, as far as music goes, that is therapy to me. Like, music is very medicinal. You did bring up something that I usually wouldn't go there on this show, and I'm going to, only because you said it. Going back to kids and the crack epidemic. Now, I would have never had anyone else on the show, so you're going to have to come back, because there is something that we need to do. And that will be a discussion in regards to not just our military lives, but our world and what has occurred. So when I said, when I was born, that's what I was born into, was a world where our drugs, and the streets were filled with that, and the crack, and heroin. I don't want to get too deep right now, but when you've got parents who were kids themselves and they're running the streets, and then next thing you know, you find yourself, the kid, going, where are we gonna, at a young age, like you don't have functioning individuals. It's a situation that I have always wanted to bring up, but I don't run into too many people who would really understand that whole area. So I have always wanted to say, number one, I want to do a book, Twyla. Number two, I want a documentary. I love documentaries. So you got some hookups in there. I was listening. I got some stories. I got some really true stories that I really would love to get out there. And they do need to get out. And I am one of those people that I'm okay. Like, I may not be okay sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I am the one. Ask me, like, I will tell you, like, let me tell you so that it doesn't happen. Or, we have a lot of different programs now than we did then. I am not that old though. Do not go there. Listen, it's not that long ago that I was even in school. And I'm telling you, I would go and I would tell. I'd be like, this is happening and this is next thing I knew, they'd be calling someone that would come get me that would just beat the crap out of me. Like, and nobody would believe my story because it was so crazy. And I'm like, all right, this is not working for me. So at a very, very young age, I've always taken care of myself, but at a very young age, taking care of siblings, you name it. And then deciding at a very young age after, we have a lot going on in our world right now, y'all. You got to understand there's going to be trafficking that I will talk about. There is going to be drugs. There is a lot. Now, listen, when you talk about grooming, that's another situation. Remember, I was out there very young. There are people that will try to groom you. So there's a lot of areas I can speak about. And so people say to me, they say, now don't let your head go there. Number one, I'm not that old, because they're all like, wait, she had a child in the military. And I can see them in their head trying to like add that all up. I'm like, boy, they don't want to know this backstory right now. They don't want to know it. But I can tell you this. I've always told everyone, my son, it was named Adam for a reason. Number one, not only was that a famous bull rider who could beat the crap out of anybody, but it's in the Bible. Number one. From there, I always say, my son made me. Like, having him made me the person that I am. So I got it together and said, you know what? We're doing this, we're doing that. I just have always done that since there just wasn't a choice. Like, some people are given a choice and some people are not. So where I found myself with is in a community that took me in, accepted. Now, we all didn't have much. We literally didn't. There's a lot of things you got to do to survive and get through that type of a situation where there isn't food. And, we got a lot going on in our country. So I always say, be careful. Like, you don't want to judge, because I guarantee you might look at me and think, right now you're probably thinking, oh, she probably has it great. And oh my goodness, she probably had like, da, 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 da. And I need one of those buttons they have at the office store. Like, no, no, guess again. No, you're wrong. But sometimes you run into people in life. And when you do, those people leave a footprint in your life. Because what they did is they stood up and they said, without even having to ask you much, they said, something just isn't right here. But I don't even need to ask. Let me offer, like, do you need somewhere to stay for a couple of days? Or do you need food? Do you like trying not to dig into my situation? Like, there were some people that, without even knowing it, because I would literally try to sneak into kids, I'm talking kids, that had normal environments, their house. And by the time I was there a few days, the parents would be like, she needs to go to her house. Like, why is she still here? And so then I'd leave, and sometimes we would sneak me back in. But even there where I was, I mean, my friends and where I was not a safe area. So when I go back to Nashville, where I'm from, and I know where the Grand Ole Opry is and where everything is, because I was going to school downtown in an area where what you talked about was on those streets, you did not see bridal parties and bachelorette parties and all the stuff that's going on now. Now, you did have your famous singers and things, and I did get to be a part of that, and I am grateful for that part. I had some people step in, and they did. It's just that long term, there was never a long term plan, because there are some people that can disguise who they are. And so having someone that is related to you that could be very good at hiding something that may be going on made it very difficult. So, you know, when I talk about grooming, I talk about trafficking. You want to talk about drugs, you want to talk about military, you want to talk about my child, Gold Star family. There's a whole lot of other topics. But Twyla, you came up to me and, you know, you brought up the Marines. So Pierce was a Marine before, and then he went in the Army. He did both. So I respect all. But I just remember you coming to me because there's some similarities I'm not going to mention about my own son. Idolizing like the motorcycle riders that are out there, you know, look twice, save a life, by the way, everybody. You better share that road. I'll go down an alley and I say this and people laugh at me, okay? So brace yourselves, everybody. I'll be going down an alley. If I see a big burly biker dude and then I see a dude in some chinos, which one am I running to? If I gotta run, first, you know, I'm gonna try to do it myself. But if I gotta go somewhere, I'm gonna run to that big burly biker. Run to the dude in the chinos. And they looked at me and they said, "What in the world? And what are chinos?" And I said, "What do you mean, what are chinos?" Khaki pants. And loafers. And I said, "Look, it's called street life, common sense. I've got book sense, common sense, street sense. And now I've had to go through a period in my life that I don't know what that label is, except that everybody calls me, oh, you're a Gold Star mom now. And there's nothing gold about it. There's no star in there. It is the biggest and best thing that's ever happened to me, got taken from me and killed. And then I have to learn things that I did not even knew existed. Like him coming home when y'all are all riding on an airplane, there could be someone that served our country under that plane. And let me tell you, over 75% of our service members serving active duty die on U.S. soil. Yes, right now. Right now, that happens. So you've got to be careful. I get so many calls where people will talk to me about, I'm not this and this and this, and nobody's including. And it's like I want to go like shake everybody and be like, are we in kindergarten or pre-K? Like, okay, you go sit in this circle. I'll go sit in this circle. And let's all just explain this. Did you lose a child? Yes. Then why do you even need to go there? What else do you need to know? Like, leave them alone. If your child is serving, number one, that's a big deal because it's less than 1% that are going to sign up. Put their name down there. That's called an ultimate sacrifice, a blank check. I don't want the damn money. So it had nothing to do with that with my case. Some people, sure, I don't know. Whatever they get, they get. But in my case, it's different for everybody, okay? So with me, you were talking about what is there? Well, that's a great question. I have carved my own path, and even just recently been up with SOS, which when you're in the Army, that's Survivor Outreach Services. Mm-hmm. They're on every base. I do recommend that. It doesn't matter if you're Marines. It doesn't matter what branch. And the reason I say it, because I already know I'm going to get a Marine or someone saying, yes, it does. And what I'm saying is for help. Listen, if you got a base near you and it's, or get a hold of me, I'll find out a name for you and the number. Not that I have all the answers, but I have figured out navigating. Do I still have anyone? What I would love, this is the program I want, Twyla, and Phil has heard this. I have found that when I connect a veteran to a Gold Star family, not only does it help that veteran, I see that Gold Star family have like that lane back. They have a soldier, they have a unit, they have it like they fit somewhere. Like, oh, wait, there is someone that's still in that world, or they're out and they're that world, because we don't. And so it's like, well, I mean, you lose your words. I'm stumbling here. It's like, do we go? Do we not? Like, we don't know. Like, everybody's thinking we're going to cry. I mean, I don't know. I still don't have all the answers. I just know we're going to build that community. I met you right smack in the middle of something that happened. And someone said to me they had just been to my house. They rode on a motorcycle a very long way. And they said to me, yeah, I happened to be somewhere one time. And the only experience that I have is that there is someone out there. Do you know that there's an organization? And I said, there's a lot of organizations, and a lot of great organizations. Not real sure what you're speaking of. And he said, well, don't you remember the Marine that stood out there? And I said, I do remember parts of that. Now, when that happened, something was happening in my life that was major. And he said, well, the only thing I'm going to tell you is that when I needed some water, just some water, I could not even get a glass of water. Why couldn't I said, I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask, because I've never been with that or any other organization that I did not go to Survivor Outreach Services and TAPS, or really, that's it, my own. And then Survivor Outreach Services or TAPS, they have some good programs. But there's a lot of rules and a lot of overhead and a lot of things. And I just needed people. And so, Twyla, if you want to tell them, like, I don't even know what it was called that day, that event, because even when he was at my house, he's trying to explain this to me. And I said, I remember that only because of the motorcycle part, because of my family, my son, and there's some areas there that I won't get into. We got into a lot about me instead of you, Twyla. So we need to flip the script here, and you can say what you told me. I mean, it's a free country. You can say it.
I've called organizations that I cannot now reveal.
Oh,
yeah, because that was me, and but when I'm representing Twyla in full, then we can. But I was sitting here thinking about. I remember back. See, I signed up in the Marine Corps 78/11/18, which was the 18th day in November 1978. But I had family members that served, and on the wall I have 16 members of my family that are on the wall in Vietnam, the memorial. Every year we have an event, and I read those names myself, because I have to process it. I remember as a child going to one funeral after the next. We would caravan. Relatives would come from down south, or maybe we would go south, or we would go to Detroit. We would go to places, and the family would caravan the cars, and then we as a family would pick up with other family members, and we would just drive this long string of vehicles, and we would go to funerals after funeral after funeral. And I remember as a teenager, extreme pacifist. I grew up in Catholic school, Catholic church, and we would, talk about the war at great length. But and I'm still not a person who, I'm not, let's go do, whatever's necessary to stay safe. What actually needs to be done to stay safe. But I used to wear this bracelet of a guy named Colonel William Knowles. I think it's N-O-L-D-E, Colonel William Knowles. He was the last service member that was killed in Vietnam. He was the United States Army service member, and he died just hours before leaving. And you know how they escape bracelets, and I happen to have his bracelet I have, you know, for years. And I used to just be so um, frustrated because wearing a bracelet, you just hear the name, you got to do your own research to find out whose name you're wearing and their story, and never ever hearing about how the family was cared for. Did he have a wife? Did he have children? You know, did he, you know, what about this guy was born 1929, 1930, something like that. He didn't even know to be my father at the time. But just those things. And I remember at a pretty young age being really cognizant of care. We call it bedside manner, bedside care, but care about the people. There's always some parts of some of us are more concerned of the things external to ourselves. I think that's what I can say about most service members, most people that serve, and families of service members, because families serve when their loved one serves in the military. The family serves too. The wives, the children, the parents, everyone serves. Whether you wear the uniform physically or you wear it psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, you still
Right.
serve too. And I think that it for people who join the military, especially those who voluntarily join, and even those that were drafted to end up staying in once they, you know, understood the mission. I think that you could say, probably with the exception of a few people, because there's always that those people, that we cared external to ourselves. Our care was external to ourselves. We cared more about our bunkie, our battle buddy, the troops that we lead, or the officers we were under. We wanted to have the same success. It was better company, accomplish the mission, personality to the side. I'll tell you a quick story. I was in North Carolina. I got stationed at Camp June in February 1980. I'm from Ohio. Now, I grew up hearing about the Klan and all these different things. I never knew, I never saw, you know. But they used to have these drills. They had a hall off of Marine Boulevard somewhere. I never even went to go see it, but we were all out in town. And then I was new there in the base, and I didn't know I'm out there. And all the Marines were rounding up, and everyone's hopping on this bus called the Continental Trailways. And then I'm looking, and then everybody's yelling, "Get on the bus, get on the bus!" But the bus driver started pulling off. There was a guy who went to the front. You know that little thing that opens the door to the bus? He opened it up. He reached out. He grabbed my hand. The bus driver was fussing and cussing, and this dude grabbed me. Now, he lived in my barracks about 2 rooms to the left of my front hatch, 1 floor up. And he got me inside, and I sat down, and he said, "Don't you know they're getting ready to march down here?" Who? The Klan. I'm like, no, I don't, you know. A couple days later, people were coming to me saying, "You know, he's a member of the KKK. He's a member of the KKK." The guy who brought me into the bus. Now, I didn't have any better sense. I saw him over at the chow hall. I said, "Hey, thank you for helping me out the other day, but I heard that you're a card-carrying member of that same organization. I just got to know why you help me." You know what he said to me? He said, "Because I didn't look at you as being a black woman. I looked at you as being a Marine. I looked at you as being a part of me." And I didn't even know how to process that. Now, as time went on, he and I became really good friends. We would sit in the chow hall, we'd have these conversations. Sometimes he'd come in my room in the barracks. We were allowed to have, I was in a co-ed barracks. And I said, "Well, what got you in it from the start when I was able to know better?" He said, "Well, this is what I grew up in. I didn't know." He said, "But I never left home before. And this is what I grew up in. Since I've left home, I'm starting to see people and be around people I never have been around before. And I'm thankful that I'm in the Marine Corps at this space and time." Now, he only did one enlistment. I'm not going to say he only. I'm not going to use the word only. He did one enlistment. He did 4 years and he got out. But I promise you, the impression that he left upon me made me understand totally what it meant to be all in when you're talking about service members and how we treat each other. Now we rib Army, we rib Navy, we call them squids, all that stuff, but you know, but the bottom line is, don't you go checking them. Because now I got a problem with you. If you disrespect one of them, you're disrespecting me. You know, we, like I said, we do that kind of job among each other, but we
Yeah.
didn't do that, you know. And so I could say the thing about being in the military, the experience for a lot of people made them outside of their comfort zone. You got to come out of your comfort zone to get in the comfort space that you need to be, and you acquire lifetime friendships. We're friends to this day.
Wow. That is a story.
You know?
That is a story, Twyla. And you said footprint too. So I felt that way. It was, you know, boy, you and I should probably just have a dang show together. You know, I got two going. I got going Wednesdays, Thursdays. I might need to throw you in here and do a life show. I mean, I think you and I could touch on almost every single subject, ironically. When you mentioned that earlier, Twyla, it brought me to something that when I say people would look at me, and you know, they would tease me and call me death eating crackers because I was, you know, and I'm a foodie now, but you know, I couldn't gain weight, and I was like, plus you didn't have food. Now people remember this. But yeah, I still don't get that one actually, y'all. Like, and I'm pretty smart, but I still don't get the death eating crackers joke. But whatever that means, I don't know. I just know that I would look like a skeleton, stick skin. But so, Twyla, another thing to tell you is that people would probably be surprised because not only did I just bring up the biker story to tell, you know, I have real stories and situations that have happened. Those aren't just things I'm making up. And I just don't mean the chinos guy. What I'm also going to tell you is that in my life, I was the minority of where I was. So I didn't have anywhere to go. It was like, you're left because the people that are supposed to be taking care of you, you don't know where they're at. Like they're still wherever that was at that place, whatever they were doing, out of it. I mean, out of it. Is you were on a sidewalk, and my best of friends were in the projects in Nashville, in downtown. And so here I am telling the world, like, I don't care, like, judge me or not. I don't care. But like, look, I am me, and I always had him. And so for me, that's what worked. So, I mean, going to school, anybody say, who's your dad? And I'd say God. And I have people tease me. I mean, I'm talking little kid. And I am grateful that somehow I did come into this world where I felt like, man, I guess this is what I'm supposed to do. Like, this is how it's supposed to work. But what happened is there are people who stepped up, and like, they didn't bother like with the whole, you know, it's a little uncomfortable, like trying to figure out like, how are you gonna, like, who do you trust? Where do you go? Because a lot of things happen on the streets. Okay, people? To a lot of people. A lot of people have to go through things that are not good, and it should not happen. And it's still happening to this day. So a person is a person to me. I have always seen,
Amen.
Oh, is that a good person or is that a bad person? Meaning what they're doing, the things they're doing in life. And that's what I mean. Now, when I see the other, it's, oh man, they gave me food. Oh, you know what? They're going to let me like come lay down for the night, or, you know, and they're not going to go tell, you know, so I get put out into a foster situation again. It's the people that just did it. And, you know, they just knew, you know, and you get older, it's harder because as people get older, there's too many questions, and it's always like heavy, and you're not supposed to go there. So me, listen, I'm going to admit this. I am naive, but I'm okay with that. You know why I'm naive? Because I didn't grow up with that whole other side. I did not get things. I didn't get like life the way that others may have had it. So to me, I was around situations where people were pretty much saving each other. We were literally
Mm.
feeding and
Wow.
saving and each other, because most during that time that we're talking about right now, when you brought that up, I haven't brought this up yet, y'all. The drugs, the epidemic of crack. I mean, I had been wanting to go there, but I thought, man, this is going to be hard. So we'll have to do another episode, because it is something I want to do. I do want people to know what it is, what's true, what really does happen out there. And they can hear my stories of, you're going to be really shocked to understand who would say no to me and who would have said yes. Who
Mm.
gave me food, who gave me a bed, and who did not. Who turned their noses up and who did not. Now, I'm going to tell you, be careful judging. Be careful with letting your mind go somewhere, because you just won't get it right. As a child and growing up in that environment, I never thought twice. It was just like, it's second nature. Like, get out of the harm's way. Did I have to do things that, I think back and I'm like, okay, God, you do know that that was because I needed to eat, right? And what I mean is, have I gone in this store before and had to take food? Yes, I did. And and I look back and I'm like, man, I sold food out of store, and I still feel guilty, which is weird, but I do. There's just some things, yeah, that you do because you're trying to live. You're trying to figure it out, and there's still a lot we need to get right in this world. Number one, but I want to say to anyone out there, listen, I know it's not just me. I mean, I know that there is a whole generation, a couple actually, of generations from that whole environment of the drugs coming in heavy, the crack we were talking about, the displaced homes, the parents that just weren't parents because they were choosing those drugs instead of the kids. So I know there's a whole bunch of us out there. I just know that I don't really have a filter, I guess. I don't know the word no. I just know yes, true, and I understand no, but what I mean is, I feel bad telling a lie. Like, I have a real issue with, and I mean it, like inside me deep since I was a kid. For the life of me, just even a little one, like it just like I struggle with it. It's like something bad. I can't, like, it's like, dang, Tracy, like, not that I want to lie, y'all, but sometimes you don't need to tell everything. And then sometimes you may need to just make a cover, right? Not that I couldn't do that, but it's just not in my heart. It was always, am I ashamed of me? Am I, what is it? Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that. And was there a little bit of trying to hide, situations? Some, but I'll tell you, I was a pretty open, loud person that would have gone to anybody. I didn't look at anything in front of me except there's a human right there. And I need to run because this person at me is trying to do something and I need to run. And if I got to jump in their car, I'm going to jump in their car. If I got to run and jump and say, help me, I'm going to do it. So the good thing is that a good amount of the time, I'd find good people, but sometimes you might run and it's like, oh, this isn't, I guess I'm going to go back that way or this way. So good news is, y'all, is then, like, I didn't need to work out. I got good at running. Like, I was really fast. So track, that sort of thing, man, it was just a lifestyle is what it was. We've gotten into a lot of subjects here tonight, Twilight. It's very, very interesting. When I met you, I don't know, I said there is something about like a magnet that pulls me to certain people as I've gotten older. And I had it as a kid, but y'all can all look, whoever it is, I'm going to tell you, you can have what you have and I can have what I can have because people serve, right? We have our rights. We have our freedom. I got my freedom of speech. Why do I have that? Because we have people that have served this country for me to be able to have that. And that means if I want to say, I believe in God, I believe in God. If that means I'm going to say my son is watching over me right now, my son is watching over me. So what works for me may not work for you, but that doesn't mean we don't need to be nice. And that doesn't mean that I don't need to be your friend. It just means, look, respect is respect. And sometimes we leave a footprint on people. And so when you're next to someone and that footprint gets left, and it doesn't always happen, it's just, I don't know how to explain it, just to say that sometimes people leave a footprint and you may not even know why at the moment. But you, Twyla, you did say something though. You brought me to an area that was about the whole gold star thing. And I was like, man, I think I'd been asked, because I went to the pre-reception. Remember, we're all talking about, DC, and you've got business people everywhere in suits and you name it. So you find two people in a room, and by the time you'd approached me, I think I'd been asked, I don't know, I'm talking hundreds, what's the Gold Star family? And I'm like, and
the crazy thing, Tracy, is that I was in DC when the proclamation was signed in 2016, September 2016. I remember under that particular administration, but it was, this is what's signed, but it didn't follow with anything else. It was a lot of pictures, and then that was, I was there, but
wow.
I still didn't even understand the totality of it, and I didn't hear anything else. It was, this is Gold Star moms and Gold Star families, and we're signing the proclamation. This is their day of somewhere toward the end of September.
Yeah, the last Sunday in September is Gold Star Mother's Day, and that Saturday is now Gold Star Families Day. But a lot of people still don't know that.
See, and that's the thing. If I hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't have known that. But even knowing that for that day, it didn't translate into anything else beyond that day, because I never heard anything else. I never saw anything following up to make me be concerned or know, or that this is something that we need to really acknowledge. And we, it was just kind of, this is a beautiful thing, and let's get back to life as usual, and that's it. And that's what I like about working with veterans and Athletes United. Last month, let's see, this was last month, they had a traveling wall with global war on terrorism, and it's the wall of all of the service members that transitioned during this time, and it's an American flag made of dog tags, and it has the name of the person, their date of transition, and their branch of service. And then they have these stars, the 50 stars, the stars for the United States. Those stars are gold. I think for me, it was one of the most moving displays of anything tangible. And I saw this wall, and I was there to assist. We were down there at the monument, Lincoln Monuments here. We're right below the foot of it. It meant so much to me watching the different families that came up, the children, seeing their dad's names and listening to them talking, and me trying to maintain bearing, and afterwards reflecting on it. And I couldn't even drive home immediately. I had to sit there and just look at the water and just think. There were children who were at their prom, and they were out there, and they were saying, "What you doing? What is this?" And then you start explaining to them that this person, and then I said, "Hey, this person is," they said, "Wow, that guy was only a couple years older than me. Or that's the age I am right now." They start doing the math, and I said, "Yeah, we've lost a lot of people like yourself." And it was just, to me, in recent times, the one thing I can honestly say that I got to see something that really made sense, and it wasn't attached to the Gold Star family or Gold Star Wives, Gold Star Foundation, or any sort. It was Veterans and Athletes United, and it was a global war terrorism flag. And I tell you what, it does something when you listen to family members and you listen to your story. When I listen to me, when I hear your stories, and I hear, because when you talk, you bring back that person to me where I can visualize this person talking, breathing. Even if I've never seen a picture of the person, I can still see that person through the descriptors when you talk about this person so full of life. My son was this, my son's that, my daughter is this. And I think that for some it might be therapeutic, but it's kind of therapeutic for me just to be able to say, wow, that person shared a part of themselves with me. It makes me feel special, it makes me feel privileged and honored to be able to absorb that part of you inside of me. And it's not just something that just goes away once I don't see you anymore. No, I pray at night, I pray in the morning, and I have my whole petition of people that I pray for, a situation to pray for, and I pray always for the solitude and peace. And I ask the Lord, when people feel they're in a place of call and they get depressed, quickly quicken their spirit and hug them and envelop them, let them know that you still have them protected safely in your arms. And that's something that people, those of us that have gone through trauma and have lived through trauma and are still dealing with traumatic events, it's a daily, every day. Sometimes it's every hour, but some days it's just not that day. It's just way too funky. And so it's kind of like, oh, I got to get myself together. And I got to get myself together because I got to go. I got to get myself together, but I don't feel like it. I just don't feel like it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's that part. That's when that part of external to myself comes in. I need to be over here because I need to be there for that person. I still need to be of a benefit to that person because that person needs me outside of myself. We get calls sometime in the middle of the night of veterans that contemplate suicide, ideation. We get in the car and we go to them, talk to them, stay on the phone with them the whole time, convince them, let's go to the hospital, And then I have a couple I almost stayed in the hospital. Okay, you know what happens? Then I stay there with them. I stayed there overnight. And that whole night I'm thinking, wow, I hope that they understand how important they are and how their life has value, even if they don't see it, meaning, purpose.
Yeah.
Even if I don't even know the purpose, just the idea that they do have purpose. Like I told this one veteran not too long ago, I said, you don't understand how something happens to you will affect me. I said, I would really be very sorrowful if you couldn't find enough inside yourself because a part of you is inside of me.
That I'm putting a message here. I want to make sure if you or anyone else out there that is listening to us right now are in need of help, you can call 988. That is a number that's been put aside quickly to call. There are other numbers that are strictly for military. And Twilight, I'm going to let you give some information because going back towards National PTSD Awareness Day is coming up. It is the 27th of this month. But again, for me, it's not a month. It's a daily thing that happens. And sometimes, to be honest with you, I don't even know that it's going to, that day, that moment, like something has triggered me until it's done. And it's like, whoa. So what you also didn't know is, so Adam's birthday was just on Father's Day. So that rotates around. So it's like he was born on Father's Day. And so it was like really crazy for me this past Sunday. And I thought I held it together. And it took one thing to come in front of me. And I was fighting hard because, it was also Father's Day. So I was like, all right, I can do this. I should have stayed home in my bed and known better and listened to what I wanted and what I needed. And instead, I think of, well, I need to put it together because I got to do this, that for the kids. And I do. But then I got to realize I found myself in a public location. It was a movie theater. And it was Mad Max of all things. Like, it's nothing I would have picked. But, oh my goodness. I don't cry in public either. I really try to hide. Literally, I do. I got really good at that the way I grew up. You hide emotion. And boy, I was fighting it. I went out and I was like, I'm going to leave. I have to go to the restroom. And I got out in that lobby and just, I'm like, what is wrong with me? I would not stop crying. I was like, I couldn't make it stop. It was like, I was telling myself, I was like, Tracy, like, stop. Like, you got to get it together. I couldn't. I literally could not. It is the first time I was not able to hide it. I am very good. Now, did I cry other times through all the stuff with Adam and all that? Yes. Was I able to rein it in, is what I call it, or step myself out of a situation and hide? Yes. I couldn't do it then. And this was just the other day. I couldn't do it. It's the very first time that my youngest, he looked at me and he said, Mom. And he grabbed me and I was turning because and I love you. Let me take you and let's walk. Let's just walk out to the car. Let's go. Let's just go. And so him doing that, I was like thinking of myself as a mom, you're thinking, oh man, you don't want to, you don't want to be like that around your child. It's the only time though, like I broke. I don't know how else to explain it, but he could tell because I was like, I apologize. I'll pull it together here in a minute. I just got to get out of here. And he's like, no. I mean, he's 50, he just turned 15, but he's 6'3", 240. So you would think he's like 18, 19, 20. He's not. He's not even in high school yet. But he's an old soul. So I always say God knew what he was doing when he gave me this child, because I do believe that all these levels of things that have happened in my life, that there was a reason and a knowledge that it was already existed that this child, this woman is going to need this baby. And
Tracy, let me interrupt you for a minute. You said something about you couldn't keep it together, they couldn't hold it together. And I often hear people say this often, and I've said this to myself. I used to say this to myself. I couldn't keep it together. I couldn't. I have to hold my face. I have to hold a particular position because I don't want to let people see this part of me, that part of breathing. But then what that does is our bodies are only so big and so large, and our hearts are only such a size too, that we actually cause more stress on our own body, and I'm talking in a physiological sense.
That's true.
When we try to contain an emotion that probably needs to be purged out and go. And I think because a lot of times our society makes it feel like if we show these emotions external of ourselves in public places, that we're weak or we're this and we're that. I know that I'm not a person that generally shares a lot of sorrowful emotions. But what I have learned over the years, and this is my submission to God, is what I had, and I had to submit in this way and say, you know what? Jesus wept in several places in public. He was sorrowful, and he didn't hide that emotion. Even when we think about in the garden, the anguish, the agony. Now, he was in a private place that ended up being a public setting because the crowd that came afterwards to arrest him and stuff. But I find that sometimes, and as I've gotten older, sometimes I cry because I'm angry. I mean, I'm so angry that there's nothing else I can do but just let the anger ooze out through those tears so I can just get it out in a way that is not destructive, it's constructive, because my mind is thinking on how to process to bring myself
Right.
not angry about a certain situation or an individual, something I can't control. Or if I take control, it's not really taking control. It's going to be in control, but it's going to be my control. But sometimes, some days, even if we're in that place, we have to see. I understand about the Father's Day thing because my dad died on my birthday, and Father's Day was right after the following week was Father's Day. And that first year I was numb, couldn't You know, everyone's looking at you in church, watching, waiting for to see if you're gonna how you're gonna do this, you know, how you're gonna respond. And I sat there. I was in the choir loft. I just went on and did everything I was normally do. Then I'm driving halfway down the street home, and I almost passed out behind the wheel because everything just kind of whooshed. Now, if I would have just purged myself there, I wouldn't have nearly killed myself in that car. Thankfully, I didn't die in that car. But I have found as I've gotten older that sometimes when we call ourselves holding it together, it's not really holding it together because we're thinking about these things and these people around us. And sometimes we just have to separate ourselves from everything around us. I think it's kind of like isolate you, like freeze frame. This is about me right now. This is for me. Your opinion is your opinion. You're going to have it, and that's fine. I don't even need to talk to you after I finish getting this out. You know, I find that it does well for my body. I
Right.
don't deal with high blood pressure. I don't deal with diabetes. I don't deal with any heart issues, but I'm a person who does a frequent purge of myself. Um, and as I've gotten older, I remember time I wouldn't even shed a tear in church. I'd sit there and just and be ready just to go and wouldn't. But now I find myself that even in my own tears, I'm being soothed. It's like a medicine, like every teardrop is a balm, a medicine that drops down from my face down into my soul. That might
Yeah.
sound crazy. But
Yeah.
so when you feel that way, I think when you said that you trying to hold it, no, this is what it is. Some
Yeah.
days are going to be greater than other days, and some people always try to give expiration date how long a person's supposed to grieve and how a person's supposed to grieve. And I'm of the mindset that that's not true. That's the most unhealthiest thing that you could say to a person. Well, you know, it's been long enough now. You should get over it. Don't tell me this. That's this is my experience. This is my life. If this is the day that you have to grieve in this way, you purge yourself and you grieve and you move on, you go on. You know, that's how people continue to trap themselves in a state of mania when they think that something's wrong with them because they've shared, they've purged externally how they felt inside, or people are like, I'm just so tired of hearing this, I'm so tired of hearing this, and then you kind of bottle it back up again. No, that's your story. Share your story. That's medicine for you. People got to get with it or they get away, and that's, you know, let they go somewhere else. That's cool. But
Yeah.
no, I think that we have to really look at this, and people wouldn't be dealing with so many mental breakdowns if others in our circles and others in society would just let you be who you are
Mm-hmm.
as we let them be who they are too. So no, I mean, yeah. So this Father's Day was a tough. I stayed so busy. I was involved with doing something else. On my birthday, um, I was I made myself just constantly do something. And I finally ended up sitting down with my mom and just laid there on my mom's shoulder and watched some corn biscuit TV show or something on YouTube or something. I don't remember what it was. It was watching me. I wasn't asleep, but I wasn't engaged in it. I just had to take
Right.
my mind off of hearing my father's voice or noting that his presence is missed and I miss him every day. These things. But I didn't spend a moment thinking about it. But the next day, I felt guilty. I did. I'm being transparent. I felt guilty. I said, you know what? I should have taken the time to take a meditation. I should have taken it, you know, and I beat myself up that day. And then that night I realized I shouldn't beat myself up because that's just what it was for that day. So,
You know,
but the American Legion has a program called Be the One that helps with suicidation. And of course, yeah, that 988 number is the fantastic number to call. But we want to be the one to save people from suicide or harming themselves in any way. This is for veteran suicide. We talked about that, but it could be any family members, loved ones, people who are not even attached to the military. Suicide is a spirit. It's a spirit because we are creatures that were created for self-preservation. But when a person starts thinking about suicide, it's because the spirit is empty inside of them, making them feel hopeless and helpless and have gotten people psyched to believe that if I take myself out of here, I'm going to take myself out of all the pain and misery that I'm in. And I don't believe that's to be true because it's your soul that's in pain. So if you remove this physical housing, the soul is still anguish beyond the physical housing of itself. It's a very spiritual thing. I think that we just don't spend enough time grieving. We don't spend enough
Yeah.
time dealing with each other in that space. We don't have a society that is trying to address it. I think in some pockets of society we're doing better. We know more, we're doing better. But I still think there need to be trauma counselors at every school. Every school.
Yeah. Me
Workplaces
too.
need to have, if someone's at work, they need to have someone they can call. Right
Hmm.
then and there. Let them go in a safe space and get whatever they got to get off their chest without
I agree.
feeling like I'm gonna lose my job or they're gonna put me on some extended leave so that you know we need to have these spaces because there's so many events that the world is collapsing on us. We know more about everything that we never wanted to know about more than every day. So we internalize all these things. What's going on in Iraq? What's going on in Iran right now? What's going on in the Ukraine? What's going on in Israel? What's going on? We already are bombarded with all these different things, so we keep taking in more traumatic
More
things,
layers.
more things, and then we think about the things we can't control. So then you're frustrated about that, and then you're frustrated about the things that you can control, but you opt not to do it because you don't know what's behind that wall, or you just figure I can't do this by myself, and then trying to find allies that will help in a fight. Now the thing about it is that sometimes I think that we should help people in a battle, even if it's not my personal battle. It's this matter of community. There were people that fought battles that were for me and it didn't have anything to do with them, not personally, directly. And they didn't directly benefit except for the fact that they were of an assistance. But they benefit indirectly because a healthy me means I can be healthy for someone.
So many, yeah. I mean, my goodness, Twyla, when you list all of those things that you're involved in, and what's interesting here, let me say this real quick to everybody listening to us. We are on Patriots Inside the Wire right now, patriotsinsidethewire.com. You can go there to find our channels and find out more. Tomorrow, what happens is this live show will stay around, but then it does go on to podcasts. So whether you like Spotify or iHeart or whatever it is, you will be listening to us by audio. So I want to make sure that when you hear us, you know that you are hearing a Gold Star Mother. My name is, I go by Sergeant Two Steps Mother. I'll say Tracy. And then we have Twyla joining us tonight. And Twyla, it has such an extensive list. That's why I had her give it to you. So you're going to need to listen. You need to listen to, I believe, everything we're talking about, because I think that we have hit literally about every subject you can possibly hit, even subjects that people try to tell me, no, you don't want to, you probably don't want to go there. And I'm like, I don't think you understand who I am, but you're just going to make me do it now even more. So it's going to be worse. Don't tell me no. And that's a good thing, because what I feel is if you can talk or have somebody, and this is what I meant by footprint, you left a footprint on me. And then I did not know at that moment where I was going to turn or what I was going to do, but I knew that I had to make a change. Sometimes in your life, and it hasn't just been sometimes for me, it's been multiple times. There are times that I have to recognize that maybe where I'm at is not where I need to be. Maybe that is toxic for me. I have a problem saying no. I do try to overly help. I'm afraid if I don't, I am going to be that kid that I needed someone to say yes for. So it's like I have a really hard time until I say no, because so many said no to me. So many said no. So how am I supposed to do that? So I do my best to try to say, you know what, you got an issue, pick up a phone. you've got something going on, there is no need for grown adults to be speaking to each other in any other way other than with respect. Number 3, you need to get to know each other. And then look, if you can't, then I'm not going to tell you, agree to disagree, and please go about your life. Because the toxic buildup in me, I can't handle it. I literally have to recognize. Now, I'll take a lot. I always tell people, if you know me, you know that I'll take a lot. Like, you can keep pushing and pushing and pushing. I'll go in the corner. But this bad thing is I get in that corner and I have to look at you and say, please call for bail money. Because I got pushed into that corner to where it's out. And it's like, but if I do that, there's a good reason. So I will only, I've never been to jail. I've never needed bail money. But my whole point is I have to get pushed. I can take a lot, but you push me so far, I need to learn. And I do use my words and I do speak up, but there's just times you can't. Like, there are some people that just are not meant to be where you connect, where you have that footprint, where you are supposed to be with this person and talk to them, or even be friends or work together, wherever it may be. We just may not need to be people that are connected like that. You know what? You do you, I'll do me. And that's what has to work, because this is a true story. So broken heart syndrome is a very true story. My own heart, there are heartstrings that we all have connected as a muscle in our heart. And so broken heart syndrome, if you look this up, everyone that's listening to me, broken heart syndrome is very, very real. I went to the emergency room multiple times. At one point, it was like 280, my heart rate, and it just kept climbing. And that cardiologist runs in there and he's like, she's having a heart attack. We got to cut her open. This is unbelievable. And another doctor walks in and goes, no, wait a minute. This does not make sense. And she's trying to talk. So I also couldn't talk. It was just a whole mess. And one of the nurses was like, sometimes even at a hospital, like, sometimes they get it, maybe sometimes they don't. Like, even my cancer that went metastatic, do you know how many scans I had that they were like, oh no, that's nothing. Like, yeah, it was something. So everybody stay on your health, okay? I don't care if it's a doctor telling you. You know in your gut, you feel it in your body. Something's not right. You stay on it. Now, this part I didn't know. So they put me in a room which was for babies, when you have a baby, and it's got the baby scale and all this stuff. So my heart just kept going and going and going. And it was like, as it was exploding. I mean, it's the only way I can explain it. And it was awful. And it was like, I was dying. And I had people wanting to rush me in for like heart attack this. And I went through all these tests, you name it. This one doctor came in and said, wait. I want to wait. I'm not going to cut her open. I would like to see more tests. I would like to see more things done. Something doesn't add up here, because even though her heart's doing that, the rest of the stuff going on is not making sense. So one of them looked at me and said, they were trying to ask me questions, and all I could do was hand them that pamphlet that I'd had in my hand that we had just given out about my son. And I had to hand it to them. And that doctor looked at that and said, oh my God, she's not having a heart attack. She's actually having a problem with her heart. It's a real problem, but it's what we call broken heart syndrome. We need to get medicine in her quick, get her heart rate down, and like get everything calmed so she can speak. And so they had to open up my throat, all kinds of stuff. Like it was unbelievable. And I'll never forget it. And I just remember that doctor saying to me, he said, number one, y'all put her in a room with a baby scale and all that. Did you notice that her heart rate went crazy worse when you did this? And then did you also not notice that she was trying to hand you something because she couldn't talk? And not a single person was paying any attention. So it was like, somebody listen here. I have my vocal cords cut. So even with my singing and things I do, I'm still working on my voice. So I literally had no voice. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I couldn't. My voice came back because when Adam was killed, my son Ptsd, I was screaming so loud. It made my other vocal cord, the doctor said, it like blew up. It's like it made the other vocal cord blow up bigger to compensate for the other paralyzed area. So I got my voice back. And it was what made me able to speak during all this stuff of him being killed. But yeah, I mean, it was this doctor who said, there is a such thing called, he said, it's her son. She's having a problem with her heart because of her child. Like, don't open her up. Like, what we need to do is figure out the damage that can be done, because there's a lot of damage you can have done to your body, your heart. Like those strings, like, get worn. Like, I still feel it. Like, it's like a tear, literally a tear. These strings that hold your heart in place. So that broken heart syndrome is a very, very true medical situation. And usually people understand this when it comes to our elderly. So if you have someone pass and they're elderly and they're used to their spouse being around all the time, I know that we hear the stories about, wow, this individual passed and oh my goodness, not even a month later, their spouse is gone. And you know what that is? That is that broken heart. This is a true story. I have had more, and it's been a lot more mothers, because I like to say family. I don't like to focus on just the mom, because we got issues with the siblings that I believe we have got to fix. That's where we've got to get it right. We've got to get it right with these kids. And we have left out a whole lane of Gold Star families, literally. Like, you can parade the moms, do all you want to do, but you have got to take care of these families. And I don't see it happening like it needs to be done yet. And I'm hoping and praying that it does. But this broken heart syndrome, I want you all that are listening to us right now, and then you're looking at us, those are looking right now, but and you can go check it out. But we never take down our shows. We are with Heroes Media Group, but I want you to understand that's a serious situation right there. When you are going through something that stressful, boy, your body will break. It will literally break on you. And I was hoping and praying that somebody would pick up on the fact, like, here, I am literally trying to hand this. Please look at what I'm trying to hand you. I am trying to hand you something to tell you. I know what's wrong with me. I just can't get my body to listen to me. So I'm like, thank God that, and of course, for me, like you said, I'm doing it nonstop in my head. I'm talking to you right now, but guess what? I'm also talking to him. I can do both at once, y'all. I'm not a real blonde. How about that? I don't mean to make light of it, but look, I'm just telling the truth. I don't know any other way to put it, except to say that I am lucky to have faith. Does that always do it? No. I wish, but it does a lot for me. But then the footprints of people you might run into and the things that you do. Not only can you have great, wonderful things happen in life by meeting someone like you, Twyla, but think of the opposite. Think of what happens when you are already in your life and you have already been through so much, and you got that one more person, just takes one. Just one more person feels like they've got to say something. They got to do something. They got to be something. They got to something. And you know, it only takes one. And you could say something, just, you could be mean, and it doesn't have to be super mean. But I mean, you got to be careful. Be careful what you say, and when you say it, and who do you say it, because you might push someone over the edge. You might push someone into something that you didn't expect was going to happen. So a lot of what goes on in our world is, well, there's no communication. The other part is, and when I say communication, I don't mean hi, bye, whatever. I didn't know you at all. I stood there and I don't know, it just works. I mean, you know, I am glad. I am so glad that you were that 100th person that said, what? Okay, tell me a little more about Gold Star Family Foundation. Because I felt, wait a minute, she knows that this is something. And then again, we won't get into our whole conversation, but she also knew that I probably was struggling because there is not the kind of help that there should be. There really isn't. There really is not a thing that worked for me. That's how I'll put it. There just wasn't something that worked for me. And that I felt dealt with the counseling, the the help of a human, that kindness, that let me connect to you sort of thing. Like I didn't need programs. Like I didn't need to show up somewhere, dressed up somewhere, and like be included somewhere. I needed help. I needed love. I needed
The
care.
personal touch. That,
I
yeah.
still do. So I will take that any day over the other of a parade or a invitation to a whatever. I don't care. I mean, someone said this the other day. I forget what it was. There was some famous person that was like in an area, and I'm just ignoring it. And they're like, "Did you hear what I just said?" I said, "What?" And I said, "I'm like, and." I said, they put their pants on just like I did this morning. I mean, hello, bye. Nice to see you. What am I supposed to say? I don't know. Give me some of your money so I can give it back to people. That's what I might say. So you really, I don't know that you want to put me there. But then again, I am not afraid to go say, you know what? I don't know what you're doing with your money. I don't know what you're doing with your time. But I can tell you there is a lane, and it's called Gold Star families. And these are the families that are left when their children have signed up with the military for every right you have, every freedom that you have. And when I see we the people everywhere, and I see everything right now, everything is everywhere right now, like going on. You better remember why you got those rights and where they came from, number one. Because when you're a mom and a mama bear, and then you go take her cub that gave you that life that you're living, that's a dangerous situation right there. Like, do not mess with a mother and her children. And I don't mean this malicious, like I'm going to do something. What I mean is you have started something in a lane where I will make sure something's done. And if I can't figure it out, because I know I can't do it by myself, I know this is what I'm trying to build. I want it built. And this doesn't mean just Gold Star. So that's why I said, you know what? Fallen Heroes National Foundation, because, and when I say heroes too, that bothers people. But what I mean is, if you thought about serving and you haven't served out there and you're listening to this, try to put your kid in that situation now. And then, God, am I thankful, so thankful for all of our veterans that have served and do serve right now currently and have. It's been in every generation of mine. Am I thankful for our firefighters and those that I've met that stand up and do the right things? Yes. Am I grateful for law and order? Yes. Do I believe that there are issues that we need to face and fix and get together and figure out, because we're adults? We can do this. Like, literally, we can do this. I mean, we don't need, to me, it's like elementary. And I think that I grew up wrong. That's why I'm always joking and saying I quit adulting, because I'm trying to be a child now, but y'all won't let me quit adulting. I feel I've already done that. So I believe you hit on what I've been saying. I do believe we need qualified counseling individuals, not only in those schools, in the place of work. You need them when they come to your door and they're about to tell you your child is gone. How can you come to a door like that? And then you got a chaplain, and then they go, and it's like, are you seriously going to do this? This is not right. No, 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 no. So my part in this is, where is that? That's what's missing. Where is it? Like, because even now, like, I'd be like, okay, great. Let me talk to you, because I still got a lot I need to like figure out. But so I hope with Fallen Heroes National Foundation, Gold Star Family Foundation. Now look, it's all an umbrella under PatriotsInsideTheWire.com. And I'll say it again. Patriots Inside the Wire is the show, and PatriotsInsideTheWire.com is the website. So whether it's Gold Star, whether it's Fallen, whether it is you and you've heard a story, now I've talked about everything tonight, and if I didn't talk about it, Twyla did. So I think we hit every subject. Not only do we hit every subject, Twyla, we hit every subject. They say don't talk about it. They say do not go there. Do not bring up religion. Do not bring up politics. Do not bring up these other things. Now look, again, please don't come to me and tell me don't say something, because I just can't help it. It's one of those things that I've lived I feel like a lot of lives. And it's like, well,
Mm.
dang, if I can get through it. And there was my Nashville meets Texas just came out, and dang, y'all. Um, sorry. Um, I do know I made it. Look, I did make it out of a lot of things. Now, the very worst thing that's happened to me is my child has been killed. So that is the absolute worst. I've had a lot of bad things around me. I would do almost anything, and I have to put the almost in there because of my, you know, this is what's good for me. And I'm not pushing and saying to anyone else, oh, you gotta have God and Jesus. I don't push things on people. I just go in with an open heart, and I am just there. And I just remember standing there, and it was winding down that night, and everybody's probably tired, literally. I know me from now. Well, we already know now, if you've been listening this long, that of course she'd go up to someone like Mike Johnson and say, did I do it on purpose? No. But my goodness, I mean, you can't let someone who's 118, and I don't need to go through the ages again, but you cannot do this. I mean, these women and what they did, it was not right for me. I can't be the person that sees something and doesn't do anything. I can't. It's just something that I feel like God said, look, you're going to be okay. I'm going to get you here, get you there. It was always like this. Okay. All right. I got it. I got it. Look, I had nuns that took me in at one point. I did with nuns. They were wonderful. People will see me do this. They're like, are you Catholic? And I'll say no. And see, I don't even realize I do it. Like that one I did. And I'll be like, why? And they're like, because you just
First.
did that. And yeah. And as a kid, all I'm doing is watching. So I loved it when people would say, oh, I'm going to put you on a bus. You're going to go to this church. I experienced a whole lot of churches, but I got to live with nuns, and that's what you see. So that
I was studying to be a nun. I was.
Oh, were you?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
I
was
definitely
doing-
knew I wasn't doing that.
I was going to be a nun.
Wow.
I remember that I saw this nun named Sister Nora. I met her in 1969. She was the first black nun I'd ever seen in my life. And that's when I realized, oh, I can be a nun. Because I had never seen a black female being a nun, being in America and being in Ohio. I'd never seen one in the convents and in our diocese. I didn't. And that was my life path. Now, God intervened and shifted in a different way. But that was my life vocation. So I had never planned on having children or being married, or I just figured this is what I'm going to do. This is the path I'm going to take. It's going to be. But what He's allowed me to do, and I say God because that's my belief system, Jesus Christ, is that He's allowed me, by being a chaplain in different organizations and working in chaplaincy, period, I am able to deal with people of different faiths or people who don't have any faith at all. I deal just the same way with an atheist, as an agnostic, as a Mormon, as a Catholic, as a Baptist, or someone who doesn't ascribe to any organized religion. Just the fact of being able to, I have people I deal with that are Buddhist and Hindu, but the fact is that you find that one common thread, and the common thread is that we're all sharing the same space called planet Earth. That common thread is that we all are made of the soil, and the common thread is we're going to return to the soil. Your son's name was Adamach in Hebrew, which means man from the red soil. So it's
Yeah.
Earth man, and so when we understand that about each other, then you're able to approach people regardless of their faith system if you're respectful, in that regard. So yes, I think people should never hide who they are, and whether they have a religious faith system, belief system or not. I think people should feel unencumbered, and they should feel like, regardless of space they're in, I can share this part of me and not have you looking down on me. A person who's an atheist, I'm not looking down on them. We're talking about something, you're going through something, and I can have that conversation with you without even trying to introduce you to something that doesn't match your faith system. I find you where you are. In the Bible, Paul said, I am all things to all people. And what he was meant was that not because he's fake or phony, and he wasn't talking about he's a chameleon. What he's saying is that I approach you where you are, and that's the thing. I think that it's something that it's an everyday work, because if you approach a person where they are, then you're less likely to be so critical of that person and their situation that they're going through. Really. So when you say, God or what you believe in, yes, you should be able to say that and not feel like someone, no, this is this is where you
I
are,
know.
and that's part of the healing process too, is being able to purge out and just say who I am. How do I get through this? Sometimes the things that we say don't fall on deaf ears. It might not be a person who's listening right now, but it could be someone who picks it up in their algorithm later on, and they might not even see the whole show. They just might hear a clip in this. That one thing that's said could be the difference between life and death for someone else. Someone you'll never know, someone will never meet, someone will never see
Right.
online. So it's important to unabashedly and unapologetically express how you cope with the things that you cope with, and the fact that I love that the transparency and sharing just the parts today that you shared about yourself, because sometimes people look at people and they think they know their whole story. Sometimes people look at them and say, well, they twist their face like, yeah. When people sit
Yeah.
and listen, I know when I was on the police department, the things I saw on the police department gave me a whole different perspective about people that are in marginalized communities and in marginalized situations. I got to see things that I didn't grow up seeing. I got the better understanding, because it wasn't like a statistic on a television screen or something written in a newspaper. People, real life, real flesh, people being people, understanding that, wow, this is what really happens to people, and this is the residue, and this is the aftermath. And these are people, not numbers. These are people like you and me, people, and not to look down upon people for wherever their station may be in life.
Right.
Because that could be me. I don't know what caused that person to be there. I don't know what instances or what circumstances happened, but not to look down at that person, that right. Generations later, it could be a relative of mine. It could be a great, I don't want to speak that atmosphere, but what I'm saying is that we never know how we end up in this thing called life, So no, I think that you should continue being outspoken about the things that you're going through and how you feel and how you cope, because people need to learn. That's the part of the PTSD that we experience. We don't share how we cope.
Right.
We don't share what's my coping skill, what's my coping mechanism, or how I cope for today might not work 2 years from now. And how I coped 3 years ago doesn't work now because I've learned something else, I've incorporated something else. People need to hear that part, because people are different pockets, are struggling through something. Everyone is going through something every day.
Yeah. That's true.
And just because they might not specifically have the tragic occurrence of losing a child, the idea is that they lost someone or something. Sometimes people lose themselves. But
right.
How you cope. Well, this is how Tracy copes. These are coping mechanisms that she's used. I might need to put some of that in my toolbox. So no, keep being open with that and keep healing.
Yes. Yes, and like you just said, and maybe it hasn't for them, but unfortunately in life we do know that two things happen. So eventually everyone will have something that comes across them in life, and I hate to say that, but it's just, again, me telling the truth. One of my biggest issues is I'm a foodie. So you won't find me like you now. I just told you how I grew up, so I'm big time like when it comes to the don't come near me. If you're about that, like, you're gonna find a whole different me that's like, whoa, like that there is no way to communicate with me on that one. Like I went through way too much because of what I was around. So I'm not gonna agree with someone on that subject. But if I see it, I will say, hey, or there's this way or that, but then sometimes you just got to walk away because it's just not going to work. Now, food, don't listen to me on that one because food is how I cope. So, and it was great when I was the one that couldn't gain the weight, but listen, do I really care? If I really cared so much just about looks, I would be that one that isn't eating. I'd be out there working out like crazy, and trust me, I'm not. So I am okay at being healthy. That's what I say. Like, look, I am healthy. Right? I don't need to be like I mean I look sick too when I'm too small. Like, I just got healthier not long ago. When I see those pictures, I'm like, dang, like I look like I'm gonna die. Like that just doesn't work for me. So I am fine with it. I don't need to have everybody else be fine with it. Now, I'm not saying I need to get to the point where it's not healthy, but yet do I push that boundary with it? Yes, I do. So that's one of the ways that I do cope. The other is I try to pick up a phone and I try to think, now who can I pick up that phone and call? And usually they think I'm calling because I'm going to talk about what we're doing with the organization, or we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Just like you said, like you never know. But unfortunately for me, like so many people have passed away. It's like unbelievable. I have one blood relative. She's in the Tennessee area, and I thank God for her. But I still didn't pick up the phone with some of the things that I needed to pick up the phone before my best friend passed, or my little brother that just passed. I could keep going. It's bad. But when you're talking like 9 to 12 people back to back to back during our freaking COVID things, and listen, only a couple were COVID, the rest were not. It was non-stop. So between friends, best friends, uncles, aunts, cousins, a little brother, siblings, mother, father, I mean, you name it. I mean, and because there were times that when whether it was my biological, I used to say donors, but my biological parents, and it's hard for me to say, there were certain times, that one of them, said sorry to me, and boy, did that mean a lot. And then when they were doing good, they came into my life and they were around, and I allowed that. So as long as you're doing well on that, okay. But as soon as you're not, all bets are off. I won't allow my own children to be exposed to that. I just won't do it. And so that means people in my life too. Like I cannot, there's just I cannot tolerate it. So I do have that in me now, that ability on that one subject. I can be, now I'm like, okay, you need to be like that in a few more. My biggest issue probably is, who do you call? Because, I'm telling everybody, call 988. And everybody's like, well, that's stranger too. And I'm like, I know. I'm still trying to figure all this out too. Like as we're building these different organizations, it's like, you have to come across people. This is volunteer. Yeah, I don't have a money tree. Am I trying to figure out how to pay a bill to do what I'm doing right here? I don't have sponsors. I'm still looking. Like we don't have anything. It's like Tracy's here and she's still going to do it. And I'm going to figure this out because I've been able to figure out other things. And eventually he provides in one way or another. I'm going to figure this out. We are going to have the correct sponsor. We are going to have the correct person that allows me to keep going and to keep doing this, to keep reaching people, and to throw that event once a year that will bring everybody together, which we call Patriot Fest. So I already envisioned it. I already have it. I already want to create it. It's a matter of how do I do this? I got to have somebody. Unfortunately, you got to have the green. If they call it green anymore or not, there's so many other ways they talk about money, but to me, money is green. But you gotta have it to pay bills, right? You gotta have it. So I gotta have it to pay for all the stuff for the studio. I gotta pay. This is my job now, and I left. Other more syndicated, other more areas that just, my life is I need to be around for a long time. And I do know me. I cannot be in a situation, and I've worked for a couple of companies, and that's why I've always had to start my own. It's like I can't be quiet. Something happens, And I'm telling you, I'm the girl that took everybody and said, get up in that office. And they're all standing up. They're like, what are you going to do? And I'm like, we're all doing it, number one. And like, we're all going to speak up. And so I have walked out a full office, and I'm taking them up to the headquarters. We all walk in at the table, and I've done this a few times. Big office table. Let's all sit down. Let's all tell the head honcho, stop playing tennis right now, exactly what's happening to us. And exactly why I want to hire this person and that person, this person. You're telling me I cannot hire them because they are either gay, overweight, their color. I'm not kidding you. Now, look at me right now. Do you know when they said that to me? Why did I get up and walk out that door? Because it makes me full of like, I don't even know how to put it. Like, because I'm not mean, but boy, it lights me like I can't stand it. I can't stand it. So I did what I thought I needed to do, which was get up, everybody. And I always think everybody thinks like me. So I'm like, come on. We're going to go let them know that this is wrong. And we're not doing this. And by the way, I did hire those people. And by the way, 2 of them are still in that industry for over 20 years now. One of the best sales individuals, one of the best management individuals that someone could have at their company. They're still going. They're still doing great, because I looked at them and said, screw you. I'm hiring them. Best people to have for the job. Not only that, but attitude, just the being. But as I get up there and I'm at these tables and I'm looking at everybody else is quiet. I'm like, wait, speak up. Come on, man. Like, tell them what just happened over there. They're all quiet. I'm like, wait a minute. What's happening here? And I just remember one of an individual looked over at me and said, Tracy, we can't risk losing our jobs. And I said, we won't lose our jobs if we all stand together. Both times it was like, I got slapped the first time. The second one, they were all, and it was bad. I should have stood up on this next one. I don't know how you can get worse, but it did. So when I went, they're like, no, we're gonna stand behind you, and we're gonna do this. I'm like, all right, we're doing it. And we get the head corporate down there, and they're in the office, and I'm explaining it, and I go to look. I'm like, well, where the heck they go? I'm like, oh my Lord. I said, look, I'll be right back. I went in my office, locked the door, wrote my letter of resignation, came back out, and I said, look, this is what's going on in your company. And you'll be hearing from me and an attorney, number one. But you got some crazy stuff going on that I already should have done something about. And I have tried and tried and tried. But people don't want to lose their jobs. I understand that. I'm not telling you that it is bad to not do that. I'm telling you, I get it. Because I've grown up without food. I've grown up without everything. I still am doing how am I going to get the money to pay for this and keep going with the show? I don't know. I'll figure it out. It's going to have to be a sponsor. I don't know. But my whole point is I have to be careful about who I pull in my circle and think that they are going to think like me to where it's okay to stand up. And I don't mean go protest and burn things and do something crazy. I meant just tell the truth. Like, just let them know. Just say, did this happen? I'll say it. Okay, now, did it happen? All you had to do is say, yes, it did. They don't want to do that. So I was like, oh. But I couldn't get mad at the people. Because, you know what? They were too afraid. It was like, you know what? I have to realize, wait a minute. These people didn't live like I did, where it was like always a situation. So you didn't care if you had to start over, because that meant, okay, good. This is another way. Let me try it this way. So for me, it is different. For other people, it is scary. It's like, you want us to do what? Well, shoot, you could have told me before I got everybody here.
But you stay in continual survivor mode.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I am always afraid to let that down. And And also because I can't work in environments that do not treat people who I see something, I just can't do it. I can't make myself be quiet. Like, not that I would, I would, no, I wouldn't. Let's not lie, because I don't lie. I can't do that. I would not. I just can't. I'm sorry, I can't. It's like I made deals with up there, him, the right person. I made good deals my whole life as a kid. And y'all are gonna be like, oh my Lord, that girl, what's that movie? Like, I see ghosts and she's talking to spirits. It's Bruce Willis. I don't remember the name of the movie, but whatever the name of that movie is, like, y'all don't start saying like Tracy's out there like talking to spirits and ghosts. Now I'm going to leave that one. I'm going to say no comment right now, but I am going to tell you that I do know, and I have had unbelievable things that have happened in my life that have been in front of my face, and I could prove to anyone that I knew it's in writing that my child was being killed. And when it's all in writing, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I knew about 2 other things that are in writing, and I said it, and I said here, and I said, and I won't get into too much about how, but it is a thing that comes to me, and it's like I just know. I don't know, and to me, it's my faith. So that's what it is. Like, I've always been in that mode, like you just said, survival mode. I never really thought of that, but I guess I have. And so, but there's someone that's always been watching. So he has always had someone near me as a child watching. So I have always had what I call a spiritual guidance with me, ongoing. So, gosh darn it, I'm going there. I'm just going to do it because I'll tell the truth. I'm not kidding. So a week and a half or so ago, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Her name is Courtney. Gosh, I love you, Courtney. She has came to my house every year since my son was killed. Like, she will show up with her kids, just had a baby, you name it. Like, she was deployed with my son, and so it was like the 3 of them, you know, Courtney, Pierce, and my son, 2-step. And so I've seen her almost every year. And I'm telling you right now what people don't realize. So me being sick, number 1, I was in the bed. Number 2, I also stayed in the bed because there were times I didn't want to do anything. So, but when you've got cancer and you've got things that are all this is at once, it's like you're broken. Your body is broken. So what did she do? She knew she wasn't going to come to town and go out somewhere and eat. You're going to climb in my bed and you're going to lay there with me and we're going to be okay. She did that. Nice. Now, about 2 weeks ago, I started saying it, maybe 3, and anybody can go back on here on live. I kept saying, man, there is a crash that is about to happen and it is bothering me. And so about 2-3 weeks ago, we had guests on. He was a firefighter, also in the service. And I said, I just keep having this same thing and I can't figure out the person. They are my family, but yet I don't have blood family left except for the aunt. But I knew it wasn't an older person. I could see it. I couldn't put it all together, but I was like, who am I missing? I have called and thought about, and I'm like, I don't have family. Who the heck is this? I can't get it out. And I was done doing that show, like with you. We will be here soon, y'all. We promise. But you're good. You got a good one, so you should hang in there and listen because you don't know what's going to happen next. Right, we may need to do this once a month or something. I do believe that people will gain quite a bit from us. You're pulling some things out here that they're going to want to know. What did she just say? And so we get done recording, and my it was like a whoosh. It's the only way I can explain it. It's like a bunch of wind just went whoosh, and it felt like it was my son, like smack. And I was like, whoa, like what just happened to me? Like, dang. And so I went to look at my phone, and the first thing I thought of was, you know what? I want to send Courtney a message. I went to send her a message, and I already had a message because I'd been online. And that message was, I'm alive. But there were 4 pictures. And I could show you right now. Actually, it's on my Facebook, by the way. Anybody that's not going to believe this. That car is in shambles. I don't know how she survived. Someone came across a truck, the highway. You know those big signs are on like an orange truck?
Mm-hmm.
Big,
Yeah.
heavy. That ran over her. Her car's hanging over a guardrail. Her daughter's in the front seat. It's her. I don't know how she's walking. I don't know how she's talking. Nothing. But it is exactly what I saw. And the one person I was like, why didn't she pop up? Because what happened is my son, when he was found, Courtney's kids' pictures were in his pocket. And now my son, knowing a lot, loved to help people that had their kids. And this is the part that everybody was like, what the heck? So there were these two little kids in a picture, and Courtney's beautiful, beautiful girl, her and her little kids. And they were like, these are not his kids. These do not look anything like him. These are kids of somebody else. I'm
Okay.
like, what are y'all talking about? And they're like, no, like, I was still present. Hey, Brent. They were like, Tracy, it's two little kids, but they aren't the same. This is how they said it. They aren't the same color as him. I said, what do you mean? And they said, literally, can we send this to you? And they're on the scene. I said, take a picture of it and send it, like, your phone. Take a snapshot, send that to me. I want to know whose picture he's carrying. And for a while, I didn't know. So that picture got sent to me in the mail, and I hung on to it for a while. When she came that first time, I don't even know where I'd put it. But we're laying there, we're watching some show and just talking, and she's telling me about things. And all of a sudden, she gets up to walk across my floor, and she went, what the heck? And I was like, what's wrong? And she's like, where did this come from? I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, this picture, where did you get this? And I said, what picture? And she showed it to me. I said, where'd you find that? She goes, it was on the floor. And I said, no, it wasn't on the floor. She said, yeah, it was. She said, wow. I just got up out of your bed and it was on the floor and I almost stepped on it. I said, who is it? And she said, that's my mom. She said, my grandmother had my children while we were deployed. And I said, really? And she said, yeah. And she said, so my grandma took care of my kids because, there are issues in the military. The husband, there were issues, was trying to take the kids. But so Adam used to like cook and he just loved to be around and help kids. And they were best friends. Literally, this is true. There was nothing else going on.
Okay.
And I'm like, how'd you get this picture? And she said, how'd you get it? And I said, well, I got it because it was in his pocket, like his jacket. And she goes, you gotta be kidding me. And I said, no, it was in there. And everybody was like, Tracy, do you know these kids? And I said, no, but I want it. Because if they were in his jacket, it means something. So I just held on to it. And she said, well, it's on your floor. And I said, I did not put that on my floor. I actually didn't know where I put it, to be honest with you. And that's the God's honest truth. I know where it's at now. But at that point, I had no clue. I need to be more organized, y'all. But if you over-organize me, I can't find anything. So I am that type. She sees it. She's like, Tracy, those are my two. She's got 4 now. Maybe 5, actually. She goes, those are the 2 oldest kids. Promise was in that car that almost got killed the other day.
Wow.
Yes. So everything that was happening to me that keeps building up, I'm like, see, I told y'all when I say it, like I'm even afraid sometimes, like, do I say this out loud? Because you did that earlier. It's like, I don't want to put something in this world and make it manifest itself. Like, so I'd be careful. Listen to me until I'm getting tired. I try to be careful about what I put out there because what you say can manifest, and you want to be kind of in that area where at least I do. No one else has to, but I don't need anything else bad to come my way. I need to find more of the good. And I think what we'll say, Twyla, is that, she is probably better than blood family because this girl I mean, multiple times came and only laid in my bed. And I would apologize. Even now, I'm like, I am so sorry. I'm sure I needed to take you here or take you there. And she's like, no, no, no. But, I was in touch with her recently and I said, you know what? We lost touch. Not a long time. Now, she was obviously here not long ago. But I said, usually at least twice a week, something. We've at least got a text. We've got something. We hadn't done it in a while. And I noticed like there wasn't a lot coming back, but I was like, I didn't dig in and like see what's up. When you don't hear back from someone, there's usually a reason. And I was like, dang, I just had to get reminded. So I still have to get reminded all the time. Like you may want to go check on somebody that you probably think is good. You probably think they're okay. But I'm here to tell you, be careful. Looks are deceiving.
True.
You do not know what someone is going through. I am
True.
scared that when someone says something to someone, you might have caught them at the wrong time, the wrong moment. You have Sergeant Two-Step for the two-step back. So, Brent, I'm going with the two-step back. You can put that in there. I see what you've got. That's tomorrow. Brent, by the way, is one of our loyal individuals who watches out of Canada, and we're grateful for that. So I wanted to do a shout out to him. He is constantly bringing up Sergeant Two-Step, two-step back, and what that's all about for a law for my son. That's the reason, y'all, that y'all find me around politics is because in order to do legislation, there's a whole process, and that would take me a 2-3 hour show. But I wish you all knew how that all really worked too. So there's a lot more than you think. And to be honest, it's the chief of staff that's really young in an office. It is not so much, well, it is who's in office, but my gosh, it is these kids that are young in this office for these politicians. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? In order to get through, nope, doesn't work for me. I'm gonna figure this out the other way, and I'm gonna find their number or something you watch. And I usually do. I do. Anybody on here, well, not on here, but it's been around me legislation. I'll find a way. I'm still gonna find a way to make sure that Gold Star Family Foundation becomes what it needs to be. I will find the way for Fallen Heroes National Foundation, which is obviously for all those. I've got our coin up there. The front of it is up there, recognizing every branch of the military, our fire, our officers, our Space Force is even on there. Now, yeah, you just did what I did. I got a little quiet, but I was told that I have to do this. I was like, I'm going to trust you right now on this one. But, okay. Yeah, maybe that's a topic for another day, but maybe I need to educate myself more too, right? Maybe I do. I'm sure I do, actually, because I still am going, I don't know if I agree with y'all, but okay. And I'm going by military. So I'm going by, I'm listening to people in the military, and they're like, yeah, you don't want to leave out that one. And I'm like,
well, we're in such a cyber world nowadays. And when it was introduced, the idea was so far-fetched. It was like George Jetson, this kind of construct, like, oh my gosh, we're going from the Flintstones to George Jetson. We just didn't even get a good stop in between.
yeah.
But as we see more things, our reliance more on electronics, it is a real source of terrorism and compromising of national security. And so the Space Force, where they call themselves guardians, like, we're Marines and we're jarheads, and Army are soldiers.
Yeah.
The Space Force are guardians, and it reminds me of like this Battlestar Galactica kind of thing, going on. Really, to me, it really is like, my gosh, because they came out of the Air Force. The Air Force came out of the Army Air Corps, which came out of the Army. So every need was preceded by something else, and as time went on, we've continued to add different things. So with the Space Force, yeah, they're kind of quiet right now, but trust me, They're
it's
doing
going
some
to be a
things.
need.
They're just not doing them where we can see them. They're not on any part of the atmosphere or the stratosphere that we can see. They're busy. They're busy. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are. They're pretty busy. And that, like I said, that was just when I first heard, oh, we're creating a Space Force. I too. I said, what you talking about, Willis?
Yeah.
Space
Exactly.
Force. Like, just like $100 million. Just all these things.
Yeah.
Because I didn't in my head. It just didn't make sense at first, but I didn't write it off. I just kept saying, "Dang, well," and then it was just knowing how much we depend on
That's true.
electronic media. Like, well, I guess that would be the solution to
That's
find out
the
what's on satellites and everything that's outside of beyond the we have the what do you got the atmosphere, we got the mesosphere, stratosphere, we got the ionosphere, which is outside of the planet itself. We still need these areas to be policed, so to speak, because we're in a global community, like we were saying earlier. The world is collapsing on us, where we know more about everything we didn't want to know about than ever before. So
yeah.
yeah, the Guardians are they're doing their thing. They're low key. They're kind of they are. I know a few. They're low key. Well, first the Air Force is a different branch of service altogether. I mean, they just have a whole different thing going on, a whole different vibe. So the members of the Space Force that I personally know, they're pretty low key people. And then heavy duty conversation. They're just low key. Like, oh, okay. I'm more kind of tactile. We got to do this. What's the next plan? They're kind of, well, yeah, I see that. And then you don't know what's going on here. Then you see it afterwards. Like, okay, I thought you just turned the lever off, quick. But they did was they have their system on how they're processing these things, and then they methodically lay it out, and it makes sense. So that's cool.
Well, that and the part that makes sense too is that what people don't realize is that we do have. I mean, I have someone that I know, and this is the God's honest truth that I can tell you here in Texas. There are a couple places that there are children trafficked into these locations. So we have a need for people like that to be connected on taking care of situations that are happening now in the world. Well, they've been happening, but now it's like, everybody's on the internet and you just get the information you want. And it's not all good, right? It's like,
No.
It's not good. It's too much. And it's funny because even though I'm doing a show like this, as I started to do it, after being in music or being in hosting different things or working in an actual station, they're all like, no, you got it all wrong. And then not long ago, I ended up somewhere at an awards thing, and I'm listening to some people doing business, and they're talking about how they're going to do this thing, and I'm just sitting there and listening to them and listening to their idea. And I heard that idea and I went, don't say it, Tracy. Don't do it. Leave it alone. I couldn't help it. I said, that ain't going to work. That will not work. There is no way I'm going to watch that. I would never, ever, 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 ever sit down and watch that. And even if I don't do the whole, it looks like I do, but I don't. So with social media, I have one thing. I push things out. I've got a studio. I do that. But as far as living on social media or, I've got my son's pictures that will pop back up. And that is like a prize for me. I've got pictures I take with my children because I have lived through things and I don't want to miss moments. So there's that. There are different components to me. And so I've even been told, like, are you a narcissist or something? Or you got too many pictures. So because I take a picture, and most of the time it's with my kids or somewhere I'm at, or the Rosie the Riveters. When do you think we're going to see pictures of all them and me, like, kissing? Like, Come on now.
That was priceless. And the thing
I
about it,
mean,
that's priceless. The fact that we even had the opportunity to be there with them, to be able to have conversations with them, real meaningful
right.
conversations, to
Mm-hmm.
actually break bread with them and listen to these women tell their stories in a very frank, truthful,
Very.
unfiltered manner. I mean, they really laid it on the line.
And
Some
it
of it,
worked for
like I
me.
said, I lied about my age. I told them I was older than what I really was. The things like that.
Yeah.
I, it's just, yes, you're supposed to. Now I'm guilty of not. I'm usually the person that like to be behind the camera because I see the picture and I see the moment. But people say, well, you didn't document this. You didn't document. I said, well, yeah, they said, well, you didn't take a picture. You were there.
Uh,
You didn't take a. Yeah, they're talking about me being in the picture. And I said, well, I'll get in a few here and there, but you're absolutely right. You're supposed to be chronicling these things because once you get all this data, then you're able to put narrative to it for the generations to come. They can hear and see the stories that you saw in real time and we saw in real time, the space that we saw in real time. They'll be able to hear your words as you detail in chronological order, however order that you decide
right.
necessary in order to explain what it is that they're viewing. And then that makes it come to life, and then that keeps these things from just disappearing out into into the atmosphere that we can't capture back. Thank you, Brent. I appreciate
You
that.
see that? That was sweet.
That was very, very considered. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. Yeah, so that's the
you're
thing. So
welcome, Brent.
I think that yeah, you got to just
Take a breath.
and then move forward.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and sometimes we're going to miss the mark because the mark is invisible. We saw it when we started out, and then it just went somewhere else, and we're still in the same trajectory. Yes, sometimes it's going to be a mission that just doesn't get accomplished in that way. That doesn't mean that the mission was not the right mission. Sometimes it's the method that we take in that mission.
That's true.
Sometimes it's the season. Sometimes it's not time for us to go do this. And we think it is. And so we start setting things in place, not realizing it's still not time. But it's hard to contain. I know for me, it's hard to contain when there's something I know I've got to get mentioned, but I have learned, and it's still a work. I'm still a work in progress. I'm going to be a work in progress until Jesus returns. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean I'm not gonna stop trying. Just I'm gonna work and continue progress. And I say progress
Same.
because I don't see myself going backwards in any form of fashion. I'm still progressing toward that mark. But yeah, sometimes it's not the right season. I reflect on the Ecclesiastes in the Bible. In fact, the group, I love music. You love music too. Back in the 60s, there was a group called the Birds, and they made the song Turn, Turn, Turn. That's actually out of the scripture, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, 1 through 12, or something like that. But there's a season for everything, and that's the thing, is the constant struggle that we have sometimes is recognizing the season. What season is it for me to embark on this endeavor? What season is it for me to embark on it? But sometimes we're out here on the boat. Hey, I got to get back to shore. I got one paddle. You start figuring these things out, or you stay taxiing in that area until maybe a lifeboat comes that way or something else. The organizations that you have are phenomenal organizations. I recommend, Jerry, we're going to work more with you because I really believe that, every good thing started from someone's mind,
Mm-hmm.
someone's heart, something. Everything that we have good results from, everything, it starts from there. And then even a person who might start an assignment or a task, they feel like, wow, this is never going to get up off the ground. This is never going to go. I'm still in the same spot. But I think that at times we connect with people that have the tool set that we don't have, or the gifting that I'm not a salesperson. I know it's not my strength. I'm a marketer, which is a different thing. But a salesperson, I couldn't even sell things in school. I used to bring stuff home. My father would just write a check, and I took the check back, and that was it. because I didn't know how to accept the no if someone told
Yeah.
I don't want to buy it. I don't, and I just, but I know that about me. I know that about me. So I really um, encourage people to work in a strong suit. And I mean, 40 going north. It might be over the top for some people sometimes. Okay. Sometimes, but is it over the top for you? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue striving because if it's just one, and I know they say the word just, if one person is saved, if one person is healed, one person is spared, then it has not been in vain. Even if you never know that one person, just one. But what happens is that it's deposited in your spirit that someone was benefited. You might never ever see them, might never ever touch base with them. But your spirit will know. Your spirit will know. Say, wow, I'm glad that something I gave out in this world didn't return void, that someone else benefited from your story that you're sharing. Even when we talk about all these different things that we've talked about today, because we've talked about the whole gamut of things about, I know when they were going to talk about foster care system, I remember being in the police department, and we had this thing called Rule 6. And Rule 6 is when you take a child out of an endangering situation, then you go take them over to the children's home. Well,
Been there.
I had a hard time doing that. What I would do is I would spend hours on a call, seriously, hours, and try to find another relative, a family member, someone, say, would you be willing? Would you be willing? Are you able to? Well, this is what's happening. I have to Rule 6 them over. Meet me over here at the children's home on, I think it's 200 South Arlington. Meet me over here so that you can really immediately have to release the handoff. I don't want your nieces or nephews, I don't want them to be even attached in this system. And that, I used to take that home. That was the other thing too. The things you take home from these jobs, you think, who could you help? Who couldn't help? But sometimes it didn't always work out that way. Sometimes there was just no one that was safe. There was no one. And then you try to find these children later on. Sometimes I was able to find them you weren't supposed to, but it wasn't because I was trying to touch base with them. I was illegal, but I would try to see,
it's okay.
See if they're okay. I mean, and that's hard. That's a hard. And at the time when I was working in policing, there wasn't anybody to go talk to. If you talk to somebody, the first thing they want to do is put you at the desk and say, "Oh, you cope, you can't cope." No, I just need to share this with somebody because I need to get this off my chest and I need to purge.
Yeah.
So a lot of times we asphyxiate these things inside of us and they continue to grow. And they do affect us health-wise. They do. When the soldiers had come back from the Civil War, they called it soldier's heart. Because there were these physiological changes that happened to their bodies. And then in World War I, then they called it shell shock. Today we call PTSD because we've learned that there are physiological things that happen to your body when you have experienced trauma. And that's the thing. And when a person experiences trauma at an early age, then you experience and it's never really addressed. Then it's just something that you learn to live with. You just kind of like, I'll just deal with it. And that's what you say, I'll deal with it. But we really don't.
No.
We deal with how we respond to everything around us. But we don't really deal with this thing. And then something else happens. Well, now I got this thing. I have to push this thing over here. I never dealt with it because I didn't have the skill set to deal with it. I had to continue in survival mode. Then you have this thing happen after you have this gift of having these children, and then now this thing. But thankfully, because God knows the end, and before the beginning starts, that's what I believe. He provided you with another son.
Yes.
That is everything that you needed in this space.
Oh yeah.
Not Adam, but he is his own person.
Right.
He's in this space for you. God created this child to have this type of heart, to be a salve for you. And you're blessed in that way, because there are many people that don't have any fallback at all. My father had one child in the world.
Yeah.
And so living
Well,
in a household with no siblings, it was different, but I dealt with other people. I had uncles and aunts that are close to me in age and cousins. But yeah, I just can't imagine. I'm thankful that you have that son.
yeah, Cash. His name's Cash after Johnny Cash. Yeah.
Oh,
After,
not Johnny Cash. Come on, Tracy.
yeah, there's a whole story there. There's a whole story. Yeah.
Look, I listen to Johnny Cash in the morning. I grew up listening to Whistle Radio, Jay Bergman in the morning, and that was a country western show or channel. And I listened to WAKR and WCUE because everyone listened to every kind of station at that time. Music was just music, and you just had everything on one station, unless you had FM, which was a radio or elevated music at the time. But yeah, Saturdays, what are Saturdays without Lawrence Welk and Hee Haw? Laughing, Lawrence Welk, Hee Haw. I mean, period. Grandpa Jones and Minnie Pearl and all of them. So when you say Cash, I'll say this real quick. Johnny Cash is one of my favorite country western singers because he's a great storyteller.
Oh, yeah.
And when he holds his guitar, and I've never seen anybody else do this, he plays his guitar really high and close to him. It's like he and the guitar are one.
Yeah.
He plays it right there, like it's almost like as a drummer, we say you're in the pocket.
Yeah.
He plays it like it's right, like he's in the pocket right there, like that guitar and he are one. And he's looking dead at you, and he's telling this story.
Yeah.
He's making you listen to every word he's saying.
Yeah.
Whether you like his voice or not, or you think he's a great singer, he's a phenomenal storyteller that knew how to draw you. So, I didn't know that their son was named Cash.
Yeah, there's a reason too. So one day we'll have to get into that. But man, so between the foster situation that you're bringing up, all that, yes, I have been in. I mean, my God, like there's a foster lady that was trying to tell me a story. I was back home seeing my aunt, something about the Department of Human Services. Like I usually remember them all. And I'm not kidding, like way back into the age of being in a crib. I can remember being in like this, just a row of white cribs, just babies, and just like, it's like I don't know how to explain it, like a tornado of like where I was, where I'm going, what's happening. And it was either, if it wasn't DHS, it was some foster situation, it was some other situation, or it was, let me get out of here and find a person that at least knew those people, and then I can go to them and say, can I stay here a little while? But mostly what would happen is there is a waiting list. Like even today, I need to check my statistics, but where I grew up and where I came from, the waiting list for it to just get in a home, like literally a home or food or anything. And again, this is what I called the projects, because that's where it was and where I was, like being on a list forever. Like you don't just get in. Like there are too many people in need, number one. Number two, you gotta wait your turn. It's like there are too many people. And so the food, when it runs out, the food runs out. It's like, so you go to the churches, you go to the food banks, all these places that, would feed you. Or you got really lucky, you met a friend, and that friend, even there, that was struggling in the neighborhood, they went and they had, they sneak in. If the parents were like, we got too many people in here now, like too many mouths to feed, they'd sneak you in and made sure you got something to eat, and then you sneak out. And I was going to school and doing all the things you're supposed to do, but still, it's a lot to take care of other people if you don't have money to do it. So when I'm in an area that is an area in society, economic wise, where the money in there, the jobs weren't there, I can't lie at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all that and say I'm old enough. So it's like, I mean, you do what you see in the movies. People think this isn't real. Let me wash your window, or, you know, because I didn't want to just take money. So it's like, so music comes into this, but it's like, or, you know, shine shoes, or, you know, let me show you, you know, you're here in Nashville, like, you know, this is what's going on over here at the Opry, and like the real stuff that was going on. And so, I mean, the downtown streets of Nashville were not a place that a little kid should have been. And it's like, again, it's not like right now where you can go down.
Yeah.
There's some good and bad, but it used to be that you didn't go down there, period. So now that it's all commercialized and pushing out people, it's like, I'm like, where are the people? Because that's where I would have been. And the school that I saw, it's still there, but I did what you did. Like, thank God I got into a very specific advanced school. And again, that's him. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I got lucky in that part and got to skip and go. And when I didn't mean skip like bad, I meant good, like get to another grade and like pull off things. This whole story about Adam, you wouldn't believe either. But yeah, and I wasn't supposed to be able to have like cash, should not be here. I had my tubes tied. I mean, I'd had my left ovary that had an ectopic. I had lost 2 babies. So people have even asked me, like, that have lost like babies or something. They'll say, is it worse? And it's interesting when someone asks me that, they'll say, was it worse to lose a baby than to lose a child? And sometimes when they don't even know, they'll say to me, well, I lost a child. No, I'll say, yeah, you know, that's horrible. And I hate it when someone says sorry, because I say, no, it sucks, really. That's what it is. Yeah. What is sorry? You don't need to be sorry, but yeah, it sucks. But I have had these back and forths where I've had a few that will go around and they'll say, well, and I'm telling you, this stuff happens. It's like, but losing a baby's worse. And I just listen. Because it's bad no matter what. But I just listen. And then, you know, you let someone talk and you wait. And they may ask you a question. And they say, well, have you lost? And I'll say, yeah, I have actually. Really? Yeah, I have. I have had 2 that I lost. Like, what? Like, yeah, I did. And yeah, it's bad. It's horrible. The words don't come out easy. It's bad. I don't know what else to tell you, but yes, you are correct. It is not anything any mother wants or needs or should feel. But then I got lucky and Cash, you know, I got pregnant and the doctors literally looked at each other and said, you're going to die if you do not dissolve this pregnancy and get rid of it. Same thing happened with Adam. I remember the grooming part. So remember, I'm not that old. I put that point in there. I joke with it, but I'm being very serious. People were paid to make me go to an abortion clinic because I was underage. And, you know, you try to give money to drug addicts, and that's a pretty big thing that'll happen. They will definitely do it. I was crying my eyes out, you know, no, please don't do this. I get back there and I'm on the table with Adam, pregnant. It's cold. It's still, I'll never forget it. I hear the machine. I'm crying. This nurse is looking at me and that doctor down there, and they're like, what is wrong? You're not okay. And I said, no, I'm not okay. I don't want this. And I said, you know, I may be this age, but I am technically 20 years older than you think I am because of my life I've already lived. And I just want to leave here with my child and let me go. So I need y'all to let me go. And they're like, we can't. legally. And I just remember that doctor looking up, and he looked at me for a minute, and I was like, please. And he looked at me and he said, hold on. And he went and he was like feeling my stomach. You know how they like try to feel to see how far you are?
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I think you might be too far along. He goes, have you seen a doctor?
Wow.
And I said, no, sir. And I hadn't. And actually, had I? No, not from there. And he said, you need to see a doctor because I need to know exactly how far you are. And so before he could go yell out too, because it was going crazy when he said, no, the people, you're doing it. It's like, it's almost picture a shotgun situation, like
Wow.
craziness. And so, because that meant that money and what was happening was a big thing. So I ended up going out the door. That the doctor opened the door in the back, where it's usually a bad thing. And I'm trying to even remember. I don't even know how I got to where I got to, but I just remember, who can I call? Who can I call? And there were not cell phones. I'm not that old. It's just that cell phones are I don't even know when it came out, but it's like, what the heck am I gonna do? It's like, where were the protesters then? Where were the people? I could have sure used you, but I've never mentioned that story actually, so that's something I can touch on more later. But was I able to get it? Yes. Did that doctor lie? Yes, he did. Did he a week later get announced in the news for being shut down because he didn't have his license? Yes. But that's okay, because that dude, I know what he did. He did it on purpose and was like, maybe there was already heat. I don't know. I just know in the news a week later, I remember the story. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's the doctor that let me walk out. And so I have a feeling that he probably knew that there was already trouble coming and was just like, you know what, I'm not going to do this one. So that's Adam. So I'm talking on a table. And then so with Cash, after losing 2, they were like, we have to get rid of it. You're going to die. You're going to have your other tube rupture. And we see a baby in the uterus and in your tube. And something just kept telling me, they are wrong. They are wrong. And so I said, no. Every day they were like, we have to ultrasound you. We have to monitor you. You don't understand. And I said, you don't understand. I said, I'm telling you right now that you're wrong. You're either seeing something that's not there. Maybe it's scar tissue, I said. You do realize I have had others I lost. And I said, I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you right now. Even my blood work was showing bad. It was like everybody. My main doctor was out of town. He comes back. He's like, Tracy, you have to. I said, no, I don't. I'm telling you, you got to trust me, doc. And he said, all right, I'll give you 2 days. And he said, if your blood work comes up in 2 days, if it raises up even a little, then I'll listen to you. And so it went up just a little. I said, you said. He said, okay, well, I'll give you 24 hours because it's your life and it's going to bust. 24 hours later, he gets his partner in there and they're looking and they went, and I'm not kidding. They said, I'll be damned. That scar tissue over there, the uterus is a baby. That thing y'all are looking at is where she'd already lost the other baby. You cannot solve this pregnancy. Do not give her that. And I said, thank you, God. I feel it right now. I'm like, I told you. Like, y'all got to listen to me. I just knew. And I was not going to let them do it. It was like, okay, fine. If I go, I go. But I don't know what it is. I just know that you are not supposed to do this. And so, yes, you are correct. If I didn't have my children, I'll tell you right now, and I've heard this from a lot of other people, I don't think I'd be here. And I know that's bad to hear. It really is.
Don't lie by that, because that's a true. And thank you for being transparent. That's a true thing.
Yeah.
Because when we feel this hollowness, and then we have something that fills that void, we do think about, well, dang, if I didn't have fill in the blank, I don't think I could function being here. I don't see my place here. That's
Right.
that's a real statement. And there are probably thousands of people that probably feel that way, but will never ever say it out loud because they feel if I say it out loud, it sounds horrible. If I say it out loud, it sounds weak. If I say it out loud, it sounds like I gave up. No, if you say it out loud because you're actually just transmitting the information into the atmosphere because now you hear it in your ear gates and now you can hear for yourself all the things that you were a part of that was successful. And this part gets blocked off where you say, I don't want to, because what happens is that the neurotransmitters start focusing on, well, this is here, this is here, this is here, this is in place, this place, this place. But it comes down to you had to be here in order to get to that spot. So, no, thank you for sharing. That's important. And those of you all that feel that way too, let let it be known. I feel like if I don't have this, I don't think I have any purpose here. Say that, tell that to someone that you trust. Heck, you might be able to say that to a person you might never only met marginally, but tell someone that because then that person will say, they probably say, well, I don't want you to feel that way. But as those words come out of your mouth, what happens is that when it's positive in your spirit, all the things that you have done that are right, all the things that were positive in your hand, in your life, the things that you did well, the things that you came through, you're a testament of survival on steroids, honestly, because there are people who didn't make it, and there are people who couldn't have made it, and there's someone else that's out there that's going to come through that same path,
Yeah.
and through no fault of their own. They were born into a situation, and from this situation, you had the domino effect. I had one year, we had a homicide where 3 moms were assassinated in the project building. The one young lady was letting them use her house, her spot, to sell dope out of because she needed to make ends meet. She had these children, fathers were MIA.
Yep.
The other girl had a boyfriend who had crossed this big time drug dealer. He crossed him some kind of way. That big time drug dealer came from Michigan, shot this dude on the sidewalk as he was getting into a cab. This dude told the cab driver to pull off and left his girlfriend on the sidewalk. And what happened? This man shot and gunned her down. He didn't know where to run. He figures, well, everybody knows this happens. And he walks in the house. There's someone else on the first floor. She was trying to get to the door to lock the door in time, but she couldn't. But she was kind of catatonic. She saw her friend who she was just fellowshipping with on the sidewalk dead. When he comes in, he shoots her. There's a young lady who's asleep in bed with her little 4-year-old son. He shoots her up. She never woke up. He shot her like 4 or 5 times. Well, we come on the scene. This little boy was putting Band-Aids on his mom, saying, my mommy got boo-boos. Yeah. Now, this is what is the sad part about this. It's traumatic, even just to speak of it. His grandparents refused to allow him to get counseling. All the siblings got separated, but they kept this particular one because he was the baby. They figured he was the baby, he was the one to manage. They wouldn't allow him to get counseling because they said, we don't want those folks in our business. And they demonize our daughter. Well, I understand that to some degree because sometimes everybody in that system is not healthy for you.
Right.
I know firsthand, I've worked with many that were just horrific from word go. My question is, why are you in this profession other than the paycheck? Because you don't even care about the people, you don't care about anything, you just don't. That was my personal assessment based upon what they showed me, how they handled cases and how they handle people. So this child ends up never getting any real assistance, any sort of need. And the parents should have got counseling because you lost a daughter. You lost a daughter in a violent act. Your grandchildren got split up. You never saw the Owls again because they ended up getting adopted out to a couple more cities, They stayed in the system. They got adopted. Don't know where they are to this day. You know, that was it. The records were sealed. The names were changed. So this child grows. Fast forward. I'm teaching school and I'm in a building. He was at that time in the 8th grade. I walk in the classroom, wait for the children to come. He comes in there with the rest of the children, sit down, and I look at him instantly, and I know. And then he has an unusual name, so that just how. And I looked at him, I said, "Oh my gosh, that's that same little baby." And I'm gonna tell you, it was traumatizing to me, and I couldn't even tell anybody about it. I couldn't go to my administration. I couldn't tell them why, because they wouldn't have handled it right. They wouldn't have handled it well.
Yeah.
I knew they weren't. They weren't, because
Mm-mm.
I couldn't talk to that child because he was 4 and he wouldn't have remembered me, I don't think. But he kept saying there was something familiar about me, but he didn't know what. He said, "I think I've met you before." I said, and then so I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah, I think so, but I just don't remember." I said, "Oh, okay." So what I said was, "Well, when you remember, or when you think what you think you remember, you let me know. And then we'll see if I was who you think I am, or I was where you think I was, wherever time in life." Well, that went on for half a year. And he finally one day, in the middle of class, blurts out, "She rescued me."
Oh.
I was done.
Ooh.
He
Yep.
I was done. That was just
Yeah.
thing. I couldn't
Yep.
contain myself. I just sat there. And what happened when he said that, I relived the entire scene. There was
Mm-hmm.
blood all over the place. Children were crying. Neighbors were trying to get in, trying to help with the children. They were trying to be helpful. They weren't trying
Right.
They wanted to see what happened. They wanted to see about getting babies out of there. They were giving details about the person that got in the cab, who he was. We ended up tracking him down at the hospital, and he ended up getting arrested because, of the way it was all connected. After he recovered from that injury, but when he said that in class, it did something to me. But it made me also know that he's exposed something that now I know I can approach him and talk to him after hours after school.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I found out was that the household situation was horrible, horrific. The grandparents blamed him for why they couldn't be grandparents and catching cruises and doing all the little grandparent things,
Oh.
and he felt so guilty about a situation that had nothing to do with. He dropped out of school the next year. He went to school. I think he was in 9th grade for about half a year, and he dropped out. He never dropped back into school, and he ended up catching a case as an adult. Did some time, came back, caught on the case as an adult. And I can't help but sit back and think, had I truly been in a position to rescue him, he would have been able to have got some of the counseling. And those are the things that first responders deal with, the remorse of what we couldn't fix.
Yeah.
And just like parents who lose children, you rationalize in your mind, you think about, what if I would have spent 6 more minutes here, or we had spent this conversation here, or if I would have had to stay here a little longer, just all these scenarios. What if I? And that exacerbates our trauma because we internally process it and we find a place of guilt for us in that place. I believe, even right now, just talking about this particular case, I'm feeling different about it because it's not something I actually talk about often. I can count on one hand.
Yeah.
On one hand, the number of times I've actually shared, but it is something. I think these culminating things in life make us who we are.
Yeah.
And although these are tragic things, I think that in tragedy, when we push ourselves through it, however we cope, we come out victorious, stronger, because we're resilient, because we're pressed beyond what we have expected. And we come out with a different resolve where I can't let someone else feel this anymore. I need to be able to help someone go through this and navigate through this. And I want to be able to be a change agent. If just one thing I'm able to do right and do well. My name doesn't have to be attached to it. No one needs to know that I even did it. It's the idea of that this one thing was done, and this one person's life was saved. This one person's mind was at ease. This one person was able to seek out and get the help that they need to put them on the trajectory to mental hygiene and mental wellness and being whole. I think that's my takeaway from just interacting with you, is that thing is going to channel inside of you. And Tracy doesn't hold it in because Tracy knows it doesn't benefit Tracy holding it in. Tracy benefits emotionally, psychologically, spiritually by allowing herself to be a vessel of service. It takes a lot for a person to, people say, well, saving people, smile. It takes a lot to be a servant, because a lot of times you're trampled on by the very parties that you're trying to assist. Sometimes you're trampled on by the parties that are supposed to be out there to help you.
Yeah.
And so it's the thing about being a servant. It's a servant's heart, and that's the thing. And when this thing, the brokenheartedness, interrupts that trajectory, it instantly needs to, have a vessel to outpour. That particular day, you had a pamphlet. You're able to, that was a lifeline.
Yeah.
That was a lifeline.
Mm-hmm.
And even though you couldn't verbally articulate words, anything, that doctor was that one with that raft, that lifeboat, that was able to instantly, in his spirit, assess this is going on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Understand that and become on the opposite side of that says a lot about you, because you could have just said, thank you, friend. You could have just said, I'm just going to stay right here and just fall down and just stay down and just, and have this whole reoccurring horror just engulf me and swallow up, my very person. You found a way to persevere through everything, and the things that are still coming, and the things that never were resolved.
Yeah.
That says a lot about you, and the fact that you are here advocating for veterans, and advocating for families, and advocating for citizens, and tirelessly working with politicians, because those are the policymakers.
Yeah.
Whether regardless of the party, you gotta deal with the policymakers.
You do.
You gotta deal with the policymakers. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, independent, Progressive Party, whatever.
No, bipartisan. If you want to create change.
You have to deal with the
Both.
policymakers, and that's what you go through. So you have tunnel vision with that. I'm here for this reason, to do this thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we have a common ground here.
Mm-hmm.
We might not have anything in common afterwards. I might not even be the person to ever vote for you.
Right.
Might not. I need you to be a change agent to fix this.
Yeah.
And that's part of the American civics process that we forget. People get wrapped into, I don't like this politics, so I'm not going to approach him about this situation that he's in a position to do something about. No. If the cow can talk and I need to, say, hey, cow, can I show me how to use these udders to get some milk? I sure don't know. The cow, I'm going to ask the cow and let the cow give me the answer. You know, it might kick me afterwards, but hey, you know,
Yeah.
so we get information, we get inspiration from all the unlikely sources, and we have to take these things, negative and positive. We have to take these things and we have to process how we become a better person on the opposite side, independent of this other thing, you know, independent of it. And it's a constant
Yeah.
work. It's not just, oh, I prayed and then miraculously happened. For some people that works, and it, you know, it can be like that. But for a lot of us, it's I have to continue pushing through. I have to. It's this day is cool. This day is not. This hour is cool. This hour is and it's starting off kind of inking. I'm almost about to bottoming out. About ready to tap out. Oh, hold on, lifeline.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a constant work. But when we talk about these traumas that we incur and these traumatic things, like I said, we're in a traumatic world. We're in a traumatic society. A society that's riddled with people having varying degrees of trauma and trying to figure it out. Unfortunately, for some people, they don't try to figure it out, or they give up on figuring it out, or they just don't know where to find help to figure it out, and they act out in horrific ways. You know, hurt people kind of thing. You know, sometimes hurt people don't hurt people because they want to hurt people. They hurt people because they don't know anything else. They don't know anything else. A parent who's addicted to a drug, yes, is irresponsible. Yes, neglectful. Yes, but the question is, what caused them to first experiment with this substance? What traumas do they are they in? Sometimes you never know because you never have a conversation with them, and they don't view them as trauma. They say, "Well, this is what it was." What is it? And that's one thing I can say about having worked on the course. It made me look at people in a different way, to look at what's behind the curtain, what's behind the Wizard of Oz. You know, what's really pushing buttons. You know, because I cannot think that you intentionally would be this deliberate. Now, there are some people that are cold-blooded people. Make no mistake. But what is it that makes you so broken that you brought another life in this world in a broken situation, and there's nothing that you're doing to get yourself out of this broken spot? And knowing that this child is broken, but then maybe also too, that's the other thing that's pushing you back into this thing, because I can't help it. I can't help this child. I can't deal with it. I don't know. And not feeling comfortable going to places, because a lot of times when you go to places, sometimes the first thing is, we're going to take your child, we're going to separate the family.
Yep.
And we're not going to give you any counseling. We're not going to give that child any counseling. We're going to put that child in a home that we screened and we determined that it was a safe place, whether it is or not. That child is estranged from the parents. The parents, if they go in and out of institution, they're not getting the help that they need when they get out. And so that recidivism rate is high. Relapsing is exponential number. But instead of saying, hey, let's just take this child and put this child way over here, instead of saying, what sources do we need? Yes, that child might need to be placed for a period of time while we help make you whole. But while this child is over here, we need to also be working with that child to make that child whole. Because that child deals with separation anxiety that we don't even talk about, that people don't even realize actually exists. You know, I'm not in this unsafe spot anymore, but I can't feel comfortable in this supposed safe space either, you know.
Right. It's interesting because with me, Twyla, it was, and I actually took some flack for this from some people that were relatives. So I didn't have relatives that were living close by and saw behaviors that were happening. And so it was always just assumed, oh, it's not that bad. It's probably just drinking and maybe they're smoking some marijuana or something. You know, oh, it's not that bad. I'm sure she's exaggerating. You know, I can't tell you how many times I heard that one. And And quite honestly, I mean, look, there are people that, you know, every passing laws to each their own, whatever you're working on. But for me and myself, I can tell you, I've been around it and I don't know what it is, but it makes me nauseous. It gives me headaches. I can't take the smell. I just can't. I mean, whatever it does for people, I know that there's studies out there they're talking about medically where it helps people. Okay. But for me, I can't even smell because it gives me, I mean, as a kid too, I would say, like, I'm getting headaches, it's making me sick. I'm in an environment that unfortunately you had the adults that were trying to give it to the children, whether it was back then Quaaludes or other drugs, because
Mm.
they wanted the kids to be quiet and just go to sleep.
Wow.
So, unfortunately, well, fortunately for me, I always was like, just knew, like, no was the answer.
Mm-hmm.
If someone say, like, a sibling, and not my little brother, um, I would try and say, no, 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 you know, drag you with me. But that other person decided, no, like that's what I want. So you have someone that I constantly was like praying, okay, let me be adopted. Somebody please come adopt me, because the opposite kept happening. And it was like, all right, well, no one seems to understand how bad this situation is,
Mm-hmm.
except for when you find us on the street, because wherever we were, there's now no electricity. Your stuff's
Wow.
out in the front yard. You're in a situation where it's like, okay, well, yeah, they look like they tried to get it together, but all it really was is, you know, we talked about killing. So that's what they did. And so the dealing and then the people that came with that and the things that would happen with that may have paid the rent sometimes were actually worse than being just someone that was using. So it was like this whole loaded situation that I had decided at a very young age I wanted nothing to do with the people that gave birth to me. And
Mm.
so from the get-go, it was, you're there, I'm over here, and I'm going to figure this out. And so whether it means taking care of everybody, washing clothes at a laundromat in big trash bags, whatever it was I was forced to do for all their friends and all the things going on in that house, there was a lot. But I knew, like, when I could go, I went, and I tried. You know, you talk about the kid that was at school. You know, I was the one yelling, going, hey, wait a minute, you need to listen to me. Like, this is what is happening. Like I told you earlier, it's like you can put on enough of a facade sometimes to where, you know, things aren't that bad. She's exaggerating. No, 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 no. Maybe, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's not that bad. And she was just a beautiful looking woman. And so she seemed to get the kind of attention that I immediately don't want. Like, completely opposite. Like, I don't know how to put it, but just completely opposite. Okay. So it's just things I didn't understand, but I just knew, like, look, this, I felt like I was 80 then. Like, it's weird. It's like I was older then. So it's like I knew then, like, okay, no, this is what we're going to do. And this is where I'm going to go. And I'm going to make sure I'm not around this. Okay, if my younger person isn't going to listen, then I don't know what to do there. My younger brother, thank goodness, you know, there were good 3-4 years she did try, and she met my brother's dad, and I had a normal, well, when I say normal, I had a roof over my head, I had food. My little brother that I helped take care of and raise up, like, I mean, just as close to my son, you know, who just took his life, you know, about, it's not that long ago. So, you know, so my son first, that hits. But so that was a big, like, hit, because, you know, his father, all of his people were not like that. He had family around all the time. I mean, he had everything to think of that I used to dream about. So she did make a good decision there. But my issue that I'm trying to get to is that, you know, now his issue, and he's gone, is a whole lot of stupid stuff that was happening with COVID, and she had died, other people had died, and having him pick up the remains, and you can't have services, and all kinds of stuff were going on. And it's like he was not used to ever being on his own. Like, he always had family, whether it was multiple aunts, uncles, like you name it, grandparents. He could not handle that. Like, just that whole, what in the heck is going on in this world? There is no way this is real. People on lockdown, like, y'all lost your minds. Like, I'm going out, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like, you need to get here, you need to come visit me. You don't understand. I can't get on an airplane. You don't understand. I'm homeschooling my kids. You don't understand. Like, give me some time and I will be there for you. Like, you're gonna be okay. And it was a situation there at home, but I mean, he was fine. So, I mean, he was hanging out with his friends, and because a couple years before that, I had to hurry up and run out there when some things had happened, and it has to do with, when you're married and then they're gone, and, it's a heartbreak. And he probably looked at me more like he actually did. He actually looked at me more like a mom. Yeah. And so I could not get to him. Like, I was trying to explain, like, I can't. We'd talk all the time. But when I got that one, I was like, that makes no sense to me at all, because now I'm doing what people do to me. He was, my son, he was like the 6'3" big guy, the guy that gave to everybody, the guy that had everybody over, the guy that had everything going for him. Like, I've never had the money and the things that I didn't have to worry about. And he had everything. And I'm going, this makes no sense to me. Like, why the heck? But it did something to him, like pulling him away from people. Like, he was so used to being in environments where it was almost like he was sheltered. I was opposite. He was very sheltered. But again, having the biological parent we did, he didn't have that. He had other people fill those gaps. But I even believe part of it, I'm like, dang, I feel some guilt a little, because having him go pick up those cremations. Now, here's the part about me that is an issue. I am grateful for who I have left in this world. She's amazing. And I'm not saying this is her, but I'm just going to put out a scenario right now. Mm-hmm. I will never, ever be agreeable or accept the behaviors that went on. I am not okay with it. I made my decision when I was little that this was wrong, this was inappropriate, and you knew what you're doing. And I'm not okay. So you are a biological donor to me. That is what you are. Mm-hmm. So I did not take phone calls. I did not do anything. Like, when I was gone, I was gone. Like, I'm talking at a young age. I'm gone. And so there are only 2 times when I went back to Tennessee, and both of them were that I didn't know that this person was going to pop up. But it was my brother that he was having the emergency the 2 years before the COVID junk. Mm-hmm. And my luggage hadn't come in. These are TikToks, by the way, everybody. I lost my saliva in the cancer surgery, so I have to eat the Tic Tacs to have saliva. So my big thing is that no, I don't want anything to do with this person. I really don't, because this person hasn't changed. This person does not acknowledge that there's a problem. This person does not believe that this is wrong. Okay. Now, my father, he did wake up and realize this is wrong. Went and got treatment, went and got help, stayed off of it. Did I let him come back in? Did he say sorry? All of that? Yes. Did I open fully? Maybe not. But I still came around, and I was glad to have a dad for the times I did. He got sick young and died, because you cannot do these sorts of things and expect to live a long time. The biological donor that's on the female side never could do that. It was always, what's wrong with you? You always think you're better than everybody else. You're no better. You don't need to go to school. I mean, things that were just like,
that's called transfer.
So foreign to me that I was just like, I can't be near this. It's too toxic. Mm-hmm. He tricked me. So we go, and he's like, this is my buddy's house. I need to go in. Come say hi. I should have known, whatever. That's one of the times I did not get a sign. So I go in, and I just immediately look, and I had to sit down. I'm thinking, oh, shoot, do you really want to sit down? Because the environments that I know, you be careful about where you sit. You be careful about what's going on. And I am just looking at him. And I if you could have burnt a hole through someone, that is the look I'm given. But immediately it was, oh, I want your teeth, or I want that necklace, or, you know, I'm hungry. Can you give me some money? And like, look, if I knew she needed, I heard him on the phone talking to what I thought was his buddy. And I did hear them say, yeah, bring me food. I'm hungry. Now, I would have said, get the food, but it was just weird. And so it was one of those things where I hadn't seen this person in ages. I mean, ages. I mean, maybe twice since I was like 14, maybe. Wow. I mean, not much. And I'm just sitting there, but she's talking to my brother. And, you know, she's smoking. There's oxygen machine. There's all kinds of stuff, literally, that I remember like always around. And I was just sitting there, and I just was like, am I going to say anything, or what am I going to do? So she's talking to him as if she's literally about to die. And she's saying, well, you take this, and you take this, and you take this. It's pictures. And so I spoke up, and I said, by the way, do you happen to have any baby pictures of me? Because they were all with him. Looks over at me and says, go ask your damn blank, blank, blank. Because I ended up seeing my biological father, gave him a chance. And I said, you know, because he could say sorry, that one little thing, could say sorry, and knew what he did, and then tried to do and make a difference, and did. I'm not saying he's better and someone else is worse. What I'm saying is that is a huge deal. You have to admit what you have done, and what you're continuing to do right here in my face. I see it. It's wrong. It is really bad, and it hasn't changed at all. And I can't be around it, and I will not be around it, and I refuse. You think you're better. And I mean, it was just like, cut you down, cut you down, cut you down. It was like, you know, who do you think you are? And I said, you know what? I'm somebody who knows better. And I said, you know what? I wish you good luck, but goodbye. And my brother's like, no, I got to go out and smoke a cigarette. And I literally, and he was big. And I said, boy, I am not kidding with you. You better stop it right there. You are not walking out that door and leaving me in here, number one. Number two, we are leaving. I just got a phone call now. I told a lie, and it is hard for me to do this. I said, I just got a phone call. The airport says my luggage is there, and I need to get there right now. And he looks at me, and he believed me too. And I think he just wanted somehow to think that that was going to just mend everything. You know, he wanted everybody to just get along. And I did later figure out, though, that part of the contributions of where he was getting some things were from biological people. So my problem with it is I got a lot of problems with it, because it happened with the younger other sibling. And when I found out, I was not happy. So my last visit was, you know, me hearing nonstop about how horrible I am. And, you know, I'm just asking, like, is there any baby picture at all of me, or do you have anything? No, only your brother. Your brother's, you know, and I'm like, all right, fine, because I'm not going to argue with someone like that. But I need to go. My luggage is here. And my brother's like, it's here already? I'm like, yep, it's here. I got to go. But maybe while I'm still in town, I might come back by. I might not. But I'm here to help my brother. God bless. Good luck. I got to go. And she would say, but Mama, she would say, but Mama needs food. But Mama needs this. And I'd say, fine. I got my wallet out. I said, here's money. I knew it probably wasn't all going to go to food. Did she need food? Yes, she did. Did she need help? Yes, she did. I couldn't do it, though. That is not for me. That is not for me to do. So that money, Hopefully went to food. I'm sure some of it did, but whatever else it went to. We get in the car, and I said to my brother, I said, don't you ever do that to me again. I said, that was not nice. And he was like, well, it wasn't that bad. And I was like, yeah, it was. It was pretty bad. I've sheltered you, boy, for a long time. And he and I were very, 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 very close. So what's hard now is like it's like separation of family that he had that wasn't related to me. So it's like now everybody's gone. My other issue is that someone that is related to her that now, since she has passed, not before, since she's passed, is probably feeling heavy hearted that why didn't we call back? Why didn't we do this? Why didn't you call? Why didn't you pick up the phone? Why didn't you? I'm like, this is too many things that you don't know about to tell me. Why didn't I? And so I started breaking through information saying, hey, look, this is what was going on. And I don't know where you were. I don't know where anyone else was, but I can tell you, I remember being, I remember when I got a little bit older and I wrote a letter that said to a couple people that were blood related to me, I don't know where you were. And it wasn't a nice letter. But at this point, I'm gone. I'm out of this state and I refuse to be a person who will ever sit by and do nothing and not know what's going on around me. So was she good at being what they call con artists, what they call selling ice to Eskimos? And, yes. But come on. I mean, seriously, I was loud. I was not quiet. I was like, listen, this is happening. But it was always like, she's exaggerating. I'm like, no, I'm not. You don't know the half. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, I can't say right now even most of the stuff, but something about her, the good parts, like she was able to just convince people that was just not true and that I was just a child with this big imagination. I'm like, I don't know how she did it, but she did. And I had to go, like, leave my brother, leave everything. Like, if I hadn't gone when I left, I mean, who knows? Like, I never would have gone that route that she did, but I just knew as you got older and you're living in those environments, you start becoming a developed female. Now, thank goodness I was always like what they call death eating crackers, right? You've already experienced things. You already know what's about to happen to you. And you know that you can either go, or if you say what's continually going to happen is going to happen, because every time you've asked for help, it has never happened. So you go and you don't look back. And I'm that kind of person. It's like I go and I don't look back. But my problem is now is I'm not kidding you, my phone, out of nowhere, reminders are erased, everything, you name it. My phone the other day, and it'll happen about every 6 months since she passed during COVID. Reminder, call blank blank, her name. I'm like, number one, I didn't even talk to this person. And that's part of the grief I get, is that you really need to lighten up. You really need to be nicer. Like that's I don't go there. And you should be nice, and you don't understand. And maybe because of your grandfather had to work at night and he worked long hours. Now here's a veteran. This man was a beautiful man, my grandfather. Because he had to work. Well, excuse me, but I don't accept that one, okay? I can't compare that to this. I understand that everybody has different things in their life that are hard. And I do understand that if that is your biological person that's here and you still feel love for that person, but you knew the things they were doing while they were alive were so bad that you too felt the same way. But now that they're gone, you're going through this thing where it's like, well, should have done this, should have done that. And I'm not allowed to say certain things now. And it's like, I had to recently say, you know what? You don't know everything. So it took this foster mom who just she needs help actually, the way that she's doing. Like I can spot things from a mile away. Like don't come around me using things and doing things because I can literally I can tell you I know. And man, she's gotta get with it. But she'll always bring up the stories. Like she'll say, yeah, when we were hitchhiking and had to get, our fix, we would sell you and then turn around, you'd be at. I mean, I'm telling you, like she just rolls out with the stories like it's a normal thing. And to me, it's okay. Like, I mean, hearing her talk about it and the way she explains it, I'll be like, yeah, I mean, I know, I remember. She'd be like, how do you remember? And I'll be like, I do. I can tell you stories. And I'll tell her, she'll be like, holy cow. Like, how do you literally remember? I'm like, I don't know. I was an adult. I don't know what to tell you, but y'all were misbehaving in such a way that it was, you don't even know what was happening on the other end because by the time you got your fix or whatever it is, let's call it, let's just call it the truth. Because see, I do that. When I call out something, it's then I'm the bad guy. So I'm like, no, I'm not. But now, do I have some guilty feelings about a person that kept trying to call me to say I'm your mom and I may not live long? You should answer my call. Yeah, I feel bad. I'm a human. But I just could not. Every phone call I tried a couple of times and it was like, I just need to hear you say it. Like you're still doing these things. Can you not admit that what you were doing and had done, the things that happened were bad? You really need that's all you got to do is do that, and then I'll talk to you. Would not do it. Would not go there. And I mean, and I'd say fine, then I'm not talking. And I didn't. So I'm never gonna let someone ever force me to tell me you're wrong. You should have. I'm the kid. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. Do I feel guilty? Hopefully she's up there. I don't know. I really don't. But my problem is, don't try to make me feel guilty because I made the decision that I didn't want to be around something that no person should be around, especially a child. So, in my eyes, yeah, I got it. In my eyes, I did what was best for me. I am just a person who said, you know what, that's not good for me. And I don't know what to say except I know what works for me. And that doesn't work. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way, but it's just never going to happen. So, and do I want to say to this person because I love them? Yes, okay, fine. Just to end the whole thing. I'm like, no, I'm lying. So I can't. So I have to tell the truth. And that meant getting this other person who was saying things. And it's like, finally, this person is like, was it really like that bad? I'm like, yeah, it was. It was worse than what she's saying. She's saying it in a joking way. And to be honest with you, that's not even like the version of the X-rated version. I don't even know how to put it, but I just know that we have talked about so much. We have 77 people out there on X right now that are watching us. Still, whoever you are out there, 78.
Thank you for
they
hanging with us.
literally have been like glued to as going over these stories, and they are probably like, when is this reality show coming out? And they're like, so I used to make a joke and I'd say, dang, I could do a whole Lifetime movie. Now I'm like, dang, I can do a whole Netflix series. I got a whole series. Just give me the topic and we can do it. So, and Brent says, in Facebook, he's like, I'm still present. All right, Brent, you're great.
I'm going to say this to you, Tracy, from listening, and thank you again for your openness, your honesty, your transparency, because it is difficult sometimes just to open up, especially you're opening up. You can't see the people, can't see who's really hearing it. That physical interaction is missing, that complements us as people. But your brother's transition sounds to me like you lost two sons in a short space of time, someone that you were protective of, and it
Oh
sounds
yeah.
like there's a part of you that still feels like you're rewinding where else you could have done or what else you could have done. And honestly, there was nothing else that you could have done. He was a person, from what I gathered, was enjoyed being around a lot of people, but when it
Mm-hmm.
came down to it, obviously he still felt by himself, even in the crowd. Because if he
Mm-hmm.
didn't feel by himself, there was one person that he probably would have reached out to, or a
Yeah.
couple of people that he would have reached out to. So there's someone that meant that he was a person who was in the crowd, but was dealing with other things. And although he had all these extended family members that were there too, you never know what someone might have said to him along the way, throwing at him, saying things like, see, while you're here, you need to have this out of town. You're not taking care. Any number of things that a relative could have said, directly or indirectly, where he just kind of like learned how to play ball, figured if I'm gonna push through, and I'm gonna be so happy to see them that maybe my deficiencies or how they perceive me won't be on the table, So it's a hurtful thing when someone takes themselves physically out of their space.
Mm-hmm.
It's hurtful for the ones who are living, because the survivors want to hide, because you're asking yourself, what did I see? What did I miss? What did I, well, he was saying, okay. And yes, COVID did something to a lot of people. COVID actually broke all this down. COVID, the pandemic, and this world plague, this international plague, made us really get in our spaces and finally come to the realization we need each other.
Yeah.
We need
Yeah.
each other. We need each other. We need to interact with each other. I'm a better me because of you. You're a better you because of someone else. We need that human interaction,
Mm-hmm.
and that when the person wants it and can't, when a person doesn't want it and they can't get to it, it's no problem. But when a person wants it and can't get to it in the way they want to, it does deal adversity appear,
Mm-hmm.
But some of the doctors who were working and nurses through this entire time, a lot of them never got a couple of days off in an 8-day week, 8 to 10 days, 12-hour shift. And the trauma that they incur by watching, seeing patients dying and leaving out. Person walks in the building perfectly fine, then they're gone. A young person comes in after just taking themselves out of here, and they're gone. These first responders, these nurses and doctors too, how much is provided for them, because maybe that doctor might have been said, maybe if I would have done this way, maybe that person would still be breathing, or maybe we tried this, or what if we tried that. Rewind on different scenarios in your head. But I really do hope that in your journey that you continue to heal from these broken places of loss, and taking these losses and making them recoveries is what you have done in a most phenomenal way. And I'm here for you.
Yeah.
To keep on keeping on, seriously, because you've got a wonderful work inside that body or in that brain, and you have a wonderful spirit to emanate that work, and you can expect that to be an international, national name. Period.
Yes. I mean, I hope so. Fallen Heroes Foundation, that's national, that's a whole new thing. Actually, both of those are new, and got rid of the other ones. The other ones weren't really working. So it really is up to the people that come along. So it's like, I can't do this all by myself. This is something that has to be like Well, shoot, you listed all the ones you're on. It's like you have to have multiple people across multiple places in
Yes,
order for this to happen. And so I'd like to see one big event each year, pull it together. It's called Patriot Fest, and that's why you have all of those icons with every branch. It's the first responders. You see my little music in there, right? Because I had to do that. So music is like a medicine for me. Music, I always say music is medicinal. So my medicine of choice is music. And that just is what soothes me. I don't know how else to put it. But so yeah, that's up there hidden in there. And then Adam's picture is actually hidden in there, my son.
Oh, we see him.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, he's hidden in there. So he's actually also hidden like the A in Patriots. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed that. There's the 2 in there for 2-step.
I see that.
So yeah. Yeah. If you take a look at the website, and anyone that's listening right now, you go look at even the logo that's in the flag and tell me what you see. There are a few things in there too. So there was a lot of thought that went into this. And what it is it's been just a couple of people who said, you know what? Like what she's trying to do is a great thing. And eventually this is going to pay off. Meaning, of course, people still need to pay their bills, which is true. Meaning this festival of music and vendors and food and small business owners and coming together for this festival of music, and that music is coming from our veterans or our Gold Star families or our first responders, and up on a stage. And then obviously you got to have a headliner, or hopefully everybody out there listening, you care enough about your patriots, your first responders, your military, it's a very, very large mix there that you can put into one area that I do. You don't have to. What I mean is, when I think of military, I think of first responders. When I think of the law and order that's there, when I think of the fire department, when I think of anybody, like anything you've talked about, Twyla, has been like every one of those subjects. And I've between the fire and me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, the guest I just had, he goes by psychic firefighter. So that's an interesting thing. I'm going to have him back on. But great individual. Him and his family were there at 9/11. So I just ran across some incredible people. So we're always looking for guests, and I already know that you probably got enough to keep me busy for the year. I guarantee it. So I already know just from meeting you, like heart to heart, soul to soul, that magnet was there. And I was like, I get a different feeling. How do I say this right? The nicest way I could say this was even everyone in that room, because remember, Pierce had left, the veteran. Even if I had known anyone else that was there, the one person in that room that I was going, there is something about this person that is drawing me in. I don't know what all it is. I just know that I want to know more. And I know that I'm being led in a way that is not toxic. It is not harmful. It is not going to treat me in a way that I just knew that it was something that would build onto something else. And I thought, okay, eventually this is going to happen. And ironically, the timing is perfect. So it's great that you never were able to come on before. That's the other interesting part. So your timing of being able to be free worked out just perfectly. So that's a happy part for me, is that, I do have to do better at understanding that sometimes, no matter how well you may think you know something or someone, you may not know everything, but there are things along the way that give you those red flags that maybe the toxic part of that in handling things is not going to work for you. It may be for someone else, but Did you see that?
I did.
Uh-huh.
I did.
Yep.
Yellow frame.
Every night, yeah, it's my kid. Literally. I won't put it up because it's got more, but yeah, it is. Um, it's interesting because every time I go to a certain lane or subject, like something comes at me and I'm like, okay, I got it.
Mhm.
I hear you. It's like, don't stop. They're telling me, don't quit. Because it's like I keep running into these roadblocks of when I don't say no quick enough. It's like I let people in, but I'm not letting them go when I need to. So it's like I
Mm.
should have. I'm glad that I was there, but my journey into this independently was one that I should have noticed that maybe sometimes we're just not meant to be, you know, it's just not meant
Yeah.
to be. Like there's just certain people that are going to be your people, and then there's certain people that, you know what, they do good things, but they just may not be yours. Like it's just not going to work for you. And I wish everyone that was there the best. I don't have anything bad to say about that part. I just say that for myself and my own sanity, that for me and what worked in my world, because I lived a different world.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
if I don't have that with me, my faith right there, and I don't have me feeling whole or I'm being ripped apart or something, is always a that anxious feeling, you know. Like I grew up with that for
Mm.
way too long, so that anxious feeling of
Mhm.
it just wouldn't go away. So um making moves, like learning to make those moves. As I'm getting older, it's like I'm slower at like it's just too much work. So it's like I'm a little slower at going, okay, I'll make that move. Now, before I would have done it a lot sooner and said, you know what, you need to make some moves, honey. But the good news is there's a path for everyone. Honestly, there really is. If you just want to leave your life, my life, their life, whoever it may be, like, you know, sometimes you let things go and that's a good thing. And then you take in other things. But
Mhm.
I know that we can learn a little from each other all the time. And it is okay. I need to still learn. It is okay that I cannot get along with everyone. Like, it is okay that I don't agree.
We need
Yeah,
to have our spaces filtered. I mean, it's true.
yeah, that's
We
a good
can't.
way to put it.
We need our spaces filtered. That's what it is.
Yes, that is a
Sometimes
great
we
way to
can't,
put it.
and it's okay. You know,
Yes,
everything's not for everybody, and just this is my lane. I'm staying in this lane. That's your lane. Stay in your lane. Don't cross the dotted line because there aren't any dotted
yeah,
lines over here. It's a solid line over here.
yes,
Stay over
right.
there and do whatever you're doing over there.
Yeah.
And
Well,
let
and
me
the
come in here and I
respect.
do it. So,
So,
yeah.
so the respect of people, like, even if you don't, like, I believe you still have, everybody's got a heart, right? And I still believe you got to have that respect. Like, that's okay. Like, you go that, I'll go this. Some people don't like that. So it's like, it might turn the other way on you. And then you're like, okay, I really got to run. I don't need to walk. I need to run. So things work out for the best. You end up meeting people along the way. I got to meet you. And just like when we met all those women who everyone, I don't know if you've heard from them, but I have heard from them quite a bit. And their biggest thing is, well, are you going to open a chapter? Have you gotten that one yet?
No, the one I got was, hey, are you coming to
The convention.
yeah, the convention
Yeah, it was
and
Adam's birthday.
and see, yeah, and I said it was too close to I been back and forth on the road because my schedule. I'm a national one of the judges that does national judging for the American Legion National Oratorical Contest. I'm usually in the first and the second round
And
for the
what is
judge.
that?
The American Legion has an oratorical contest for 9th through 12th graders, regardless of what high school,
Oh,
whatever,
cool.
whether you're homeschool, parochial, private school, charter school, any of those schools, as long as you're under 21 years of age, you're eligible. It doesn't cost you anything. It's online. If you go to legion.org, every year they'll tell us the topics for the Constitution, because there's 4 always, and those 4 are ones that you'll do a 3 to 5 minute on. You'll do one because they draw it, but you need to be prepared to present. And then the other part, the 8 to 10 minute oration, is some part of the Constitution that you're interested in presenting. Some aspect of it doesn't have to be in totality the total essence of one amendment. It could be one sentence of that amendment, period. But you have to present this, and the students come from 55, generally, usually 55 places. That's the United States plus Europe and the Department of France and Puerto Rico whenever students are yes. But the third place prize winner earns almost $20,000. The second place person gets, I think, $22,000, and the third one is $26,000. Every year you have local competitions where they build up, and then the winner of a local will represent their state at the national. This past year we had Hillsdale College in Michigan this past year. Oh, it was beautiful.
Wow.
Gosh, Hillsdale, they know how to do it up. I mean, it was, you couldn't ask for anything more. We didn't know that the dorms were a little farther than the main hall for some people that had, and they were not as ambulatory as that kind of folks, but that's something that we'll look at next year to work out, because this is the first year we were at Hillsdale, and they've opened their door, they've opened their dorms, and their dining facility. It was just meeting the children, meeting their parents, learning a lot about their journey, how they got to that spot so far. It's always so fascinating. As a judge, I can't talk to the children or the young scholars until after the contest is over, because I'm in the room judging your presentation. There's probably about 6 that I'm going to see in this room, and then 6 in this room, or 6 in the afternoon. So, and it's not the same group, that I see.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's a very rewarding.
And it's for girls, for females?
Males, females, any high
Both.
school student that's from 9th grade to 12th grade, every year, the National Oratorical Contest, because I know a lot of children, like I talk to students all the time, they want to go to college, but they just can't find the money. And it is true. It is hard to find the money. People talk about FAFSA and stuff. Sometimes FAFSA doesn't work, because sometimes a child's parent might make too much money, and then they don't get the same amount of money. And the school they're going to, they have to find a way, or they switch schools or work jobs in unsafe places, making all kinds of money to try to cover these things, pay for these things. So it's rewarding. I could say that, we do a boys state program, which is for juniors that are going to be seniors in the fall. The boys state program is like one of the premier programs of the country. Boys state, for most states, counts for so many credits for college in a lot of states. The boys stay for a week. They learn about aspects of the Constitution. They go on field trips. They meet different congressional members and other politicians that are explaining them the systems there. Now, on the auxiliary side, we have girls' state, and it's the same thing. But and then the winners, you have a winner. They call themselves senators, and they have a whole setup like you're in Congress. We give them fake political names. One group is the Nationalists, one group is the Federalists, or something like that. So, it's really smooth to watch them try to debate and argue.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, they personally don't believe, but the art of argumentation is how well you can present without revealing your personal view on this particular aspect. And then the 2 winners from their state, they go to called Boys and Girls Nation.
Right.
And at the Capitol in DC, and they get to go to the White House. They spend a whole week doing that.
Nice.
Learn a whole lot of different things. Yeah, so that
is nice.
And what does it cost the student? Now, in DC, the Boys State program is free, but the other states, they charge a fee to the post that's sponsoring that child. And some posts sponsor several young boys and girls. You know, they
Hmm.
so
Nice.
that's American Legion. So that and then you got essay contests with the Fleet Reserve Association and the DAB and the BW. All of them have different kind of scholarships. You can clean up. You can go here and do this one. Go here and do that one. I'm gonna tell students to go there. You can use the same presentation 6 times to make 6 sources of revenue. It's not illegal to do it.
Hmm.
You
It's
know,
interesting. It's the first time I've heard of that.
yeah.
And I've heard of Voice, the Voice. I knew about that one, but I hadn't heard of the other. But I get this all the time. It is, what is there out there for Gold Star families? I'm like, there's. My biggest thing right now is I want to see a scholarship for the siblings. The siblings that have to grow up. Well, like Cash, for instance, he didn't have his big brother here, and it's like a only child situation, which is weird too. But if he did have, it would make a world of difference. Rather than, he knows how bad I'm hurt. I know that he is, and we have a good line of communication. But it's hard. It's not easy, and it's where are those resources? Where's the plan that happens? So everybody thought about nobody thought about the age. Okay, well, I'm not going to go to college because I can't afford it. So thinking like me, so I'm going to jump in the military and then I'll figure it out. Well, they're young, so they're not usually married when they jump in the military. But once they get in, if they're in it, they usually do meet someone, and we can't even go into that subject because then we could stay a whole nother 4 hours on that one. About the girls around the bases. I warned mine. I was like, son, let's have a talk because you need to stay this many miles away from that base, and whatever you do, stay away from the women. So I would warn him. I'm not kidding. And with my kids, I'm like straight on. I tell them everything before they hear it somewhere else. So, but I'm like, no, they think of marriage and they think of like when there's kids and things like that. They don't think about, okay, these are young people that are joining. What are we going to do aside from knock on their door to tell them they're gone? And then what? Like, what are we going to do? Like, is there something that we're going to do to help them to continue to be okay? Because their kid was serving for the freedom of others in the United States. You would think. Now, he's government property. I heard that a bunch. And I finally got to the point where I was like, he's not government property. He's my kid in me. Like, let's just stop that right now. Okay. Because he's not yours. Did you give birth to him? No, you don't. I don't care what your rank is. I don't listen. That all goes all out the window when they're gone and you're the mom. So, and I tell you, if you'd been at any of these meetings and seen me at a table with these people, you would have loved it. You'd have been like, "Oh my goodness, what did she just say to that rank right there? Oh my gosh, she just said what?" But it was things that any normal mom. When I say normal, I mean you're not in a normal situation. So when someone says something, do not be afraid to turn around and say, wait a minute, you need to look at this angle here right now. This is my child. Like, what is there? Like, what is going to happen? And what are we going to do? Because this just isn't satisfactory for me. What's going to happen? Because this child has joined the military and we're all about flag and we're all about our rights and our constitution and our freedom of speech, and yeah, I'm proud of you, son, and I'm in this hoorah club. We're all happy, and all of a sudden boom, and it's like, where did all those happy people go? Where did all those people go that were thankful and grateful that he served? Like, where'd they go? Like, they no longer remember, wait a minute, whoa, that is someone's child. Now, are there some people? Of course there are. But where are the large masses of people who remember this? Because they don't. They'll think about the wars. They'll think of that. They'll think of that. They will not think of, you know, until someone gets out there and starts talking, until someone gets in faces, until someone starts pushing it. Nobody's going to understand it. So you can't really blame the people who don't even know the information, number one. So I hope to educate. I hope to educate that Gold Star families really, I feel, have been left behind. Literally left behind. They are forgotten. They are the ones that gave life to those that are giving us those freedoms we use every day. So where are those programs? How about those siblings? Like, can we do a scholarship of some sort for the siblings? So a scholarship for siblings is a very, very big passion of mine. We have to figure out a way. Now, my son Cash is not joining the service. No. I mean, I'd go so far as to tell you this. This is how I am. And you're going to be like, yep, you can tell how she was raised. I would go as far as to make sure whatever I had to do, which he's not going to join. He's just an old, gentle soul that's incredibly intelligent, like science, you name it. Adam, my fighter, I mean, he was built to do this. Like, he should still be here. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it was. I'm sorry. I've had enough, to me, in a lot of generations. So if he came to me and wanted to, I'd make sure that my kids fell in that test. He would not pass. He would not. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200 on off your board, baby. I am sorry. You failed. And mom will make sure that you fail. So it will all work out in the end. But trust me, that just isn't the choice for you. So I feel that we've given enough in that area. But what I'd like to see is, okay, his brother did that, and this gap and understanding what it did into a home. Then what about his brother now? Do we have a scholarship situation? Do we have something going on to take care of those other kids who are affected, whose lives have been given to give us those freedoms? Shouldn't we be looking at them too, like we do? There's veterans when they get married and they have the kids. He didn't get that chance. He didn't get to be that old. So what do we do about that? And so that's the part that bothers me. It's like, okay, if we're going to do something for people, we got to think about people as a whole. So we have a lot of areas that we've covered. And honestly, there are so many areas that we are dropping the ball. It's like you and I need to do a series. I'm not kidding. I have never held this many people for 4 hours, literally. I'm like, they just want to keep hearing more. But you're going to see that. Whoa, I just saw the time. Woo. Wow, y'all are some troopers out there. And I'm a night person because I get creative at night, like writing or trying to think of a song or, that's my time. But yeah, even for me, I was like, whoa, I just saw that. And the body's feeling it too. Twyla, you have so much going on. You are involved in so many things. You're such a breath of fresh air. I knew the moment I met you, I was like, this is a person I want to know. This is a person who will get it. This is somebody who cares and wants to know what that really means. They're not asking me to get into know someone. They're not asking me just to, I happen to be the person standing there. When you asked me, I knew that, wait a minute, she actually really wants to know, like, what is there for y'all? Like, is there something that's offered or anything like that? Well, I'm trying my best. And yes, there are things like TAPS out there, and, they try their best. But, there's a lot of rules and red tape and And that's why these other foundations and organizations need to be developed by the people. So for the people, by the people, we can take care of people. And it's only the people who understand it. And when you understand your rights and you understand that we have a constitution, you understand how this all works. And like you're talking about these kids understanding, and when you go to vote and why we need to vote. I mean, you cannot sit up. I'm sorry, but for me, don't sit and complain to me about anything if you did not have the time to go vote. So you either go vote and then you can talk to me, or if you're not going to get involved, you don't have to get involved. Just at least vote. Like, I'm not going to care. Like you said, A, B, C, X, Y, Z. At least vote. Like that's the basic bare minimum. So, and then we can have a conversation. But if you don't even want to just vote, we got an issue there because people need to do a little bit. I'm not asking for a whole lot. I'm just saying, please try to get a little bit of education on who you're voting for, I hope. I might need to be careful about saying this. But I do truly believe the information's out there. We have the technology. I mean, right now on X, like I've tried to tell people so many times about X. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, it's not the drug. Y'all stop it. Especially me. Like, trust me. It's literally people are like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, go check out the old Twitter, which is now X, and it will have spaces in it. Now, look, if MySpace and Twitter had a baby, it's called X Spaces. So it's like, if that just came back.
Oh, God.
Oh, somebody probably heard that. It's getting late. You can tell. Me and my bad joke. Woo! Their numbers are climbing on X right now. No, literally they are. And that wasn't a joke. Somebody said, you need to hear these people. And they don't pay me, but so I'm turning it.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to get us something. But my goodness, 4.5 hours. So in order to upload this for everyone that's listening, as we go forward tomorrow onto our podcast, I'm probably going to break this into 2 parts. And so what we'll do is we'll find like that middle breaking ground and say part 2. And then what we need to do, Twyla, you have so much information and then you pull a lot out of me. Like it's really not that easy. It seems easy, but how do you say this? Normal people or people in general it's not that easy to pull that much out of me. You make it very easy for me to tell, probably too much. And that's where I say I'd love to meet someone who wants to do a documentary, movie, and publishing of a book. Like those 3 things right there can help fund all sorts of stuff. I can do the work, but and you with your extensive background, everything you do, I do see a variety of women like coming together and being able to do this. Like here we were in a room of Rosie the Riveters. How many other women are going to be able to say that the amount that are alive? Unfortunately, it's the time as time goes on. We had 24. There's 28 that were alive then, and you're talking 100 years old and older. So unfortunately, like they looked at me, and I wonder if one said it to you. I had a few say to me, "You do know it's up to you now. You're next." And I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." I mean, what do you say to your elders? You say, "Yes, ma'am, I understand." Okay, well, we jumped in. We jumped in when World War II happened. We went to work at Boeing, and although we got a yellow slip, pink slip, say go home when the boys came back, because I got told that one a few times. They didn't need us anymore. We were supposed to go back home to the kitchen. And they were hilarious. I mean, funny. These women, it was like it was like we opened the door to, I heard about the jitterbug. I wish we'd had that. Story after story of meeting guys and the jitterbug and the underground like dance halls, and I'm like,
how they end up marrying a guy that they met, the one young riveter. She said that She liked the way he smelled. She said, when I smelled him, she said, when I first met him, I knew we were going to get married. I said, how'd you know? She said, I liked the way he smelled. I said, and they were married for 50 something years. I said, well, did he keep the
Oh,
smell? She said, no, because they stopped making that type of whatever cologne. She said, they stopped
oh,
making.
right.
I
It's,
said, but that didn't bother you. She said, no, it was you still bother. It was just funny. But
oh my
the
gosh.
fact is,
The
because she had
smell.
determined, hey, yeah, she said, that's the smell. I said, oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah, I
everybody's
don't know that smell.
everybody knows it works so well.
Yeah, that may have been pheromones. I don't know about
But
it.
their stories were just fascinating to hear.
They were like,
Hear.
they
Yeah.
still cut their own grass. I mean, they wanted to make sure that we knew, like, hey, no, we still do. Oh my goodness, tried to put one in a wheelchair. She had a fit. I mean, a fit. Like, I mean, smacking hands. Like,
They wanted
don't
to
you?
walk. They wanted to be on their own. There was a surge, um, the camaraderie if you felt, the love that you felt, and
Yes.
care. And sometimes people will negate using a wheelchair. I found when they trust the surroundings, when they know that if
Hmm.
something happens to me, someone's going to be able to catch me. I'm not going to be on the ground. There's someone here with me. Sometimes people will use that as a safety net because they don't feel comfortable with, and they have issues with ambulatory movement, but
Yeah.
so I get it, and
There
it
was
was a
all
fun.
kinds of stories. I mean, I don't know. I was just like, oh my goodness, this is just unbelievable. Between the, you know, you just never knew. I'm not kidding. Like, it's like one of those things. It's like you just want to be in there and like hear it all, and it's like you didn't want to leave because I mean,
I
think
know.
about time. We were there till I don't know
Hours
how
after,
late.
hours after. I mean, we were even hours after the event was over. No one was rushing to leave out of there.
No, and
And
I
when we
thought, man,
finally
they got
got inside,
tired.
and some of them had flights to catch the next morning because they
Yeah,
were going home. And
they
no,
just
they
didn't
said
want to stop.
every moment, it was just like you gravitated every moment, and that's
Yeah,
what we have to do in
yes, we
life.
do.
We have to build in the moment,
We do.
in the moment, and not put it off to something else or be upset because it didn't happen yesterday. We have to be ever present to make this moment count. So this day, the hours in this day were well spent. Yeah, I'm cool. I didn't
Mm,
get this thing accomplished, but guess what? I'm cool. I feel this way. I'm emotionally in this state of mind. I'll pick it up tomorrow. That kind of thing. We do. We need to really do start being in this person who can self-examine daily, sometimes hourly. You know.
yeah. Well, the biggest thing they came to me at, and they still are. I just got a letter actually in the mail that was the Rosie the Riveter Trust.
Mm-hmm.
So in each state they're trying to open chapters, and so you know where I'm going with it. So it's like they're trying to get, and you have to have only so many. Like, and I'm like, well, what are the responsibilities? Because if I jump into something, I'm not going to do it just to do it. What is it? And they said, really, it's when Rosie the Riveter Day comes around. You make sure that your area is well aware of what it is. And then we hope that you can attend the convention yearly, but really we just don't want it to go away. I'm like, wow, okay. That's not a lot. That's something I think that I could handle. So
Yeah.
I am going to consider it, and knowing me, I probably will. I have got to find, you have to have like 3 in each state. So
Mm-hmm.
um I'll figure that out. And I know you're somewhere near DC. We don't want to give out your exact location on the internet, but all those things growing up, everybody was like, don't tell anybody where you live. Don't give it. Nowadays, it's like, oh, I'm going to be out of my house, so now you can come rob my house because it's going to be empty. It's like the
Yeah.
internet is a little backwards these days. So I always try to remind myself we are online right now. We don't want to give all that away, but if you're up in that area, I do have to come to that area quite a bit for a few things. There's something in August. I'll be that way. So
Is it the first part of August or the end of
That's a
August?
great question. I think it's the end. Is it?
Because from the 23rd of August until probably the 31st of August, I'll be at the National 24 Bivouac for the first 2 days, and then the National American Legion convention starts, and we're in New Orleans here.
Nice. Oh, really? Nice. For some reason, that's the only thing I didn't write down. So I don't know the exact dates. I'll have to look. But it's very expensive to go to DC, y'all. It's like, my gosh, like what they want for you to stay there and all that. And like, my Lord, like that's a little insane. Like, there we go again. It's like, okay, well, I'll have to figure that out because that part's a little, like, I don't even understand how you can possibly. I mean, I get real estate, but come on, like, you got to be kidding me. But that's where we got to make things right.
It's overpriced, and the prices continue to soar, and it's pushing the everyday Joe out and further out to the
Further away.
Yeah,
yeah. I wonder if the legions. Yeah, I bet the legions, the VFWs, things like that I've never tried. Maybe there's something there I can look into for going back and forth. But yeah, we definitely have several Gold Star families that are doing several different things, actually going back and forth. So that's the number one complaint that I hear, that and the siblings scholarship, and then the changes that are being made. So tomorrow night, when we do have a new show with a new guest host that I just picked up for Thursdays, which I think it's already Thursday. So I think so. And that is something that's happening, and it's already been in the NDAA and all kinds of stuff with the Congress. And we'll be announcing that tomorrow night or tonight. I'm getting my hours all mixed up here. But it's always 8 p.m. on a Wednesday, and so 8 p.m. on a Thursday. And then eventually, I think, Twyla, if you can't do once a week, once a month, we need to check in with you. There's just so much. Instead of a 5-hour session, we can do 1 hour increment and one topic, and probably get so much done just by the information. I mean, you're like a thesaurus, if people remember those, or a dictionary, all those things put together. Like, remember those. To me, like, you have all this knowledge to share. But the other thing I've already picked up on that's always fascinated me, because I am not a person who can do this, like when you can see a quote in a Bible and you can remember, and you've got some people who can just spit that out, and I'm like, man, God just didn't give me that part. But even a song like, don't ask me a name, but if you play it, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's so and so, and these are the words. Like, I know it, but I have to hear it. So I learn by hearing. Even music, like, that's how I pick it up, is by my ear. So, I picked up on that with you. It's like you were able to do that. And I thought, man, I have always like tried. I can't. But my son Cash, now he is someone that can do that. Like, he can literally, that child, I cannot win my debates. I mean, already. So I have created something that is wonderful, but he's going to give me a run for my money. I'm like,
oh my,
I'm either going to have to get better at debating, or he's just so smart. I mean, that's a great thing. I'm very proud of him, and I'm so glad that I met you, and that, if we had Swat on here, the funny thing is the co-host Swat would have, about an hour and 15 minutes in, he'd have been like, okay, we're good. And he'd have started playing his guitar, and we would have been out like that. So it's interesting how that worked tonight, because they always keep it on schedule where it's like, okay, we're doing this. As soon as the music's playing, we're out. We would have never had these 5 hours of our lives shared, like, what are those soap operas called, like Days of Our Lives or whatever they're called, General. Well, I can't even think of the names of them, but I know there was one called Days of Our Lives and
Yeah.
Hospital or whatever they're called,
Peyton Place.
or JR, the Dallas thing. Somebody said
Dr.
that to me the other day.
Uh,
I said, "Where have you been watching that?" And I'm like, "That's." They were like, "Yeah, like if you ever ran into like the people like JR and all that." I'm like, "Are you serious?" Like, that's a show. Now, are there people that are like that? Yes, there are pretentious people, and it's not just in Texas. So, but there are areas that are a little more affluent that are going to be a little more pretentious. Yes, that is very true. But be careful because, like I said, you might look at me and think, and not that I think any of this that I'm saying, but what I'm saying is I'm dressed. I got on a jacket that you might think I paid a lot for, but you don't know. I might have
Looks
brushed
funny.
my hair. I might have put on a I mean, that does not mean that I have it all going on. It just means that I have become very good at knowing how to be as frugal as you can possibly be and keep going and then figuring it out as it comes. So never judge a book by its cover, number one. Number two, never believe. What is this saying here? See if it is never believe everything you hear and half of what you see, or is it opposite?
Right.
Is it half what you see and all of what you hear, or all of what you hear and half what you see? Maybe it's both. To me, maybe I'll just claim it as both since I don't know, because it's probably true. So what I am very grateful for is that I wore this while I was up there, and then that's what made you come up to me. Is I had on Adam's pictures and
Yep.
the Rosie, and then my name that fell off when we were first talking, and then this picture that hit me in the head. I'm glad I was wearing a hat. It says Gold Star Family Foundation from when I met you, and like my table. So when I went to grab it, I went, huh, that's interesting. It had, my table number and all that. Normally, that's not what I have with me. I usually have just, it'll say like Gold Star Parents Retreat, and it's got, those are some good people, by the way. And again, that's just Gold Star families getting together to help each other. So really, that's what we have, Twyla. So if you have advice, you run into things, you run into people, and you say, we've got legions of VFWs. Do we have programs for the Gold Star families? Because I'm not seeing much. I got a lady asking me, and I'm kind of curious, and she is too. So
I made
kinda
a point
wondering.
to jot down to reach out to my comrades in the American Legion in Texas, and my DAV family, my AMVETS family, and my VFW family to see who's in your area.
That
And
would be great.
so I've made a note to reach out to those. I'm looking at my notes here because I've jotted down some of the things. Yeah, I made a note to reach out to the ones in your area and in your state to find out who all in your state is doing what
Yeah.
resources are available, and is this something that you all want to take up individually or collectively that you need to consider,
Yeah.
because it could be as easy as going to a particular post, the post saying okay, and then making a resolution, and
Right.
that they would be support.
Yeah. I just think it might be something that we met and maybe people just haven't had the conversation and figured out, wait a minute. Yeah. I mean, it might be easy. To me, these kind of things are easy. I know that other people like, trust me, the producer's like, if you say easy one more time, he's like, you always say it's just easy. And I'm like, well, it is for me. You want to trade spots here? I'll show you hard. So, meaning the way I grew up and stuff, like, sure, it's easy. Like, just have a conversation, a normal one. Honestly, I'd like to meet them, even if they don't have answers. It's about getting to know them, and if you get along with them, that means I would. If you don't send them my information. I am looking to learn to say no as I'm getting older. And like you said, I'm going to use my ABCs in a different way, because the way that I use those with what I do in my future, and no one's going to follow this right now but the two of us. But if you weren't here earlier, when we talk about ABCs, we're talking about if you got a PhD behind your name, you got I'm a voting for this, and I got a R or a D or an I. I mean, you're a whatever. There's all kinds of alphabet letters for people, but that's not people.
Right.
People. This is Twyla. This is Tracy. Beyond that, I don't want to know your ABCs that led you to me, because let's talk first. Because I guarantee, before you get into all that, you're gonna find some common ground there. We really got to be like, how do we come together? It is a very important time in our country. It's a very important time for us all to educate the younger generation. I mean, we have to understand, why did Twyla go into the military? Why did my son? What is the flag? What does that mean? Boy, those are heavy conversations. So we're not going to get into those big. So weird. I hear you. But what I'm trying to say is, it is so important to understand, we talk Constitution, we talk legislation, we've brought up politicians, we have brought up communities that are being pushed out of their areas and paying bills. I mean, your basic common things in life, human decency, respect, our faith, our beliefs, whatever it is that is calling out to you. We need to look at this from the angle of, as human beings, there is a heart in each one of us. And, if it's not okay with one and you need to move on, then move on. Don't do what I did. Just learn to do it quicker. And sometimes, you will find people that will be great and want to be a part of it. And sometimes you won't. But hopefully along the way you have educated and you have given some information there. And a lot of that is I also want my son to understand, my younger son, Cash. Why did his brother join the dang military? Like, what made him want to do that? Well, when you've got generations that have served, and that respect that you see, just like you, Twyla, you talked about, all of your family members and serving and having to go to those services. Personally, I have not gone to a service since losing Adam. I just can't do it. Now, that's one of the areas I stay strong. Like you just heard me, I didn't even hesitate. Like, I just can't do it. So I have to tell people, I'm like, just don't ask that of me. Just I can't. It's just one of those things that if and when, I do believe that day will come, but I just don't need to do that. So I know that if anyone's out there, you're looking for help, you're trying to reach out to someone, 988 is the number that I give. Twyla, do you have it? You have a resource that you usually give?
I recommend people to go to National Alliance of Mental Health, NAMI.org.
What is that?
NAMI.org.
AMI?
.org. They have a wealth of resources. They really, really do. And they do really good work too. I mean, they really do. They have resources for every aspect, and you can deal with them anonymously. You can deal with them on the front end. They have resources on different kind of workshops they have, and most of them are digital, so you can access them from any part of the country at any given time, period. I also recommend Be the One. Go to legion.com and legion.org and you say Be the One. Or you just type up Be the One American Legion and it comes up. And Be the One has wonderful resources too. We have and that's our slogan, is be the one. You need to be the one to take the time to listen. You need to be the one that has that conversation. You need to be the one that can direct someone. We need to be that one. And that is really what our National Commander, Dan Seehafer, has been pushing, and the previous National Commander, Vincent Triola, also brought that to the fore. We deal with also with Columbia. There's a thing called the Columbia Protocol. Their site is CSSRS. CSSRS dot Columbia.
Do you know what that did? I got it.
Okay.
Nah, I need glasses. It's cssrs.columbia.org.
.edu.
.edu.
Mm-hmm.
And now, does this have to be all military, or is this something that?
This is about this how to help. No, it's not just military, because when we're talking about depression and we're talking about post-traumatic stress and we're talking about just health and hypertension and these different things, how these things affect us physically as well, then you also have people who are contemplating suicide ideation. That's regardless of whether you served in combat, served in military or not. The question is, how do I know how to help that person? I went through several trainings. I went through QPR is a training that's for, like CPR is for, first aid. That one. Well, QPR is gatekeeper training. It's QPRinstitute.com. It's absolutely free. They teach you how to start the conversation, how to ask the questions. You have to be able to ask a person, do you think you want to commit suicide? It's a hard question to ask, but you have to learn how to be able to ask that very direct question. So they teach you what to do when these responses happen and what to occur. Sometimes you trigger a person, you say, well, I'm going to call someone to help you. That person doesn't want you to call 911 or 988. They don't want that.
Police,
They want you.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do you help me be me for that person, to stand them down, to talk to them, to get them to a place where they'll consider, okay, hey, because sometimes we're not in proximity, we can drive to that individual and be there physically. In Florida, which is absolutely free online, they have fire watch training. Fire watch training tells you about the types of things, how to deal with first responders, the questions you ask of them. And first responders are all over and all around. First responder, to me, if a person has a medical episode in front of somebody, that person becomes a first responder. So
right.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the title first responder. Now, like I said, I worked in that field in policing, but I also was a school teacher. So I'm a first responder in that regard too, because things happen in school, I have to the obligation to report, the obligation to check, or because it's called failure to care when you don't do your job. I went through ASK, which is AS+K, which is basic gatekeeper training, and that's out of Texas. That's the TexasSuicidePrevention.org. It's free.
Really?
TexasSuicidePrevention.org.
Okay.
And they were really good. And it's not just for military personnel. It's because this thing about trauma engulfs us all.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just need to be able to have a little help from someone, or we need to be able to know how to help somebody else. There's nothing worse than being in a position where you feel helpless and something happens, and then you're upset with yourself because you felt helpless because you didn't know what to say or what to do or how to respond. These are resources that I have personally found have helped me. I had to deal with I'll say this and then I'll be finished. My 9/11 occurred in 1988. A friend of mine, we were stationed someplace else, but she was sexually assaulted by 12 people. We were playing basketball. I went outside for something. I couldn't get back inside the gym because somebody had security hatches from the inside.
Were you at school, Twyla? Did you say school, or are you in the military?
In the military.
Oh.
And she was beaten up pretty bad trying to defend herself. She goes to the hospital. It's reported to the CO that this happened, and instead of really giving her what she needed, They transferred her to a different location. The other people, and I did keep tabs on the people that were the assailants. The majority of them were able to stay in the Marine Corps and retired, successful careers. Fast forward, we meet back up later on in life in the Marine Corps at another base. See her. We both played basketball. We played volleyball. She did a shot put, and I did running events in the Marine Corps. So we travel around playing sports too. And we both like funky hats. So that was our thing, you know. The
Yeah,
beret,
I
you
do
know.
too.
Yeah, I could tell. So, you know, and we were like the Mutt and Jeff combination, you know.
Right.
She was tall, and I'm 5'6", so but she was significantly taller than me. Well, one day what she did was she didn't tell her husband and didn't tell her family at first why she was in the hospital at that time, and the base gave a different report to the family, so the family believed whatever report they gave, like
Yep.
she was injured herself or something anyway. But she finally couldn't take it anymore. She told her husband what had happened. He blamed her. He said it was her fault because he said, that's what you get for always spending so much time in the gym. Then he called her parents, and her parents disowned her. She came to my room at the barracks. She told me what happened. I told her, stay here tonight in my room. We'll go to the chaplain the next day and figure it out. She said, okay, let me go in my car and get some stuff. I said, okay, cool. She's a popular person, and a lot of people know her, so the time had passed, and I figured, well, she must have gotten a conversation with somebody. She just got her station. But then it started going a little long. My room was away from the parking lot. The parking lots were on the opposite side of the building into the and right outside my hatch. Make a left in that area. Our barracks don't have elevators or escalators, and like that. You hitting the ladder well, that's cool. I looked over first in the catwalk, and I tried to see if I spotted her vehicle. I said, I don't see it. Kind of there were quite a few cars. I said maybe go on. So I went on down ladder well, go through the parking lot. I don't see it. The vehicle. Then I started going through the parking lot. My mind said, yeah, maybe she might have grab something to eat with somebody. You know, somebody needs to be back. Was it anything of it? The wee hour of the morning, find out that she had taken a pistol and had blown her brains out.
Wow.
And for decades, I couldn't talk to anybody. And the way I was interrogated was rough, disrespectful. I'm trying to just process. I couldn't even cry. But when I finally cried, it was because I was angry at how I was being approached. You were asked to talk. What did she say? What you know? It was just, you just told me that she's dead. You just told me she just blew her brains out. You just told me that I was the last to see her. Okay, pause, please. Can you pause for a moment? Let me swallow that. Let me rewind in my brain, in my head, what you just said to me. That wasn't the case. And it was, you know, so her family felt disgraced. She's in an unmarked grave because they refused to allow the military to purchase, you know, allow them to put the head marker on her. So she's.
What? The family did?
The family decided not to because they were embarrassed.
Oh, Lord.
They were embarrassed, and they were angry at her and embarrassed. I understand anger because you can be angry for any number of myriad reasons. I understand, but to be embarrassed in that way, and then for years, like I said, decades, I dealt with, why didn't I see it? What didn't I get? Why didn't I know? Why not just walk downstairs with her? You know, maybe if I would have walked downstairs on that catwalk, maybe, you know, at that well, any number of things went through my brain for decades. And finally, the realization comes, there was nothing else you could do. You were the best thing you could have been. That was a friend.
Yeah.
That's a hurtful place, but that's the solace that I have, because there's nothing more that I could have done. Given the circumstances I didn't know, really, because so much time had passed between the incidents and the actual, you know, event and the time, I knew that it was traumatic. I knew that it was something you just don't walk away and get away. And I realized afterwards, reflected, the trauma was the incident itself. The trauma was the way the military handled it. The trauma was, then you moved me further away from my area of comfort, and then the next trauma was, I revealed this to my spouse, and then the next trauma was, my family has rejected me. I'm soiled, I'm dirty, I'm unclean, I'm these things. And so because this first incident never was resolved, the first thing was, I got to get myself together. I got to get myself together. I can't do it. And it never got done. And these other things pile on top of it, just exacerbated the whole situation. So I had to come to a full circle realization that there was nothing else I could have said. Based upon the way we had our relationship, there was nothing else I could have done that would have changed the outcome of that day, because I didn't feel compelled to walk to the car because I didn't even have an excuse. Hey, well, let me walk. I didn't have an excuse because she didn't give me anything to take with me to make me think, hey, I need to. And the other thing too is the resources that I wish would be more available. Like I said, when you try to be the one and you're the one who failed, you couldn't be the one when the one who's supposed to be the one couldn't be the one, because the mission was misdirected. Where's the resource available for this person? You know, survivor's remorse is a real thing. No, I never thought about taking myself out of here. Never thought about harming myself, and that's not my story. But the fact that you rewind these things over and over, you rewind the last conversation, you rewind the last basketball game we played, the last score, you rewind the last time we went up and blocked in that net for volleyball.
Yeah.
Remember the last time that we put that cold serve just barely over the net, and she's out in the gym going off with the rest of the girls saying, yeah, you know, when that game point, you go through all these things. And at that time, there wasn't any resources. I had to go to work, and that's what happened. I went to work. After all that day, I didn't have the day off. I went to work. I couldn't even go to the chaplain because I didn't even know where to start.
Yeah.
I didn't know where to start. I'm numb. I'm just numb. And I'm filled with anger that I can't even redirect. So the redirection was just running more and doing this more. And then I ended up having a bout with bulimia because I didn't have any kind of coping mechanism, you know. I'd eat, and then afterwards, oh, it's coming out. I'd find a chair, going ahead, you know, it was crazy. And no one knew that I had this battle, because again, that was a battle I had to deal with by myself. And I'm just thankful that I'm on this side and on this end.
Yeah.
I never really even shared that much about this before, and when. Thank you, because Yeah, it was
What is her name, Twyla?
Val.
Val. Yeah.
It was Val.
So it's a Val. Yeah. She sounds incredible. I wish I could tell you that I've never heard of a story like that before, but unfortunately, I have heard of many stories of females in the military being sexually assaulted, being just treated like unbelievably. That's how Adam met Courtney. Um, Now, that part didn't happen to her, but there were things happening that just aren't right. And you got somebody around like him who's, so the only time we had a issue, there was always that one commander, right? So, and his name's Anderson. I'm not afraid to say his name. He's a jerk. I mean, a big time jerk. And he was just, I don't know what his deal was. Just life. I don't know, but just bad. I mean, I don't know. Too many bad stories, but that one about Val, I mean, 12 people and in a hospital. And the gym, I mean, none of that even like comes close to. I don't even understand the embarrassing part because of being a mom who's lost, and then or a person who doesn't have like their biological sibling or best friends that are gone literally, and in a different way, but one, yeah, by their own doing, lots to drugs, because obviously the what I was around, not me personally, but unfortunately that was an environment. But the military, like, I'm very serious when I say that my child's not going in. I mean, I believe in, we sit here and everything we're talking about, but I do know, people like Val who need to be remembered, and we need to honor, and we need to understand that there are some issues that need to still be taken into consideration. And me, I jump straight to the Val Act. I love that right there, the Val Act.
VA, and see, VA, she really, that's ones that were close to her. But there was a case right there in your backyard in Texas a few years ago, PFC Vanessa Gillen.
Oh, yeah, I know you well.
And we signed on to that, that act. But I'll tell you something else too. And I dealt with this with helping some people trying to get their plans together. There are a lot of instances of male sexual assault in
both
military. More people realize, and it's hard on the women. But I don't gamble. I used to bet on college football games years ago when we were in college basketball. Who would win, who would lose, But
yeah.
But the bottom line is, if I still did bet on those college football and basketball games like I did in the 80s, I would put money on the fact that the trauma is several times more severe when it's a guy, just because of the fact that people look at you funny if they say, well, why can't you overpower it? Why can't you do, all these things? So the victim is re-victimized. This happens to women too, but with the guys, I found with the men that I've involved myself with the system for a myriad of reasons how we end up connecting. Their manhood, their personhood is stripped in one state. A woman's personhood is stripped. She's still a woman. But a man's manhood is stripped and his personhood is stripped. So he gets a double hit.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the guys that I had interacted with never reported this to men, but they had the documentation. One reported it to his unit, had the documentation, I think they charged the person and convicted the person of the crime. But guess what happened to him in the end? He's HIV positive. So how does
Not
this make
right.
it? So this mental stress that he deals with is also dealing with a physical condition he didn't ask for, that was pushed on him,
Mm-hmm.
that he has to live with,
Mm-hmm.
on top of taking his antidepressant meds and all these other things that he has to take, this cocktail of meds that you're taking, and like the PrEP pill and some other stuff that, we talk about these things, he and I,
Mm-hmm.
because he has to find safe spaces to get what he has to get out. Like, how did this happen to me, or why this happened to me? And you don't have those questions, those answers to questions. How it happened, because circumstances were there.
Mm-hmm.
Why it happened, have to go to the man above, because I don't have the answer for that. There's something else in the source that's for you, that meant that this was the path that had to go in order to get to where you needed to be. As painful as these paths are, sometimes it's like walking on cut glass.
Yeah.
And when you do, and you finally get off of it, you find yourself okay, but you're still bleeding because you have the residue. You still have the residue. You have these wounds. You have this residue. But yeah, we have and it's not just in the military that you deal with these things. You deal with these things on college campuses and employment locations, and now women and men going through parks, walking and jogging through parks in relatively open spaces. Now they're off in the middle of, Zeno Ben world, Grizzly Adams world. And so we have so much to really be grateful for, in spite of everything that we come through, and the things that we are going to continue going through. We have a whole lot to be grateful for, because there's a lot in the grade that wish they had 10th of what we, just a 10th.
That's true. That is true. That I loved that you were sharing that about Val, and I hate to hear that. And then of course about him, the Brandon Act is something you can look up. That's a friend of mine, Terry, her son, took his life. He was in the Navy, and she actually did have success not long ago. So the Brandon Act is something that she got passed because he was very, very thorough in what he left, what he did, to make sure that it was known. So they worked really hard for a long time now, and they actually got it passed. So I was very, very glad to hear that. So I know her very well. His mother's name is Terry. So the Brandon Act is what I say if someone were to say to me, well, suicide, Navy. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience with Navy, but I have understood that, listen, every branch has a very different way of how they deal with things, literally. When the Army comes to me and I have to deal with things and I say SOS or something, someone else, Marines or someone else is like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, okay, so I figured out on my own, not serving that within each branch, they all do it different. They all have the different names. And it's like, so I have to figure it out. So it's like Marines, I will say this, the Marines, it's the FRGs, the family readiness groups, the groups they have already there. You know it better than me. But the one thing I've noticed is when we have the unfortunate passing of someone active duty, I will tell you this. Which branch would you say that actually, when they handle it and they take care of their people long term, or they check in long term, which one would you think that I would say?
From my experience with talking to casualty officers in various branches, and I do have, I've
They
had a lot of.
need counseling, by the way. Like
and
that's a big thing.
they do, because, and that's the thing. A lot of them don't get it. They're just,
No, they
a
need
lot of
to
them are
have it.
captains and below.
Yeah.
And, with less than 12 years in the military themselves,
Yeah.
they're tasked with something that many of them might not ever be in the MOS. Their primary MOS might not be ever anything near where they would experience.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
And then too, casualty officers is not a primary, so it's transient. A lot of those officers are there for this window of time, and then they move on, and there's someone else there. It's a secondary MOS at best. It's a billet, it's assignment for billet. But from what I have seen, my own personal experience, and what I know, the Marine Corps does a fine job. I'm saying we because I've been in that seat where we did the check-ins with the family, but we would go to the house and still go and take groceries over there, and go and sit down or offer. I remember there was a group that would do babysitting service for the family, so that the family member and the family member's significant other or spouse can just take a woosah moment. And at first they weren't comfortable with it once they got to know the service member. And okay, and they kind of looked at the service member as a member of the family. Then it was, a different kind of view. I've seen where one of my friends was killed on Bloody Sunday, 23rd of October, 1982 in Beirut. A lot of those guys I knew because I worked at infantry training school, and some of them had just transferred out from infantry school there. Others I knew because I had served with them, some of them when they were on main side. And there were a few that I knew because they were related to people in my hometown or used to live in my hometown. So that was so personal. It caught us totally off guard. But I remember service record books were messed up. Some of the SGLI forms, which is the insurance form, weren't current.
Yeah.
Guys that had gotten married since then. There were guys that had children since then. And I remember the Marine Corps did a fine job of unscrambling all of these, because when you do the SGLI form, you do it a triplicate. One goes to headquarters Marine Corps, one goes to the service member's record book, and one goes to the service member. Well, sometimes that copy is supposed to go to headquarters Marine Corps, didn't quite get there when you put it on the mail. But the Marine Corps, to its credit, made sure that all of these things were researched thoroughly to find out the right way to disperse funds to the family, and made sure they were dispersed. We also, from time to time, just go and drop flowers off at the house. Not even say anything, just drop flowers, because sometimes there's nothing to say except for, we're thinking about you.
Right.
And you say, I'm sorry for your loss. Wrong. Or you say, well, I know you're still missing them. And sometimes it's not anything to say. Sometimes you got to make it personal. That person, I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. And that sometimes then opens the door for that person to rattle off what it is they're going through, and feel like they're in a safe space. And not feel like they are encroaching on someone's life and someone else's time. Because I introduced the conversation by saying, I'm just dropping my ears because I'm thinking about you. Thank you so much for thinking about me. Because most people think about a person's situation without really internalizing that person.
Right.
Not intentional. It's just, people. So.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I would have said Marines too. I mean, just from my own experience and talking to other people, it's a significant difference. It's interesting the things you brought up about paperwork. Now, I went on a tangent after my son, and one of the things that's still out there, I did this big petition, is because of paperwork. And I have my own, and had him do it, and they wouldn't take it. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And there was one area that his initial was not right in that spot. And just because of that, they retroacted back to a date that was not a good date. And, we had only one time ever like gotten into it, and it was over a girl. And it was the girl that I said, this is not the girl you need to be with, son. Like, this is not a good idea. I can already tell you, bad stuff's going to happen. And it finally got to a point where, he met his, biological dad. And it was more of a, I don't know what it was, but it's the only time that I stood my ground so firm that I was like, absolutely not. Like, no, I don't put up with certain things, and there are certain things that are being done by that person, and I'm not dumb. So I refuse, and you need to understand what's going on here. And so the only time he would have even put down that other person's name was that time when it was almost a defiance, like, well, if you don't like her, then, and then guess what happened? I mean, he gets deployed. She ends up pregnant by somebody and is no longer engaged and gone. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I had finally just accepted and said, fine. Like, I will allow to be okay because you're an adult, but doesn't mean I'm still okay. It turns out, the person's a good person. It's just that my gut knew from the get-go that just was not right. So, but, he ended up apologizing to me. I'll never forget it. And he was apologizing to me. They get R&R. They get to come home. We came home on July 4th for R&R, and of all days. And then he's going back, and I'll never forget it. We're driving through a Starbucks. I could just see the stress on him. Like, it was heavy. His head was heavy to hold up everything. And he was driving the car, and we're in Starbucks, and he's trying to order. And he said, damn, I don't cuss normally. So he's like, damn it, don't y'all just have some dang, like, he didn't say dang, just coffee. I just want a damn coffee and a Splenda or something. Like, I don't want all this blank, blank, blank. And oh my God, Lord, my child is stressed beyond belief. He's had to see the person on R&R that was, pregnant, and he's stressed because also the relationship that was on the other side with that other person was not one that should have even been continued. So, and I want to say that that's my own thing. I don't want to get into all that, but I'd already been through a big fight. So, and when I say fight, I don't mean literally. I mean, there had already been enough. Yeah, there was enough there that, that things were there. But I don't do that with my kids. So I just saw he was heavy. I just looked over and I just said, I want to tell you something. I just want you to know that I talked to so-and-so, and they want me to tell you that they love you. And, that all is good. I sucked to that big time because I was lying. I lied. And I did not want to be saying that, but I thought, well, maybe that'll give him something. Because, the other part of the reason, now remember, I was young. Like, there's a whole thing there that I don't like to go there, but I went there. I said that and he looked at me and he said, what? And I said, yeah, I actually had a conversation. I wanted to tell you that. And he's like, he just kind of looked at me like, probably like I'm doing you right now, like kind of funny. And it was like, you talked to, and I said, yeah, I did. And he just kind of did what you did with the eyebrows. So he was like, I said, yeah. And so I think he believed me, but the whole point of this is that I was trying anything I could think of to make sure, because you mentioned something to me when you were talking about that, how it affected you. When he, well, I am the kind of mama. So remember, I'm running military in Lawrence, Texas. I was supporting that whole unit. It's an infantry unit. They get over there, And I hadn't heard from him in a while. I was like, this doesn't seem normal. I got other moms that are in that unit and stuff. They've heard from theirs. And I keep saying moms because they're young. And I didn't expect him to deploy that quick, to be honest. Not that you ever know. You never know. So, but when you have a recruiter telling you something and you're believing it, yeah, like
Well, the recruiters,
situations happen.
they are away from the fleet. And I never could be a recruiter because I'm not a salesperson. And my thing would be, I'll tell you what the Marine Corps offers. This is what we got. Are you interested?
Or not.
Your no would be that'd be it. And that's it. I wouldn't even come back to you.
Right.
To do cold calls and I don't do cold calls. I'm not a person
Yeah.
list the names and you start talking to a strange person about, hey, this is what we have and this is what we're offering, and
it's a hard sell.
I'm the person that I can find the area of the people. Like if you had a product, who is going to buy that product or who's going to use that product? Who has the disposable income to purchase the product? And out of that group, how many actually will? What the percentage is? This a good investment here? This is not good investment here. Maybe this needs to be over here. Maybe need to take this small sample here and test it and market it here. I'm that person. I'm also that person that if you get them to me, I can train it up. If you get that person to me, I'll get them the way you need them to be for what you need them to be. So recruiters don't get full information. Recruiters, sometimes, my recruiter was fantastic. Jesse First and the third, I still talk to him. He was ever. He was fantastic. Staff Sergeant Jesse Frison the third. He's a phenomenal man, period. Never told me a lie about anything. And I went in open contract.
Wow.
But the recruiters, they are in a position where if they don't meet their quota, their careers are ruined. They get relieved from those stations, and then it's hard for them to get promoted. Recruiters are taught and trained how to talk to people and how to say what the bargaining sales, period. Recruiters are not attached to the fleet at that time. So when there are changes in the military, the recruiters don't get them. The recruiters in where I'm from didn't get the word that we changed Marine Corps boot camp from women from 8 weeks to 13 weeks. Those young ladies came down, they were wanting to put in time grants because they said the recruiter lied. The recruiter didn't tell you that because the recruiter didn't know that. I don't know why the left hand didn't figure. We need to tell the recruiters that we're doing this in '85, in the fall of '85, we're changing boot camp. A lot of recruiters I talked to didn't know. So to recruiters' credit, that's my disclaimer, is that a lot of things that they talk about is how it was when they left the fleet, we call it the fleet, and came to recruit duty. It's not really what's going on right then and there. And then there are some people who are just unethical people. So you have a mix between the two. Some recruiters say whatever they need to get that sale, so they can get that body, so they can get that not. Some you're always going to find. I don't care what and how much screening you do, you're always going to find that one person who totally defies the mission.
Yeah. Right. And then making it that way to where it unfortunately runs down to the masses. So that's why I say be careful, because, one person really can throw it off. But then again, let's try to look at a whole picture and understand. I mean, the only other time was with him deployed. What I was going to say is I ended up calling his colonel because I had a relationship because I'd been supporting the unit. And I said, sir, and he said, are you calling about your son? I said, yeah. And he said, have you heard from him? And I said, no, sir. And I said, I'm starting to get a bit worried. And he said, hold on a minute. Cash was a baby and had issues at night. Like, he was born early. So I was up at night all the time. Remember, so in Iraq, this was opposite schedules. So, but he happened to be asleep. Next thing I know, Adam's getting on the phone. I can't believe I'm saying this to everybody, but yes, I am that person. I am that mom. Yes, I called. You got to remember, I had a relationship going with this whole unit, taking care of new parents, the colonel, you name it. Great relationship. And he just said, hold on. And I just thought, okay, he's going to get picked back up that phone. He went and got my son up out of that bed, brought him in his office, scared him to death, said, here, boy, get on the phone and say hello to your mother. And Adam gets on that phone and he's like, Mom? I said, Adam, I've been waiting to hear from you. And he's like, I'm in the office right now with the colonel in the middle of my sleep. Like, can I call you in a little bit? Because this is, I don't like this. And I said, yes, son, you can, but you need to get a hold of me. And he said, yes, ma'am, I promise I will. And then he handed the phone to the colonel and he said, okay, your son will be in touch with you now more regular. I said, well, sure, now I didn't need that, but all you can do is say thank you. But I mean, I've told that story to a couple of people. One person was like, I can't believe you even did that. How would you even dare do that? And the other one's like, did you really have the guts to do that? And I'm like, well, if you're wondering if your kid's okay, and I am already taking care of a unit where I know there's already been some bad things that just happened, I need to know that my son was not that one in that vehicle. So I needed to hear that he was okay. You got to understand this. If you already have a relationship with that colonel way before they deployed and you're working on supporting a unit and we already had an organization, then yes, I had enough of a relationship where I had a phone number that I picked it up and I can call. Now, if you don't and you're scrambling all around, that's silly, but you got to understand it all. But my gosh, when he called me without being in that room, he said, Mom, I thought I was done for. I mean, I'm in the middle of sleep and I got the colonel coming in to pull me in his office because he said, don't ever do that again. He said, I thought for sure either I was in trouble or one of my buddies. He was like, I said, well, son, didn't pick up the phone because I don't know what else to tell you except that I'd already gotten information. You got to remember, I do work with the unit. I work with the chaplain. There were some things that went down, and with me not hearing from you soon enough, I mean, I must have heard from him. I don't know how many times after that. Like that never happened again.
Oh, that
yeah, but the one thing that did, and we'll end on this piece. We'll say bye first, but the only other time I noticed like a weirdness with him was when he was deployed. And he wasn't right on the phone, and there was something that went down, and General Petraeus or someone had gone over there, and there's a documentary somewhere while he was there, and there was a really bad, you know what you want to call it, death. I mean, battle that went down, and it was someone super close to him. Well, I don't know if they don't know or do know who's close to who, except that they made my son be the person that was like the pallbearer, the person that took care of him, the person that helped him get loaded and did the service there overseas. And I just remember him getting on the phone with me, and he wasn't okay. And I'm like, you know, what's going on here? And he said, I'm not okay. I need to go lay down. I just had to do this service for one of my really good friends, and I had to suck it up and literally do the pallbearer. I had to do the service, and I didn't like a bit of it and really needed to like just be. He said, I don't know. I needed to just be. And he couldn't finish it. And you know what he needed was he needed to be the person that was doing that because it really messed with him. So that's when I started figuring out, okay, they don't know what's happening when this is going on, because why would you choose someone that close that's really, and he's a tough guy. Now this one, my kid was the kind that you do want, I heard it nonstop. You want him on missions because this is the guy that, I don't care what you give him, he's gonna knock him out. He's the guy that I'll go to sleep, let him be on the mission, not in a bad way, a good way. Like, this is the guy you trust. Like, and I knew my kid was a fighter. Like, he was just that kid in a good way, like bullies, you name it, school. And I'm the kind of mom that if he did something because a bully hurt a kid that was in a wheelchair once in middle school, and my kid got suspended, I went in and said, okay, are we done here? Let's go eat. And the principal looked at me and said, excuse me? And I said, he's not in trouble. And he's like, yes, he is. He's suspended. I said, maybe from you, but not me. And I said, you're talking about a kid that had been bullying kids for months. And everybody's trying to tell you this. Then you got this kid in a wheelchair that did it in front of my son. And you think that he was supposed to stand there and watch because y'all don't do anything. So I don't have anything against my son punching him and knocking his lights out. I'm sorry, I'm old school. And they were just like shaking their head at me like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And my daughter too, something happened to her that was awful. Like, you talk, a bunch of girls jumping on her. This is multiple times. I had reported it to the front, you name it. And I'm like, why the heck aren't they doing something? They'd say they were, and then they were like, oh, well, this person has problems at home. I'm like, you're talking to someone that you're trying to tell me that. And they did it one too many times. And I went in, I walked, put on my cowboy boots. I'm always like, if you see me in cowboy boots, worry. I'm either really happy or really mad. And I walked in that lunchroom and I sat down at that table and I said, little girl, let me tell you something. Let me show you what it feels like really quick. Let me just have a little moment with you, my little girl. I don't even know what else I said. Honestly, I don't. I just remember somebody tapping me on the shoulder and saying, ma'am, you got to go. And I said, what? He said, you got to go to the principal's office. I said, all right, take me right there. I've already told him. And that principal got me in there, just shook his head. I saw the pictures of his kids. They played soccer. I had coached soccer. Turns out we became good friends for years. Ended up coaching his daughter's soccer for years. It's just the weirdest thing. And I remember him saying to me, you don't understand. I have thought of everything. This person does not have a person at home. They are already pregnant. They drink at school. He said, I can't do anything. Every time I make a move, I send them to, the school where it's called the Rock. You're in trouble or suspended. He's like, I just can't win. I don't know what to do. And I said, well, you cannot allow someone to beat someone up or hit them in the head. I said, old school might work sometimes, but what you're doing is not working. So I know that you can put kids out of school. You can do different things. And he's like, yeah, but if I do that, I said, okay, you're giving me a lot of ifs. What if my daughter gets hit again by this little group of girls that likes to beat up on people, and it's one hit too many, or she falls the wrong way and she's not here anymore? I said, I'm not taking that risk. You can forget it. Mm-hmm. Fast forward a little bit, a dance. And then, she would always want me to be around. You got your kids that want you to be there, and the other ones that are like, I'm good. So I remember being there, and the girl came up to me, the one that was sitting at the table, mm-hmm. and the other one that would, go beat up on in the gym. And they both came up to me, and the one asked me for help. And she started explaining her home life. And I said, look, you're talking to somebody that had to figure it out. And I said, but there's a mom right over there that just started an organization she had, ironically, for teenage girls that were pregnant and, didn't have a good home. So I said, you need to speak to her about this. The other one that came over was talking about, the hitting and things. And I said, look, there's no excuse. And she's like, well, I would drink in the mornings on the way to school. And I said, well, you need to get help too. And so what are you going to do about that? So we ended up connecting her to an organization. It's like, you just get up there around the school. And so I made sure, I was always up around the schools and stuff, but with Cash, I've had to put him at a specific school because I had too much to handle. You have a lot you have to do as far as paperwork. The LOD, is the paperwork right? Nope, because there's initials missing in a certain spot, and you're trying to. It's an argument of, no, you need to pay attention here. Like, please pay attention. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter, because if that's missing, that's paperwork, and we're military, and we're right. And I'm like, oh, the fights I went through, but it's still out there. There's a whole petition on how I'm going to change the way the military does paperwork, and I'm going to change this, and I'm going to change that. Well, I've gotten wiser and realized that it works really well to go work with the bases and go try to make difference that way, like make a change. So you can go to your actual bases and you can actually talk with them about, the area that the base is located. And sometimes you got to blacklist locations that are around that base. Now, I hope anyone that's listening to this or listens to it audio later understands this. This is a true story. You can do it. I did it. You can do it. You can go in and say, this is what's going on in this area. I know you can't police it outside of this base, but this is really bad. And you got to do something to protect the people that are here. They're not from here. And I know that he's an adult, but we need to blacklist this one, this one, this one, this one. And I didn't even know that name. One of the guys that was at the table with me said, oh, that's called, and he told me. And so they wrote new policy too and stuck it right in. So ironically, you can actually go to a base and try to work with them on what's going on. I do recommend that. I recommend a lot to people, and they kind of look at me funny, like, you really want me to go to this base? And I'm like, well, it was successful for me. It was much harder. Me trying to change everything about the military. That was never going to happen. I was never going to be successful at what I thought I was going to be able to do. That's a fight. Like, you either can go in and be like, okay, then what can we do? And what are we going to accomplish? And that's what worked for me. And so the legal thing I'm going through about legislation has nothing to do with the military. It has to do with around the bases. So, and the people around it and what happens. So, that's not anybody's home. When you send them, their location is still where they lived. He always came here, and I always said, if I had just gone to Fort Stewart and saw where it was, I would have immediately said, I'm getting him transferred. And everybody's like, there's no way you could have got him transferred. And I said, no, you don't know me. Because I knew that colonel well, and I knew what I was doing. And trust me, if I had just gone, so I get mad at myself still. I'm like, you should have gone. You should have seen the base. But I mean, he always came home. His friends were here. His family's here. Why did I need to go see the base? But I didn't know. I mean, I was new to this, like new mom, kids in the military. I never once thought, I wonder what's going on. And I knew about the girls, but I never thought, well, there's a lot of activity going on around these bases that I really didn't know much about. And I got educated, though, in the worst way possible. So you really got to pay attention, everybody listening out there. It's not just military, it's really what's out there around it, too. So I get told this all the time. We just had an event at Fort Hood. I say Fort Hood. I'll continue to say Fort Hood, even though it's a say Fort Cav. And they were laughing at me up there. But there is an area. It's the SOS building. And I try to tell people, this building is beautiful. And what they're doing. Like the group of people at SOS, this building that you go to, has nothing to do with the other buildings, the other people that you brought up, Vanessa. Literally, the mother and people that were right there with me were there at that time that you're talking about. I was not physically there. And they were talking about it. And I had to talk one of them into, for the last few years, we had talked on and off. I had to say, you got to understand, it's kind of like being in the world. It's a third. That's a very large base. I am not making excuses, but I'm trying to let you understand. Huge Army base. You can't tell me that you can't support the ones in there right now, the kids, someone else's kid. I have to still wonder, they're out there. They're still fighting for our rights. I can't just say screw it. Like that race is never going to be anything I go near again. Actually, it's worse to do that. You have to try to speak up, be present, see how you can make a difference, and then be there for people. And the only way you can do that is to show up. So I highly encourage people to go see what I'm talking about rather than tell me there is no way I'm stepping foot ever again on that base. And good. I mean, hey, that's your prerogative. You don't want to, that's fine. But I can tell you the people that are good are really good. The people that know, they really do know. And I have not had, because I had to get rid of all the CAOs, the head of SOS over all of them has done nothing but be the kindest man. Like you mentioned, you're a recruiter. This is probably the kindest person I have ever met. And I'm telling you, every one of them said to me, this is the most convoluted case we have ever had to deal with. And trust me, there's a lot of cases in the military that are very messed up. But with everything that was happening, I needed somebody that was way up there and on their toes and could figure out what was going on. So, I mean, this person I know is a good heart, is a good person. So I will always say yes. If you're going to the building that's SOS and you're going there, then I'm going to say yes. I give it the thumbs up. You want to go anywhere else in all the history, it's there. Again, in the world, a third, good, bad, ugly. I mean, the company I was talking about that I worked for, good, bad, ugly. I know it doesn't compare, but what I'm trying to say is it doesn't mean that everybody is bad. What it means is we got to do something to fix it. We've got to do something to shed light. We got to make changes. And that's where you make the difference. So you can step in. There are things you can do. I do try to tell people that. If I don't know answers, because look, I don't know everything. I try to figure out somebody who does. But yes, I would advise calling an SOS officer somewhere if you're looking for answers more direct instead of me. But we're going to be combining all of our information, everything we can put on any website of ours. And my goodness, like I said, you're like a dictionary, a thesaurus. I mean, these are names. They're like, she's a dinosaur. You know, younger people, they're gonna be like, "What is a thesaurus? What is that?"
Who's Roger?
Oh, yeah, like what is she talking about? They just ask Siri.
Google.
Yeah, Google, Siri. You know,
Siri.
Yeah, but yeah, but they can now, and that's yeah. Well, anyway, it has been officially almost 6 hours. Where I'm at, it's 2 in the morning. You can tell I need glasses. And my goodness, these 80-something people, I don't know who you are, but I got to tell you, you must be fascinated and no telling what all we've talked about because we've gone over everything in the book, out of the book, under the book, and over the book. You name it. It's in there. And usually I end my night with I'm going to play this, and then at the end I'll do a prayer. But I am going to play this. This is what we normally do. Normally we do music. So usually what would happen, Twyla, and everyone out there that's still listening or looking, we usually will sing. And we usually have a guitar. That didn't get to happen tonight, but that's okay. We just want you to know that is for us on this show. Music is always a huge part of it. And then we always make sure at the end, as we wrap up, that you understand that what we are doing as far as Patriots Inside the Wire, and you can go to patriotsinsidethewire.com. And from there, what we'd like for you is to listen to this real quick. It's very, very quick. You will hear his little brother's voice.
Thank you for watching another episode of Patriots Inside the Wire, hosted by Gold Star Mom, Tracy Two-Step. Help us broaden our reach. Like, subscribe, and share.
Outside, let's so out of my brother two-step.
Have it, Sergeant. Out of my brother two-step. He wanted you a cadence. I still want a cadence actually for my opening. So yeah, you got yours, and you like to sing. Send me an intro of something. I'd like to have a few different ones for sure. But you know what? It has been fabulous having you here, my dear. You are a wealth of knowledge. Your time is very precious. I know that. I mean, when you said kids and then went to grandkids, I was like, wait, I didn't even get to say to you, wait. You don't even look like you're old enough to have any kind of grandkids.
Oh yeah, well, I kind of gave it when I said I signed up in the Marine Corps in 78,
well,
18.
yeah.
Yeah, but thank you.
You look amazing. And
you
you are
do.
amazing. I don't know how you do it with all the things you're involved in, but of course, as I'm asking, even if it's once a month or once a quarter, I do know that with the knowledge that you have and the inside knowledge, meaning you've been in there, it would help to have someone like you that helps us all understand, or those that are listening already do understand, but it just gives back. And so what we'll do is we'll start naming topics, because there's so much that we can get from you that it's almost like we will do, okay, Twyla topics. Right there. I'm going to do a Twyla topics. Hashtag.
I do have a song.
Oh, do you?
That people can kind of, a familiar song that most people probably have heard or
okay.
They at least know the refrain. If you are still with us, and you can sing along with it, and it's called "How Great Is Our God."
Well, there you go.
Know, it was by this guy named Chris Tomlin, who's phenomenal. He's this phenomenal musician. Period. So you all help me with this, because I think it kind of speaks to where we are right now, because we have to leave on the note where it's outside of us, external to us. There's something greater than us, and for, like I said, my belief system, for me, it's Jesus Christ, or Christ Jesus. That's greater. But if this isn't who you ascribe to, please indulge us just for this night, please.
Yep.
I'm a chaplain, I'm mindful. The splendor of a king, robed in majesty, that all the earth rejoice, all the earth rejoice. He wraps himself in light, and darkness tries to hide, and trembles at his voice, How great is our God? Sing with me, how great is our God? Oh, we'll see how great is our God. Oh, from age to age he stands, and time is in his hands, beginning and the end. My Father, he is one. He is the Father, he's the Spirit, he is the Son, he's the Lion and the Lamb. Ooh, how great is our God? Sing with me, how great is our God? Oh, we'll see how great is our God. Rest on that.
Hey.
How great. You know,
That is great. That was beautiful. I just wanted to hear you. That was amazing. It was. It was. It was very, very amazing. Thank you so much for that.
thank
And
you.
we are at the time where we are going to tell everyone thank you for joining us at Patriots Inside the Wire. Look back for us. We are starting another show tonight. It's supposed to be Thursday night, 8 o'clock. Typically, we are on Wednesdays, every last Wednesday of the month. We do have an individual that pretty much runs the state of Texas. So he will be on, and we will find out more about what's going on from there. And then, as Twyla just mentioned, if it's not for you, that's fine. But I do believe in things for me, and a little bit of what I like to do at the end of the night is normally I would have already been in and done some prayers with my youngest and said, dear Lord God, please watch out for us all. Keep us doing right, believing right, and staying in that right lane. We ask that you keep us healthy, dear God. You watch over us and keep all of us all together, understanding and believing, and that we can do things, we can make things happen, God, with you and with us. In Jesus Christ's name, we pray for all of these things and all of us and our health. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. The short version. So, yep, I have not missed a night. So, I was glad to do that with you. So, beautiful voice, by the way. I love it. I love it. So, we're gonna say goodnight now. 6 hours. I'm gonna get to break this up into I might get 6 episodes and give myself a break.
However it works, it works.
Well, I can't wait to see you again. So hopefully I
Ditto.
get to see you soon. For
I
sure.
hope that when you come, it's not during the time that I'm in but I'm due to be in Oklahoma in the end of September sometime, because my grandson and his betrothed, they are going to have a baby. So I will
What?
have he's 20, maybe 21
Really?
Yep, I have, yep.
You'll be a great grandma?
Yep.
A Gigi. Yeah, you'll be a Gigi.
Yep, I sure
Oh,
will.
well, you know what? A new life is a good thing. That is a great thing.
So I'll be out on that part of the world, so then maybe we can even connect even then.
Right. I am not that far from there. Oh my Lord, I went to nursing school there and I could not get out fast enough. I tried. I was like, ooh, this place is not for me. I've lived in several states, but I'm sorry, Oklahomans. Maybe it's where I was at. It was Tulsa. I don't know, but I was
Okay,
like,
see, they're not in Tulsa. They're in,
okay.
they're in OKC, so they're closer to the town.
Probably more going on there, and especially now, I bet. But yeah, that's a whole nother segment. Boy, we could get all kinds of stuff going. You know what we'll do is we'll record for everybody out there. They're probably loving the live part though, because that's how you get the good stuff out of us. But there's a way to record and then put it out, and then we can put it out in segments too. So there's a lot of ways we can do things. So for all of you out there, literally, I am actually just unbelievable. Because usually, you go live, what happens is the next day, people will see it because when it comes out later, the different time zones. So usually the next day is when we have people hanging in there and they're watching and they're catching up. And then it's in the audio. So you check it out on iHeart. You check it out on Spotify. You've got Apple. There's different ways you can get on there. But the live broadcast sticks around as well. So if you just go to the website, you can find the channels. And it's real easy. Patriots Inside the Wire. There's a reason I say Inside the Wire. To me, that means we're in the safe zone, which means I get to talk to people like Twyla, who got me to open up about a whole lot that you're not going to get that again. I'm telling you, that usually we get a guest in here and it's an interview. We got SWAT, we do our music, and we get to get out. So you got a treat tonight because SWAT's power went out and did not get in here, and you got a very raw true, what I call the truth tellers, real version of life. So what you got tonight was a very rare look inside of the lives of two women that got to spend time with the women of World War II who brought us together. So in honor of those women and the women that continue, I thank you, Twyla, and I cannot wait to see you again, hon.
I can't
Thank
wait to
you.
see you either. And
Oh,
don't forget TLIMS. TLIMS is an organization of ministries that focuses and helps with returning citizen veterans.
which one is it, honey?
TLIMS. It's the Lord's My Shepherd Ministries. We work with returning citizen veterans. So we have veterans
Okay.
that are returning citizens. You know, if you need housewares like pots, pans, stuff like that. You know,
Okay.
ironing board, outfits to wear for a job interview.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Like, especially like I get a lot of calls. Well, I get them from all over, but Texas, Oklahoma, but really, I mean, this is stuff we can put on our website too. So it's always good to know the actual ones instead of just a blanket list.
Right.
So that's great to know. I mean, you never know. So anyone out there that's listening right now, between resources, like I say, if I don't know it, I will get a hold of someone, and now it's going to be Twyla. So it'll be called Twyla Topics. Hashtag Twyla Topics. I'm going to start a new trend. So on that note, maybe your great grandbaby will be a little Johnny Cash too, and have some musical stuff coming about. I bet you someone in your family already does down your line. I bet you. I bet you. I bet you do. Yeah. Just like my kiddo, Cash was in there. You know, he's been picking up his guitar nonstop lately, and I mean, he was joking with me, but he was like, "Do you think I could quit school?" And I'm like, "No." He wouldn't. He would not. But he loves it.
He's messing with you. That's all.
He's messing with me. But he loves to play. He can actually sing really well, but he's at that age where it's like, a little awkward, but it will come back around. So,
and their voices go through that change too, and then trying to find that range in their voice stuff too. Yeah. Right. And then when you finally find your voice, whatever that comes out in the end, then they actually accept it as being your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did the, you do the tryouts for the state, the state honors choir. Okay. So fine here. And he got in. So, but his schedule, I mean, between, we're just doing like the easy thing right now. We're just like, let's take a break. That fly will not leave me alone. Between the picture falling on my head, people are like, what is she doing? There really is a fly that won't leave me alone. And the darn picture that hit my head. But so Cash is my son. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about musical abilities. We're talking about similarities. I do believe that Twyla has a lot of those same similarities when we talk about music and the things that we were asking before I went. Oh my goodness. Like before we knew it, we saw each other in a room and it was like a magnet. And I just knew that this person was special. And didn't ask questions, though. That's what was interesting until you were going to call on the show. And I'm going, wait a minute. Like, this is what it was. But I didn't need to know. It's one of those weird things. It's like you meet somebody and it's like, I didn't need to know anything except, hey, what's your number? And I am really glad.
I'm grateful. I feel very blessed. I do. And
well, I do too, because 6 hours, I'm trying to think the last time I did this, Twyla, before my best friend passed, she's the kind of person that, man, she's the life of the room. Like your laugh, like she's got a laugh that's like just contagious. So like I could sit with her and, be on a phone or something that long, but to keep me engaged in like conversation and happy and laughing and, even the conversations we have talked about every subject. I mean, I'm like, people are going to know all about me now. But, I mean, that's just what I am, and it's the truth. I don't know how else to sugarcoat that, and that's why songwriting comes in with me.
Amen.
So we might just have to do a song about you, Twyla. So
About you.
that needs to be one called Twyla and Tracy.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. You never know what we're going to do out there. You
Never
just
know.
never know. So be on the lookout for Twyla and Tracy. See what you get us into next, Twyla.
Hey.
Oh, it's been
Oh,
good.
fun.
It's
fun.
great laughing. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us at Patriots
Thank you,
Inside the
Grace.
Wire. I will be seeing you soon. I'll be in touch. Don't let it be too long. It's been a joy to have you on. Thanks,
Ditto.
hon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Yes,
you,
of
Tracy.
course. Thank you